I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. In the previous part, Qingxiu, skillfully maneuvering between court intrigues and family conflicts, crushed the Lu family schemes, turned former enemies to his side, exposed hired assassins, and secured the public execution of Duke Lu Zhenghui. His harem grew with new women, including Jiang Yener, who made a great personal sacrifice for him, and Princess Xiangqing, with whom he held a grand wedding. After the celebration, Qingxiu once again found himself at the center of court attention. He won a bet on his horseshoes, emptying the officials' purses, and was granted a palace. But peace did not last long. The very next morning, he was summoned to an urgent military council. There, he learned alarming news. The Turkic Kogangeli was leading 200,000 troops, and within 5 days they would reach the Wei River, right at the gates of Chang'an. Now the empire must decide who will lead the army to meet the enemy, and Qingxiu, despite joking about his blindness, proposed a risky yet strategically sound plan: to test in battle the new army he had personally trained, a suggestion that immediately sparked heated debate among the generals. Since Qingxiu came to the Tang dynasty, it has been less than a year, yet he has already made remarkable achievements, and his status has risen as fast as a rocket. At such a young age, he had already become equivalent to a duke of the state. Naturally, this drew the jealousy of those who had served as officials for many years without gaining any title. These people had a common problem: they could not bear to see others doing better than themselves and had to oppose whatever others did. Among the officials who voiced opposition, some indeed had this mindset. There were only so many iron rice bowls, and if one person took on everything, it was bound to cause exclusion from colleagues. Not only were there civil officials jealous and unhappy, but even among military officials, there were also those who felt resentful. Zhang Liang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I agree with these colleagues. In the past, recruitment and enlistment required at least half a year of training before going into battle to kill the enemy. Now these recruits have only trained for 3 months. Even if they have been trained in formations to counter cavalry, when they go to the battlefield for the first time, mistakes are inevitable. As Minister Lu said, one wrong move could cost 100,000 lives. Sending recruits to the battlefield before they are fully trained is irresponsible toward their lives. I believe that, while the Turks have not yet attacked, we should quickly summon nearby troops to reinforce Chang'an. Even if our numbers are slightly inferior, with proper command, it is not impossible to fight a battle." Qingxiu quickly added, Yes, Your Majesty, these lords speak very reasonably. I was just making a suggestion. If Your Majesty thinks it's risky for recruits to go to war, then you can adopt their opinions." Li Er looked at him strangely and asked, "Marquis Qing, just now you said that grinding stones are meant to be used. Why have you changed your words now?" Qingxiu shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, I just want to ask, am I a civil official or a military official?" Up to now, he still didn't know whether he belonged to the civil or military ranks. Moreover, so far, he didn't hold any real official post. He only had the title of Zhenguohou, Marquis guarding the state. If Li Er hadn't summoned him, he wouldn't even qualify to attend the morning court. This question immediately caught Li Er off guard. Li Er looked at Qingxiu with a stunned expression and awkwardly asked, "So, does Marquis Qing want to be a civil official or a military official?" Qingxiu answered without hesitation, "Of course a civil official. I'm totally in the dark. If I became a military official, wouldn't I be a laughingstock?" Chang Yaojin tugged his sleeve, frowned, and whispered, "Kid, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly trying to get into the civil officials group? Wouldn't it be fine to be an idle military official like me?" "No way." Qingxiu pouted immediately. "What's good about being a military official? As soon as there's a war, you have to go fight, eating in the wind and sleeping under the sky, not to mention being responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Uncle Chang, do you see the words, 'I can fight,' written on my face?" Chang Yaojin was left speechless, let out 2 snorts, and had nothing to say. Li Er suddenly smiled and said, "You want to be a civil official, but the title I gave you, Zhenguohou, is a military title. So you'd better honestly stay in the military officials group." Qingxiu muttered in a low voice. "Then why did you even ask me whether I wanted to be civil or military? You could have just decided it right away instead of talking so much." "What did you say?" Li Er asked suspiciously. Because the complaint was too quiet, only the few military generals beside him heard it. It didn't reach Li Er's ears. Nothing, nothing, Qingxiu quickly shook his head. If your majesty says I am a civil official, then I am a civil official. If your majesty says I am a military official, then I will be a military official from now on. Li Er nodded and, after pondering for a while, looked around the hall and said loudly. Li Jing, step forward to receive your appointment. Your subject is here. Li Jing immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. I appoint you as Grand Commander of the Guanyi Route Army, leading 100,000 new troops and about 50,000 Imperial Guard cavalry, fully responsible for fighting the Turks. Your subject accepts the decree. Li Jing accepted with high spirits. Many military officials looked helpless and envious. Making Li Jing the Grand Commander meant that if this battle was won, the greatest credit would be his. Now Li Jing's position in the military ranks was already number one. If he earned even more military merit, would there be any room left for others? Marquis Zhenghua Qingxiu, step forward to receive your appointment. Qingxiu was instantly dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Chang Yaojin chuckled, nudged him with his elbow, and whispered. Brat, hurry up and step forward. Do you want His Majesty to come down and invite you personally before you'll move? Qingxiu had no choice but to brace himself and walk out weakly, saying without enthusiasm. Your subject receives the decree. Li Er frowned at his slouching posture and suddenly scolded. Stand up straight for me. Show some spirit. Instead, Qingxiu lowered his head even more. This almost made Li Er's nose crooked with anger. Pointing at Marquis Qing, his hand trembled as he rebuked. As a military official, how can you have no energy at all? Look at yourself, what part of you looks like a military official? Where has the momentum gone of a great rock rises with the wind in one day, soaring up 90,000 li? Where is the grand ambition of settling the affairs of the ruler and gaining fame in life and after death? Now I'm giving you the chance to settle the affairs of the ruler. The country is in danger, 200,000 Turkic cavalry are about to be at the gates. How can you act like this? Are you worthy of the bold words in those poems you wrote? Qingxiu's whole body trembled, and he felt a bit ashamed. Those poems were just plagiarized to show off, he never expected they would become his stumbling block. Li Er, hating iron for not becoming steel, said. Since you have no heart for war, then just keep being your carefree marquis. Better yet, when the Turks break through Chang'an, you can still stay in your land of pleasure as that kind of carefree marquis. Qingxiu's body trembled again, and scenes of 200,000 Turkic cavalry breaking into Chang'an, burning, killing, and looting flashed in his mind. The men of Chang'an would all be killed, and the women would all be stripped naked and humiliated by the Turks. Just half a year ago, the Tang dynasty had experienced the humiliation of Bema, having to give huge amounts of gold and silver to gain a period of peace. Now, with the Turkic army invading again, another humiliation like Bema was entirely possible. And because of him, the battle to destroy the Turks in the fourth year of Zhenguan had been brought forward to the first year of Zhenguan. The changes were too great. He had completely altered the course of history, and whatever the outcome, he would be directly responsible. If changing history because of him caused the tragedy of the Turks massacring the city, then he would truly become a sinner for the ages, a name he could not and would not bear. So, even if for no other reason, just for the sake of his wives and concubines, he could not let the Turkic cavalry set foot on the banks of the Wei River. Otherwise, it would be like lips gone and teeth cold, and there would be no men left in the whole country. Qingxiu instantly straightened his back and said in a loud, clear voice. Your subject, Marquis Zhenghua Qingxiu, receives the decree. This full, powerful voice echoed in every corner of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, carrying great force. All the officials looked at him in surprise. The current Qingxiu was completely different from the slouching, listless marquis just moments ago. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said loudly. I appoint you as Deputy Grand Commander of the Guanyi Route Army. Together with Li Jing, you will discuss and direct the battle to repel the Turks. Your subject receives the decree. Li Er's words awakened him, and he willingly accepted the assignment. Li Er continued. Right Chancellor Chang Sun Wuji, I order you to gather 300,000 shur of grain and fodder within 3 days and send it to the army camp. Your subject receives the decree. Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, and Duan Zhishuan will all participate in the battle, assisting Li Jing and Marquis Qing in repelling the Turks. Your subjects receive the decree. Everyone answered firmly and powerfully. Li Er continued. Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, and all the commanders of the Guanyi Route Army will remain. The rest are dismissed from court. 9 people stayed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the other civil and military officials all dispersed. Qingxiu did not quite understand why Li Er wanted Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, those two fortune tellers, to remain. Soon, however, Qingxiu was stunned by Li Er's mysterious move. He heard Li Er say to Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, "Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, immediately divine the fortune of this battle." Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng accepted the order, then placed a dark blue bagua diagram in the middle of the hall. The two of them each held a peachwood sword, walked around the diagram, and chanted. Everyone watched them intently, while Qingxiu stood there dumbfounded. Good grief, this was truly a mysterious move. Finally, Yuan Tiangang stopped, narrowed his eyes, counted on his fingers, and then showed a joyful expression. "Your Majesty, this battle will be greatly auspicious." Li Chunfeng also counted on his fingers, nodded, and agreed. Auspicious stars rise in the east, bringing benefit to the Tang dynasty. This is a lucky omen, the battle will surely be won. Qingxiu let out a sudden snort and quickly covered his mouth with his hand to keep from laughing out loud. This action made everyone frown deeply. Yuan Tiangang looked Qingxiu up and down and asked doubtfully, "Marquis Qing, why did you do that? Do you perhaps find this amusing?" Li Chunfeng also frowned, his expression gradually darkening. Li Er said unhappily, "Marquis Qing, why do you laugh in such a solemn setting?" Qingxiu said with an awkward smile, "Your Majesty, I laugh because going to war and still needing to calculate good or bad fortune, if that alone can guarantee victory, then it doesn't matter who commands the army. If victory can be secured just by a divination, we might as well have a dog lead the army." Li Jing's old face immediately darkened. The other generals also looked displeased. Li Er shouted angrily, "What nonsense is that? You lead the dog and follow its orders, see if you can win." Qingxiu continued, "Your Majesty, this is war, not a child's game. All warfare depends on human effort, we cannot decide based on what someone calculates. If these two Taoist masters had predicted defeat, would we not fight the battle?" Li Er said unhappily, "The two Taoist masters are men of great attainment, their divination skills reaching perfection. Every time we divine before a battle, the results are always accurate. I will not allow you to be disrespectful to them." Good grief, Li Er already trusted these two fortune tellers so much. No wonder later in life he would trust a group of monks, even believing a treacherous monk's words about taking elixirs of immortality, and end up ruining his health. Li Chunfeng looked at Qingxiu with contempt and said disdainfully, "I can hear that Marquis Qing looks down on me and Taoist Yuan, and must think we are charlatans who spread nonsense. Do you dare let me divine for you?" Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said with a pout, "My fate is mine, not heaven's. I do not have the habit of getting fortunes told. You can go divine for someone else." Good grief, he absolutely couldn't let these two divine for him. If they played a trick and said he had the appearance of an emperor, he might have to leave the Hall of Supreme Harmony lying down today. Li Chunfeng cupped his hands to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, if Marquis Qing doesn't even dare let me read his face, how can he take on the great responsibility of leading the army?" Li Er looked at Qingxiu and said with a smile, "Marquis Qing, since you don't believe in the Taoist master's abilities, why not let them divine for you and see if they are accurate?" Qingxiu frowned and said, "Your Majesty, this cannot be treated as a game. I have just offended the two Taoist masters. If they hold a grudge and say I have the appearance of an emperor, wanting to use your Majesty's hand to get rid of me, wouldn't I suffer a great loss?" The generals all gasped, then instinctively looked at Li Er's expression. Even Li Er's pupils contracted. Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng instantly became furious. Yuan Tiangong's beard bristled, his eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "You brat, how dare you insult my integrity? We who cultivate the Tao have pure hearts and good morals, how could we commit such evil acts?" Li Chunfeng also said angrily, "You are judging a gentleman with a petty man's heart, treating us as narrow-minded people. This infuriates me." Li Er waved his hand and said, "Calm down, Taoist masters. Marquis Qing, I know their character very well, they would never do such a thing. Many people at court dislike them, and many have had their faces read by them, yet they are still alive and well, aren't they?" Qingxiu shook his head like a rattle. "No divination, no divination. I simply refuse." Li Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "You're afraid. What are you afraid of?" "Afraid? I'm afraid of your uncle," Qingxiu pouted. "If you're not afraid, why won't you let me read your face and feel your bones?" Li Chunfeng sneered. Qingxiu's face darkened. He stretched out his hand and said, come on, go ahead and feel. You'd better feel carefully. If you can't find anything, I'll chop you into 8 pieces today, not even the Heavenly King himself could save you." Li Chuanfeng's heart trembled, a strange panic rising within him for no clear reason. Li Er hadn't expected that face reading and bone feeling would provoke such a reaction from Qingxiu. His curiosity itched like ants crawling, and regardless of Qingxiu's attitude, he urged. Li Chunfeng, quickly read Marquis Qing's face and feel his bones. Qingxiu said with some disappointment. Your Majesty, you really do want him to read my bones and face. If you decided that from the start, why not just order me directly? Li Er's expression froze and turned slightly awkward. Raising his hand with a forced laugh, he said. Nonsense, I never thought such a thing. Qingxiu sighed. In the end, it seems I was mistaken. Very well, let's fulfill your wish. Go ahead and read my bones and face. Li Er looked a little unnatural and said. Marquis Qing, from your tone, it seems you have some resentment toward me. Qingxiu forced a smile and said. Your Majesty, if the ruler orders the subject to die, the subject must die. Li Er was moved by this, and suddenly stopped Li Chunfeng, saying. Li Chunfeng, let's drop the matter of face reading. From now on, you are not to read Marquis Qing's face or bones, and never bring up the matter again. You two, shake hands and make peace. Wasn't this still face reading and bone feeling? Since ancient times, there have been very few emperors without suspicion. From this, it can be seen that Li Er's suspicion was truly severe. This is an illness and must be cured. Should he suddenly draw his sword, kill Li Er, and make himself emperor? Such a thought suddenly popped into Qingxiu's mind, and he was startled by it. After suppressing this thought, he took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said with a calm smile. Daoistly, didn't you want to read the bones and face of Marquis Zhenghua? This Marquis is not a stingy person. My hand is right here. If Daoistly wants to read my bones and face, you may do so at any time. As long as Li Chunfeng dared to say anything unfavorable to him, Qingxiu was already prepared to immediately draw his sword and cut him down. His sudden change caught everyone present off guard. Li Er shamelessly smiled and said. Marquis Qing, I already said just now, do not mention bone feeling and face reading again. I think we should simply let this matter drop. Qingxiu nodded and said. If that's the case, then. Before he could finish speaking, Li Chunfeng stepped forward, suddenly grabbed Qingxiu's hand, and looked at his palm. One look was enough to shock him. Li Chunfeng's pupils contracted sharply, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Suppressing that trace of horror, he naturally released Qingxiu's hand. Li Er looked at him with a questioning gaze. Li Chunfeng immediately shook his head and said. Marquis Qing's palm shows nothing unusual, only that he is a man of great fortune and high status. Li Er froze for a moment, his expression displeased. Isn't that nonsense? He is already Marquis Zhenghua and my imperial son-in-law, of course he is a man of great fortune and high status. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Li Jing suggested. Your Majesty, the matter of war is urgent. Let's talk about the battle first. Li Er nodded immediately. The reason I kept you all here is to discuss the war. At Li Er's order, someone spread out a map of the Guanzhong area on the floor. Li Er pointed with a stick to a certain place and said. This is Xiazhou. Judging by the marching speed of 200,000 men, the Turkic army should have reached Linzhou. From Linzhou to Guanzhong, passing through Jingchuan. After estimating the Turks' marching route, Li Er pointed to a place and said. I suggest setting an ambush at Jinzhou, harassing the Turkic army along the way. We can use the strategy of tiring out the enemy, and from the Jiangzhou area arrange several night raids to cause them great trouble. What do you all think? I believe this is inappropriate, Li Jing said. It's too early to discuss this, we don't yet know the Turks' marching route. Such paper talk without knowing the facts is empty. Oh? Duke Wei, what is your opinion? Li Jing continued. The new army's formation can effectively counter cavalry. The land north of the Wei River is flat and open, thousands of li of fertile land, so the formation cannot be used to its fullest. The formation must be placed south of the Wei River, and it should be in a place with high ground on both sides. We can dig horse traps north of the Wei River to reduce the number of the Turks' war horses. I plan to divide 50,000 veteran cavalry into 5 units, attacking the Turks in turn. But the exact arrangement must wait until scouts determine the Turks' marching route. Everyone nodded repeatedly at his words. Li Er looked at Qingxiu and asked. Marquis Zhenghua, do you have anything to say? After carefully studying the map and thinking deeply, Qingxiu said. I believe we must first determine the ultimate goal of this battle, then discuss how to repel the Turkic cavalry. The Turks are a nomadic people made up of various tribes, living in the Mabe region, occupying the Qilian and Yin mountains, 2 natural barriers. They are easy to defend but hard to attack. Once our army goes deep inside, they will scatter like birds and beasts, spread everywhere. This is why they have never been completely annihilated. I think, if we want to fundamentally eliminate the threat from the Mabe region, we should make a plan to completely wipe out the Turkic cavalry. Duke Wei's proposal can only drive them away, it cannot solve the root problem. Li Jing said with great interest. Marquis Qing, how do you think this battle should be fought? Qingxiu smiled faintly and said. If it were me, I would not send 5 units to harass the Turkic army. I would merge them into one and fight a lightning war first. A lightning war means being as swift as lightning, send 30,000 cavalry to strike into the Turks' rear, then 20,000 cavalry from the left or right flank to respond. No matter how many we kill, we must not get bogged down. After one charge, we retreat immediately. Li Er frowned. Why respond from the left or right flank instead of the front? Qingxiu explained. Your Majesty, that is a 200,000 strong army, so vast you can't see the end. Charging from the rear to the front would take at least 3 hours and would require at least 100,000 cavalry. We have only 50,000 veteran cavalry for battle. If 20,000 are for response, only 30,000 can charge. Charging straight through won't work. Attacking from the rear left or rear right, with 1 unit to respond, the battle must end within half an hour before retreating. Once the Turks form an encirclement, those 30,000 cavalry will be trapped with no way to escape. Trapped. Everyone looked puzzled. Qingxiu then remembered that the Tang didn't even have steamed buns, let alone dumplings. He explained again. That means surrounded on all sides, with no escape. Li Er's eyes shone. And then? Qingxiu continued. After that, the Turks will think the Tang army is using a strategy to tire them out and will take precautions. Therefore, I would arrange for a second charge from another direction half an hour after the first, while they are still resting. Li Jing's eyes widened, then lit up, and he laughed loudly. Good. Excellent. Strike by surprise, never tire of deception. After the first charge, the Turks will think we are using the tiring strategy and will rest and prepare. At that moment, another charge from a different direction will catch them off guard. Excellent. Brilliant, Cheng Yaojin laughed harshly. 2 charges could kill at least over 10,000 and greatly reduce the number of Turkic cavalry. Kid Qing, you really have it in you, to come up with such a devious tactic. Li Er's eyes sparkled as if seeing a rising star skilled in the art of war. Marquis Qing, continue, don't stop. Qingxiu went on. The raids can only be done twice, a third time won't work. At that point, the cavalry involved in the raids should rest, then return to Weinan at the fastest speed. In this way, the Turkic cavalry will march in a highly tense state, not knowing when the Tang army might strike again. Keeping them constantly on alert is also a way to tire the enemy. Qingxiu's ideas made everyone nod in praise again and again. And then? Everyone looked at Qingxiu impatiently. Qingxiu smiled and said, I think the 100,000 new troops should not be stationed south of the Wei River, nor north of the Wei River, but in Shanzhou. Li Er, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, apart from Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, everyone stared at Qingxiu with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Liang frowned. Marquis Qing, Shanzhou is dozens of li north of the Wei River's northern bank, far from the Wei River battle zone. Why station 100,000 new troops in Shanzhou? So they can settle down there and sleep? Ho Junji wanted to speak but stopped. Though he didn't ask directly like Zhang Liang, he had the same question. Li Jing looked at the map and fell into deep thought. Li Er frowned and said, the Turkic army will drive straight into the Wei River area and pass through Shanzhou. If the Turkic army has already reached the Wei River will surely become the battlefield. Arranging the formation in Shanzhou would not be appropriate, would it? Moreover, Shanzhou is 50 or 60 li from the battlefield. If the Turkic army breaks through the Tang defenses and drives straight into Chang'an, waiting for the 100,000 new troops to rush over to help will be far too late. At this moment, Li Jing suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed. I understand. Marquis Qing, your plan to station troops in Shanzhou is not to intercept the Turks but to stop them when they retreat, right? Qingxiu smiled and nodded. As expected of Duke Wei, exactly so. Zhang Liang's mouth twitched, and he said angrily. This is nonsense. Do you expect 50,000 cavalry to stop the retreat of 150,000 Turkic iron cavalry? Qingxiu said unhappily. Of course we don't only have 50,000 cavalry. Your Majesty, don't forget, we also have the Air Force. Li Er's gaze froze for a moment. The others also looked utterly confused. Cheng Yaojin asked doubtfully. Air Force? What is the Air Force? An empty army with nothing in it? Li Er said excitedly. Yes. How could I have forgotten the Air Force? Li Jing was also puzzled. Your Majesty, what is the Air Force? Li Er pointed to the sky and laughed. The Air Force, of course, is an army in the sky. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Li Er in disbelief. Your Majesty, Yu Qigong said, I, old Yuchi, never read books, but don't try to fool me. How could there be an army that can fly in this world? Li Er smiled and said, since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you all. Marquis Qing invented something called a hot air balloon. As long as you light a fire, it can carry several people into the sky. The only drawback is that it can only go straight up and down. It cannot fly forward, backward, left, or right. Chang Yaojin was dumbfounded. If it can't fly forward, backward, left, or right, then what's the use of the Air Force? Li Er looked at Qingxiu, chuckled, and said, Marquis Qing, continue speaking. After you're done, I'll let them learn about the Air Force. Qingxiu continued with a smile. I also know that 50,000 cavalry cannot stop 150,000 iron cavalry, but don't forget, we have a natural barrier, the Wei River. The Turkic cavalry will not find it easy to cross the river, and even going around it will waste a lot of time. Once the Turkic cavalry enter the Wei River battle zone, 50,000 cavalry will engage them. After the cavalry, we release some hot air balloons carrying crossbows that fire grenades, while on the ground the artillery carts fire shells. Without even needing the cavalry to fight, the Turkic army will fall into chaos. When have horses ever heard the sound of grenades and cannons? The deafening noise will surely cause the horses to panic and run in all directions. At that time, we can send some cavalry to encircle and kill these headless flies on the outer edge. As for those inside, Qingxiu chuckled, as for those inside, since they're surrounded by Turkic cavalry, they'll be the main target of our artillery fire. Li Jing's spirit lifted. Yes. That's exactly how we should fight. Once Jieli Khan's army flees, they will choose the easiest and fastest road out of Guangzhou, and that road runs through Shanzhou. Coordinating with the 100,000 new troops stationed there, we can wipe out the Turkic barbarians in one stroke. Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong were stunned. They suddenly remembered the grenades and cannons Qingxiu had introduced 2 months ago. Thinking of their power, they both shivered involuntarily. Zhang Liang, Hou Junji, and Duan Zhixuan, however, were completely puzzled. They didn't even know what cannons and grenades were. Li Er clapped his hands and smiled, looking at Zhang Liang, Duan Zhixuan, and Hou Junji. You three have not yet seen the Tang's national treasures. I will now take you to the Ministry of Works to see the hot air balloons, cannons, and grenades. So, Li Er led the way to the Ministry of Works. In the past 2.5 months, the Ministry of Works had already produced over 100 cannons and several thousand shells. As for grenades, there were thousands of bamboo tube grenades and several hundred iron grenades. Because iron was harder to work with, producing several hundred in 2.5 months was already quite good. The Ministry of Works had now effectively become Li Er's imperial armory. Aside from producing swords and armor, all manpower and time were devoted to producing cannons and grenades. A cannon was brought out for a test, its power shocked Zhang Liang, Hou Junji, and Duan Zhixuan on the spot. Then they saw the grenades in action, and the three of them were amazed by their destructive force. When everyone finally saw the hot air balloons rise into the sky, each of them looked as if they could fit a whole egg in their mouths. It had to be said, the craftsmen under Li Er were truly skilled. The balloons produced were even larger, with baskets that could hold 7 or 8 people, and equipped with huge slingshots on top. Yes, slingshots. It took 2 or 3 people to pull them back, and they were designed to launch grenades. But the slingshots were fitted with winch mechanisms, so even one person could easily operate them by turning the crank. When designing these giant winch slingshots, the craftsman had consulted Qingxiu many times at Li Er's request. As the slingshot launched a grenade several hundred meters away, the sound of people swallowing hard could be heard around Qingxiu and Li Er. Hou Junji was the first to recover, smiling bitterly. Your Majesty, with such divine weapons, why do we even need men on the battlefield? With enough hot air balloons and cannons in the rear, forget the Turks' 200,000 troops, even 2 million would be blasted into chaos. Duan Zhixuan sighed. This battle will surely be won, it will be completely one-sided. I'm truly looking forward to it. Li Er said with a laugh. Discussing the war now is still just talk. The exact plan will be decided by the 2 commanders, Li Jing and Qingxiu. Today, everyone should go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will muster the troops and set up camp. Everyone cupped their hands and took their leave. Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the others went straight to the camp, while Qingxiu returned home. After sending off the generals, Li Er was about to return to the palace when he noticed that Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng had not left. Why have the 2 Taoist masters not gone? Li Er asked in confusion. Yuan Tiangang also looked at Li Chunfeng in puzzlement. Li Chunfeng's expression suddenly became agitated. Your Majesty, I am guilty, I have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Li Er frowned. How has Taoist Li deceived me? When I read Marquis Qing's bones and face earlier, it was not as I said. His palm and facial features are far too astonishing. I had no choice but to lie to your majesty. Li Er's heart trembled. He said nothing, just beckoned to Li Chunfeng and turned to walk toward the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng followed him inside. Qingxiu stood outside the Chengtian gate, taking in Li Er and Li Chunfeng's every movement. Although he still didn't know what had happened, from the way the two behaved, he could tell that Li Chunfeng's earlier words about a man of great fortune and high status were definitely just a cover. Unfortunately, he didn't have ears that could hear the wind, so he couldn't make out what the two were talking about. Li Er, oh Li Er, go ahead and keep it up, Qingxiu muttered to himself, shaking his head before getting into the carriage and leaving the imperial city. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Er ordered everyone to leave, keeping only Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Speak, what did you find from your bone feeling and face reading? Li Er stared at Li Chunfeng without blinking, his mind also wandering. What if Li Chunfeng was actually narrow-minded and, just to stir up trouble, randomly claimed that Marquis Qing had the appearance of an emperor? While Li Er was still lost in these thoughts, Li Chunfeng began to speak. With a slightly excited expression, Li Chunfeng said, Your Majesty, although I have not been practicing for long, when it comes to the art of face reading in the Tang today, if I claim to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. At the side, Yuan Tiangang nodded slightly, showing agreement with Li Chunfeng's statement. Li Chunfeng continued. From the outside, Marquis Qing's palm and facial features indeed belong to a man of great fortune and high status. But I looked beyond the surface and saw a hidden side to his face. Oh? Li Er asked in puzzlement, what hidden side? Li Chunfeng's face suddenly turned red with excitement. I discovered that Marquis Qing's fate pattern, his life trajectory, suddenly began in the early Zhenguan era. Before the early Zhenguan era, there was no trace of him at all. Li Er asked, still confused. And what does that mean? Li Chunfeng's voice trembled. Your Majesty, there is only one explanation, that is, Marquis Qing is not one of our Tang people. Li Er nearly dropped his jaw, staring at Li Chunfeng in shock. After a while, he asked in bewilderment. Marquis Qing looks like a Tang man, how could he not be Tang? Don't tell me Marquis Qing is a Persian. Li Chunfeng shook his head. No. When I say Marquis Qing is not Tang, I mean that it is very likely he is not of this world at all. Li Er drew in a sharp breath and asked in astonishment. An immortal? Could it be he came from the White Jade capital? Li Chunfeng pondered. It's not impossible. But I can be certain that Marquis Qing is not a native-born Tang man. I calculated his life trajectory, it suddenly appeared in the early Zhenguan era. Before that, there was no trace at all, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Li Er frowned in thought after hearing this. Looking at Li Chunfeng, he said with a serious expression. To be honest, I actually sent people to investigate Marquis Qing's background half a year ago. But after all this time, not even the slightest useful information was found. He really did seem to appear out of nowhere. After Li Er finished speaking, he muttered to himself. An old man from the depths of the Qinling Mountains who came from the White Jade capital? Could it be that the excuse you gave to fool us was false, and in fact you yourself came from the White Jade capital? Hearing Li Er's muttering, Li Chunfeng's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, could it be that Marquis Qing truly came from the White Jade capital? Li Er's face hardened as he shook his head. What White Jade capital? No matter where he came from, I only know that since Marquis Qing arrived in the Tang, the common people's lives have improved, the state treasury has become richer, and the military has grown stronger. No matter his origin, for the Tang he is all benefit and no harm. Li Chunfeng, is this all you saw? Did you notice anything else? Li Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, then said seriously. I discovered that Marquis Qing's blessings are deep, and there is a golden dragon of fate circling his body, extremely magnificent. Li Er suddenly stood up, eyes wide open. An imperial aura? Did you really see an imperial aura? Li Chunfeng shook his head. Your Majesty, I can be certain, this is not an imperial aura. It looks more like what? Speak quickly. Li Er urged anxiously. Li Chunfeng spoke each word clearly. Like national destiny. Hiss. Li Er sucked in a sharp breath and dropped heavily into the dragon throne, his face full of shock. Li Chunfeng explained. When I read your Majesty's face, your imperial aura was very thick and heavy, and its golden light was pure. Marquis Qing's golden dragon of fate does not have pure color, it is mixed with multicolored halos, which are very similar to the aura of the Tang's national destiny. Li Er said excitedly. Could it be that Marquis Qing carries the Tang's national destiny on him? Li Chunfeng did not answer but instead looked at Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang pondered and said, to know whether he bears the national destiny, I can perform a divination to find out. Li Er urged. Then please, Taoist Yuan, make the divination quickly. Without another word, Yuan Tiangang sat cross-legged on the ground, took a tortoise shell and 16 ancient coins from his sleeve pocket, placed the coins inside the shell, shook it 3 times to the left, 3 times to the right, 3 times forward, then held the shell in both hands and tucked it into his sleeve, closing his eyes tightly, looking very solemn. Li Er and Li Chunfeng didn't dare disturb him. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yuan Tiangong's face flushed red. Opening his eyes with joy, he said, "Your Majesty, it has changed, it has changed." "What has changed?" Li Er asked. Yuan Tiangang said excitedly. "The Tang's national destiny has changed. The last time I calculated it, it was like a river or lake, lasting only a mere 300 years or so. But this time, the aura of national destiny stretches like the boundless sea, endless to the eye, exceeding the original by who knows how many times, at least 1,000 years, if not more." Li Er was overjoyed. "Is this true?" "It is true. But I still need to see the final hexagram." Yuan Tiangang poured the coins from the shell, separated them, and arranged them into a square shape. After studying the hexagram carefully, he suddenly frowned and looked shocked. This shouldn't be. How could this be?" Li Er asked urgently. "What is it, Taoist Yuan?" Yuan Tiangang picked out 8 coins, held them in his hand, closed his eyes and shook them, then placed them on the ground and looked at them, his expression growing increasingly grim. Li Er pressed. "What did you see? Speak. Are you trying to make me die of suspense?" Yuan Tiangong's face turned pale, like that of someone in mourning, and he said in a wailing voice, "Your Majesty, the national destiny is going to run away, it is going to run away." "What? The national destiny can run away?" Li Er's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Yuan Tiangang said bitterly, "I discovered that the great fate which had already merged with the Tang's national destiny has begun to show signs of deviation, and the deviation is very obvious. At this rate, within a month, this sudden great fate will completely vanish." Li Er's face went white, as if struck by lightning. How could this happen? And what about the Tang's original national destiny? What he feared most was that the original 300+ years of Tang's national destiny might be dragged off course by this great fate, and then who could he complain to? Yuan Tiangang explained. "The Tang's original national destiny is still here and has even grown quite a bit, but what I don't understand is, why would this sudden great fortune want to run away? This shouldn't be." Li Er became anxious, stood up, and began pacing. Suddenly, Yuan Tiangang seemed to think of something. He looked sharply at Li Chunfeng, his face filled with shock. "Taoist Li, the national destiny I just saw was almost exactly the same as the golden dragon of fortune you spoke of. Could it be, could it be?" Li Chunfeng was also shocked. "You mean, the Tang's national destiny is entirely tied to this?" Yuan Tiangang slapped his forehead, got up from the ground, and urged, "Your Majesty, quickly go find Marquis Qing, Marquis Qing is going to run." Li Er froze, looking completely dumbfounded. Yuan Tiangang became a little anxious. "Your Majesty, hurry. If you don't go stop Marquis Qing now, I fear he'll leave." Li Er snapped out of it, still confused, and asked, "Why would Marquis Qing run? And what does whether he leaves or not have to do with the Tang's national destiny?" Yuan Tiangang quickly explained. "The national destiny I calculated matches the great fortune Taoist Li found on Marquis Qing. Marquis Qing's great fortune is the Tang's national destiny. If the national destiny is about to run away, doesn't that mean Marquis Qing is about to leave the Tang?" Li Er's face changed. He shouted toward the door, "Guards! Prepare a horse, quickly!" Very soon, a member of the Imperial Guard took the order and went to the Imperial stables to bring a horse. Li Er gathered his robe and continued pacing. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from behind a screen. Wearing a phoenix robe, exuding noble grace, with a graceful figure and dignified demeanor, Empress Changsun stepped out from behind the screen, a faint smile on her face. Upon seeing Li Er, she smiled and said, "I heard your Majesty had finished morning court, so I boiled red date and white fungus porridge to bring you a bowl." Li Er didn't respond to Empress Changsun at all. When he saw the Imperial Guards bring a horse, he quickly rushed out, not even turning his head, and said, "Empress, I'll drink the porridge later. I have urgent business, I must go out at once." After speaking, Li Er mounted the horse in one motion and quickly said to Wang De, "Wang De, issue my order immediately, close all city gates of Chang'an at once. People can enter, but no one may leave. Drive on." Then Li Er, without even changing his clothes, pulled the reins and galloped away. A squad of Imperial Guards quickly mounted their horses and chased after him to escort him. This whole series of actions left Empress Changsun completely stunned. What's going on? She couldn't help but look at Wangda and ask, "Wangda, what's wrong with His Majesty? Why is he in such a rush?" While writing and stamping documents, Wangda explained, "Marquis Qing is going to run away, and the national destiny is going to run away. His Majesty went to chase him." "What?" This, Empress Changsun was completely puzzled. Yuan Tiangang quickly explained the whole matter. After hearing it, Empress Changsun's expression also changed, and she hurriedly arranged for a carriage to leave the palace, heading toward the direction of the Marquis Qing's residence. At the same time, in a carriage headed toward the city gates, an entire family was crowded together inside. Su Xiaochun, full of doubt, asked, "Husband, why did you suddenly decide to go back to Sanha village? And leaving in such a hurry, did something happen?" Qingxiu smiled faintly, then sighed and said, "It's nothing. The war is about to start. 200,000 Turkic cavalry are marching on Chang'an. His Majesty appointed me as Deputy Grand Commander of the Guanyi Route Army, together with Li Jing as Grand Commander, to resist the Turkic cavalry." Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and the others were all shocked, then showed worried expressions. Changsun Pingting said unhappily, "How could His Majesty do this? My husband is blind, how could he send you to war? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. If something were to happen to you, how would this whole family live?" Yunyang quickly covered Changsun Pingting's mouth, her face paling. "Bah, bah, bah. You only know how to speak bad luck. Can't you say something nice?" Lu Yunyan, however, smiled faintly and said, "Put your minds at ease. Although my husband is blind, his ears work well. If nothing else, he can absolutely protect himself." Having personally seen Qingxiu's combat ability, Lu Yunyan was completely confident in him going to the battlefield. Li Yuqing also nodded. "Yunyan is right, my husband's martial skill is exceptional. Even thousands of troops couldn't stop him." Changsun Pingting pouted. "I'm just worried. I've never seen how strong my husband really is, so how would I know?" Li Yuchan poked Changsun Pingting in the ribs and whispered with a playful smile, "If you want to know how strong he is, just find out for yourself tonight." Changsun Pingting blushed at once and started playfully fighting with Li Yuchan. Su Xiaochun frowned. "You two, stop it. All you know is how to fool around. In such a cramped carriage, is this the place for that?" The two stopped obediently. It had to be said, Su Xiaochun, as the principal wife, still carried a lot of authority. Qingxiu smiled faintly. "There's no need to worry. Aunt Qing and Yunyan are right, even thousands of troops couldn't stop me. Besides, I'm a commander. What commander goes charging into battle? Don't they all stay in the rear to direct the fighting?" Su Xiaochun thought for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "That's true. But if we just leave like this, what about our princess? Princess Xiangqing is still at the prince consort's residence waiting for you to come home. By now, she's probably looking forward to it desperately." Qingxiu said. "I've already had Xuanzi arrange a carriage to fetch her. She'll definitely arrive in Sanha village before lunch. The reason I'm sending you all to Sanha village is because the battlefield will be too close to Chang'an, only a few dozen li away. It's better to be safe than sorry. If there's a mistake on the battlefield that lets the Turkic army break through the Tang defenses and enter Chang'an to burn, kill, and loot, it would endanger your safety. Although Chang'an is easy to defend and hard to attack, 200,000 troops could take a city, it's only a matter of time. Sanha village is our main base, grenades and cannons are there, and there are also 1,000 well-trained guards. It's behind Chang'an, so to get to Sanha village, the enemy would have to take Chang'an first. Sending you there is the safest choice." The wives all nodded in agreement. "There's another reason," Qingxiu paused, then said with feeling. "Once the war is over, I plan to stay in Sanha village and no longer attend morning court, just keep to Sanha village and live our family life. If even in Sanha village I can't avoid court politics, then we'll move either to Jiangnan or Luoyang. The world is big, there's bound to be a place for us to settle." At least, that was Qingxiu's plan. After all, there were too many traps in court, one careless move could destroy the family. Just like today, a few careless words from a fortune teller saying he had the appearance of an emperor could plant a seed of suspicion in the emperor's heart. And there was also the lack of trust Li Er had shown, which left him disheartened. Anyway, he already had his title. In the future, he could simply keep a low profile, and if that didn't work, he'd resign and retire. Hearing their husband say this, the women's hearts all skipped a beat. They all knew Qingxiu's character. If nothing major had happened, he would never make such a decision. Li Er galloped to the prince consort's residence and happened to see a carriage leaving the gate. He quickly told the guard beside him to stop the carriage and himself rode forward to approach it. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice came from inside the carriage. "Why has the carriage stopped?" Immediately after, Princess Xiangqing lifted the curtain. Seeing Li Er, she was first surprised, then quickly got down from the carriage and asked, "Father Emperor, why have you come?" Li Er asked urgently. "Why are you the only one in the carriage? Where is the prince consort? Where did he go?" Li Liju answered truthfully. "Just now, my husband sent someone to deliver a message, telling me to pack up and go to Sanha village. As for the exact reason, I don't know. Does Father Emperor need something from the prince consort?" Li Er said bitterly. "So he really wants to leave. Why is this happening? Could it be that he got upset and left because I asked Li Chunfeng to read his face?" Princess Xiangqing asked doubtfully. "What does Father Emperor mean by that? Who is going to leave?" Li Er had no time to explain so much and said instead, "You go back to the prince consort's residence first. The city gates have been sealed by me, no one can leave for now. Stay obediently at the prince consort's residence and don't wander about, understand?" Princess Xiangqing pressed further. "Why did Father Emperor order the city gates to be closed? Why won't you let me go out? Has something happened? I don't have time to explain right now. Do as I say. Go back." After saying this, Li Er mounted his horse again and sped toward the Marquis Qing's residence. Li Liju hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, "Let's go back." Although she didn't know what had happened, she didn't dare disobey Li Er's orders. Besides, Li Er was her father. As Li Er rode, he grumbled inwardly, "Leave if you want, but you even want to take away my precious daughter? Even the princess you want to take with you, looks like Marquis Qing is truly determined to leave. Just where have I offended him?" Li Er truly couldn't figure it out. Soon, Li Er arrived at the Marquis Qing's residence. He had been there twice before, and old Lu, who guarded the gate, had seen him before. Old Lu immediately hobbled over on one leg. "This commoner greets your majesty." Li Er asked. "Is Marquis Qing at home?" Old Lu explained truthfully. "About the time it takes to burn one stick of incense ago, my lord took his whole family and left. By now, he's probably already out of the city. Is there something your majesty needs from my lord? Should I send someone to deliver a message?" Li Er's heart jolted. He's already out of the city? That brat sure runs fast. Just as Li Er was about to continue the chase, a carriage stopped at the gate of the Marquis Qing's residence. A chubby middle-aged man stepped down with a smiling face and said, "Your Majesty, why have you come to the Marquis Qing's residence?" Right after, two more people got out of the carriage, one was Cheng Chumo, the other was Cui Yunyan. There was no need to ask, the chubby middle-aged man was Cheng Yaojin. In a rush, Li Er quickly took out a gold medallion from his person and threw it to a guard, urging, "Go to the city gate immediately and see if Marquis Qing has left the city. If not, keep an eye on him for me. If he has, you may summon the city's defense commander to bring him back." The guard clasped his fists and rode off. Cheng Yaojin asked in confusion, "What is your majesty going to do?" It had been many years since he had seen Li Er personally ride to a minister's home. Now that Li Er had personally come to the Marquis Qing's residence, Cheng Yaojin guessed that something major must have happened. Li Er dismounted, rubbed his backside, then sat heavily on the steps and complained. "No saddle at all, my backside is almost rubbed raw. You there, go into the Marquis Qing's residence and find me a saddle to put on." "Yes, this commoner will go at once." Old Lu quickly hobbled back into the residence to fetch a saddle. Li Er looked up at Cheng Yaojin and asked, "Cheng Jijia, what brings you to the Marquis Qing's residence?" Cheng Yaojin knew to prioritize and had to answer when Li Er asked. "I brought my son and niece to visit, and also..." Cheng Yaojin looked a little awkward. "And also to have my niece get familiar with the place and discuss her marriage with him." Cui Yunyan's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. Normally, in this era, an unmarried young lady could not enter her future husband's house before marriage. It was believed that an unmarried woman carried in and would bring bloodshed. But Cui Yunyan was different. She was a widow and had already married once, so this belief didn't apply to her. Li Er glanced at Cui Yunyan and asked in puzzlement, "Cheng Yaojin, you actually have such a beautiful niece? Why have I never heard you mention her before? And, when you say you came to discuss their marriage, who exactly do you mean?" Cheng Yaojin explained. "Your Majesty may not know, she is the niece from the family of my second wife." Li Er was surprised. "From the Cui clan of Qinghe?" Cheng Yaojin nodded. Li Er looked bewildered. "When you say, the two of them, you don't mean your niece and Marquis Qing, do you?" Cheng Yaojin grinned. "Heh, exactly." Li Er was shocked. A woman from the Cui clan of Qinghe to be his concubine? After saying this, Li Er froze, coughing awkwardly twice. He had almost forgotten, his own daughter, a princess, was also this man's concubine. What was so special about the Cui clan of Qinghe? It wasn't more noble than the royal family. If a princess could be a concubine, then a Cui woman certainly could. Cheng Yaojin chuckled. In the past, being a concubine would have been out of the question. My father-in-law from the Chui clan, her grandfather, would never have agreed. But my niece is a widow, and recently my father-in-law asked me to find her a suitable husband. I've nearly searched the whole of Chang'an. If it's not a spoiled second generation, it's a loafer. None of them are worthy of my niece. After thinking it over, I thought of Marquis Qing. They are close in age, he is a young talent. Even though, among his peers, he has many wives and concubines, he is still a promising marquis. So I decided to match them up, and, unexpectedly, it worked. Lier's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes. Marquis Qing's wives and concubines must be in double digits by now, almost more than my imperial consorts, and you still want to push your niece into that pit? Cheng Yaojin blinked and said, Your Majesty, yesterday I went to the prince consort's residence to attend a wedding feast. Lier's face darkened, and he turned his head to shout. Is the saddle ready yet? Hurry up. If you delay my important business, I'll break your other leg too. Coming. Old Lu came hobbling out carrying a set of tack and quickly fitted it onto Lier's horse. Cheng Yaojin smiled, then turned back with a puzzled look and asked. Your Majesty still hasn't said why you're looking for Marquis Qing. Why are you in such a hurry? And why call on the city's defense commander to chase him? During duty hours, a city defense commander was not allowed to leave his post without permission, otherwise, it was a capital crime. After all, guarding the city was guarding the nation's gates. Without an imperial order, even if one's parents died, they could not abandon their post. While the saddle was being fitted, Lier quickly told the whole story from start to finish. Cheng Yaojin's tiger-like eyes widened, his face full of shock. What? That kid wants to run away? How can that be? I still need to become relatives with him, he hasn't even married my niece yet. How can he just walk away? Even if he leaves, he should at least take his bride to be with him, right? No way. I will go with your Majesty to chase him. As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin began untying the horses from his carriage. Lier, seeing this, did not stop him. He mounted his horse and said, I'll wait for you ahead, then rode away. After Cheng Yaojin also mounted and left. Cui Yunyan said anxiously, Chumo, you go quickly and see what's going on. If something happens, remember to come back and tell me. I understand, cousin. Cheng Chumo looked left and right but couldn't find a horse, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and run toward the city gate on foot. Luckily the gate wasn't far, otherwise he might have dropped dead from exhaustion. At this moment, quite a crowd had already gathered at the city gate. Some people anxious to leave the city had begun to grumble, but no one dared to shout loudly. Qingxiu pushed through the crowd, came before a city guard, and shook his waist token. The guard quickly saluted. Greetings to the Marquis who pacifies the nation. Qingxiu put away the token and frowned. What's going on? Why has the city gate suddenly been closed? The guard shook his head. I don't know. Someone from the palace just came with an imperial edict ordering the gate closed. If the Marquis wishes to leave, please wait a while. Our city garrison has a place to rest, would you like to have some tea there while you wait? Qingxiu's heart moved, and he thought, could it be that the gate was closed because of me? Could it be that charlatan Li Chunfeng told Lier that I have the look of an emperor and might one day rebel and become emperor, so Lier hurriedly closed the gates to silence me? Just as his mind was racing and his hand tightened on his staff, the sound of hoofbeats came from behind. A rider in bright armor arrived at the gate, quickly took the steps 3 at a time, and looked through the crowd. His eyes fell on Qingxiu, and he immediately glared, taking out Lier's imperial token and shouting loudly. This is the imperial token granted by His Majesty. All city garrison officers and soldiers are now under my command. Who is the commanding officer? Come see me at once. A man who looked like a general quickly ran down from the city wall. I am the commander here, Han Ming. Greetings, Imperial Envoy. The Imperial Guard said urgently. Immediately gather all nearby men and keep the Marquis who pacifies the nation under guard. If he escapes, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. Han Ming hurriedly waved to the guards on the wall and shouted. All men come down and surround the Marquis who, wait, who did you say? The commander looked at the envoy in disbelief, suspecting he'd misheard. The Marquis who pacifies the nation? That was a famous figure. Just yesterday, the emperor had given him a princess as a concubine. Such an honor showed how highly he was regarded. Given a princess yesterday, and today you want to move against him? That's way too much of a shock. The envoy scolded. Are you deaf? I said the Marquis who pacifies the nation, the one holding a blind man's cane. Quickly surround him. Han Ming immediately gave the order. A squad of city guards, several hundred men, drove the commoners back and surrounded Qingxiu. Qingxiu's face darkened and he gripped his cane tightly. It seemed there would be a fight today. Li Er, you actually believed a charlatan's words and came to arrest me. Truly, a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Qingxiu was utterly disappointed in Li Er's actions. He suddenly drew his cane and said coldly, "Open the gate immediately and let me pass, or I will kill everyone here." That chilling aura and cold tone made all the surrounding guards shiver. Even the commander and the envoy couldn't help swallowing nervously. The commander said nervously, "Lord Envoy, why is this? Why does His Majesty want to arrest the Marquis?" Qingxiu's deeds at Qinling Pass had long spread through the streets of Chang'an, and even the garrison soldiers loved to talk about them. His combat ability was not ordinary. If a fight broke out, the gate might be awash in blood. The envoy also shook his head tensely. His Majesty only told me to stop him from leaving the city. If he had already gone before the gates closed, I was to gather the garrison to pursue him. As for why, he is carrying the Great Tang's national fortune. What? The commander was immediately stunned. I'll count to 3. Open the gate, or I will start a massacre. The envoy's eyelid twitched, and he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Please, Marquis, calm yourself. We are just following orders. His Majesty only told us to stop you, he never said to arrest you. His Majesty will be here shortly. Please understand and wait a short while. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he immediately sheathed his cane, then stepped forward and kicked the envoy hard to the ground. Grabbing him by the collar, he shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say that earlier? You were acting like you were here to arrest me. I thought you really meant to seize me. Damn it." The envoy quickly forced a smile. "Please calm down, Marquis. I was only afraid you'd run. Get out." Qingxiu threw the envoy several meters away. The envoy was knocked dizzy and, after struggling a few times, finally climbed to his feet. The commander, seeing this, didn't dare breathe loudly. Good heavens, this was the imperial envoy, holding an imperial token. Seeing the token was like seeing the emperor himself, and yet he dared hit him? Wasn't this the same as slapping the emperor's face? The city guard stood frozen in silence. The commoners whispered among themselves. Heavens, the Marquis has quite the temper, he even dares hit the imperial envoy, who represents the emperor. Doesn't that mean he dares to hit the emperor himself? Hiss. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Why won't His Majesty let the Marquis leave? Could it be he committed a crime? Probably not. If he had, someone would have seized him already. Didn't you hear? The envoy said His Majesty will be here soon. What? You're saying the emperor is coming? Dear heavens, what an honor, to see the imperial face. This old man's life will be complete. Same for me. I've never seen His Majesty before. I must witness his unmatched presence. As they were speaking, the sound of hoofbeats came from the distance. A man in a dragon robe appeared, followed by dozens in bright armor, riding toward the gate. Li Er, from horseback, looked around. When he saw Qingxiu, joy rose in his heart, and he quickly spurred his horse forward. But when he saw so many people surrounding Qingxiu, he frowned and scolded. What's going on? So many people surrounding the Marquis, are you trying to bully my beloved minister? Disperse, disperse, everyone disperse for me. Hearing this, Qingxiu nearly vomited in disgust. So, you play both the good guy and the bad guy? Truly a double-faced green tea. Qingxiu tilted his head, completely puzzled, and asked, Your Majesty, what kind of act is this? I really don't understand. He truly couldn't make sense of Li Er's mysterious behavior. Li Er dismounted, walked up to Marquis Qing as if no one else were present, and suddenly, with an excited face, grabbed Qingxiu's hand. Looking at him sincerely, he said, Marquis, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Come back. Will you come back with me? Qingxiu suddenly shivered, his rear tightening, and goosebumps covering his whole body. All around, whether soldiers guarding the gate or ordinary commoners, everyone was dumbfounded, gulping hard. What? The emperor personally admitting fault and, in a pleading tone, asking the Marquis who pacifies the nation to return? A few old men who had wanted to see the emperor's face were completely stunned. This was the emperor's unmatched demeanor? Good heavens, this wasn't unmatched demeanor, this was clearly the affection of the Dragon Yang type. The scene was painfully awkward to behold. Qingxiu's face burned hot, he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He tried hard to pull his hand back, his mouth twitching as he said, Your Majesty, let go, quickly let go. So many people are watching. If you're not embarrassed, I still am. Li Er only held tighter, then looked around before shaking his head. No. Even if I die, I won't let go, unless you promise me you won't leave Chang'an. Qingxiu was puzzled. Strange, how did Li Er know I was planning to leave Chang'an? He had just set out, and Li Er had come chasing after him. This was too odd. Qingxiu smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I'm only going to Sanha village to stay one night. Tomorrow morning I'll be with General Wei to muster troops and set up camp. My home is in Sanha village, surely you wouldn't forbid me from going home. Li Er said resentfully. Nonsense. Don't try to deceive me. Do you think I don't know what's in your heart? I already know I was wrong. Marquis, for the sake of all these people watching us, give me some face. Come back with me, return to the Marquis's residence. Do whatever you want, I'll agree to anything. Qingxiu shivered, pulling his hand free with force, taking a step back and swallowing nervously. Pervert, Li Er is definitely a pervert. Do whatever I want? Agree to anything? What does that even mean? The surrounding people all looked at the two of them with strange eyes. To prevent the situation from escalating further, and to stop Li Er from pulling any more stunts, Qingxiu forced a bitter smile and said, Your Majesty, don't be like this. So many people are watching. I'll go home, all right? Li Er relaxed, his eyes still holding a hint of grievance. At this time, Cheng Yaojin finally arrived. He dismounted and hurried over in a few big steps, looking Qingxiu up and down before slapping him on the shoulder and saying in puzzlement, What's with you, kid? Perfectly fine, yet suddenly you decide to leave Chang'an, leave the Tang? If you leave, won't my niece end up a living widow again? Qingxiu was dumbfounded, then suddenly startled and shocked. He had just formed the thought of leaving Chang'an to live in seclusion, and Cheng Yaojin already knew? What's going on? Qingxiu couldn't help but ask. How did you know I was leaving Chang'an? I haven't told anyone. Li Er's expression said, just as I thought. Cheng Yaojin said. Of course His Majesty told me. To chase you, His Majesty's backside is almost rubbed raw. And you, suddenly deciding to leave without a word? Really? Qingxiu said helplessly. I'd better return to my residence. We can't just keep standing here being stared at. Your Majesty can order the gate open so my wives can go to Sanha village first. No. Li Er shook his head. Absolutely not. If we go back, we all go back together. Come, Marquis, mount up. Li Er even took the initiative to lead the horse toward Qingxiu, which startled him. Your Majesty, that won't do, this is your horse. How can I ride it? I'll just take the carriage. Li Er said firmly. No. You must mount. In ancient times, King Wen of Zhou pulled Jiang Ziya's carriage for 8 steps, and the Zhou dynasty ruled for 800 years. If King Wen could pull Jiang Ziya's carriage, then today I will lead the horse and hold the stirrup for you. From here to your residence is 3 li, the Tang's national fortune will last at least several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Come now, Marquis, mount the horse. Qingxiu's mouth twitched nonstop. Li Er's gone mad. Completely mad. He really couldn't understand what kind of ridiculous act this was. Even Cheng Yaojin secretly clicked his tongue. Other than the retired Emperor Li Yuan, probably no one but this young man could get Li Er to personally hold his stirrup. Such an honor. After today, this man would surely be famous across the land, untouchable. Cheng Yaojin was green with envy. The commoners' hearts were in an uproar. Good heavens, this was the emperor, the true ruler of the Tang, personally leading the Marquis's horse and holding the stirrup? What an honor. Qingxiu forced a bitter smile. Your Majesty, please don't. You'll destroy me with such favor. I'll just take the carriage. Li Er's face turned stern. No. If you don't mount, I'll lie down right here and act as your mounting stool. I won't get up until you're in the saddle. Qingxiu was truly embarrassed now. Then, a gentle voice came from behind. Husband, you'd better mount. Don't make things difficult for His Majesty. Whatever needs to be discussed, we can do it at home, this isn't the place to talk. Su Xiaochun, heavily pregnant, walked over. Behind her followed several breathtakingly beautiful concubines, each one a peerless beauty. So many beauties appearing together made the commoners' eyes go wide. Qingxiu couldn't control where they looked, but he didn't want his wives and concubines to become the object of other men's fantasies. So he gritted his teeth, mounted the horse, and told Su Xiaochun and the others. You get in the carriage too. We'll return to the residence first. Li Er showed a contented smile. Thus unfolded a rare scene, Li Er leading the horse in front, Qingxiu riding, dozens of guards surrounding them, and thousands of commoners following along, their numbers growing, like a public parade. Li Er waved over a guard, who dismounted and trotted over. In a low voice, Li Er said, Don't just focus on the road, tell everyone to shout. The guard looked blank. Shout what? Shout, the Marquis who pacifies the nation carries the national fortune. In ancient times King Wen pulled the carriage for 8 steps and ruled for 800 years. Now, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin personally leads the horse and holds the stirrup for 10,000 steps, may the Tang endure for all ages. The guard was stunned, and his eyes showed undisguised disdain. Hearing this, Qingxiu nearly fell off his horse. Li Er, you're still this shameless. What was Li Er trying to do? But soon, Qingxiu guessed Li Er's intention. He must be trying to create an image for himself as someone who respects and honors worthy men. Moments later, dozens of imperial guards began shouting the slogan in unison. The marquis who pacifies the nation carries the national fortune. In ancient times, King Wen pulled a carriage for 800 steps and held the realm for 800 years. Now, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin personally leads the horse and holds the stirrup for the marquis who pacifies the nation for 10,000 steps. May the Tang last for all ages. Riding on horseback, Qingxiu felt his face burning. This act was truly something. At the same time, he was also extremely curious. He carried the national fortune? How had he never known he had the national fortune on him? This was just too absurd. Cheng Chumo finally ran all the way to the city gate, only to be shocked beyond words by the sight before him. After carefully listening to the slogan, Cheng Chumo turned right around and headed back. By the time he reached the marquis's residence, Cheng Chumo was already as exhausted as a dead dog, plopping down on the steps and gasping for air. Cui Yuyan hurried forward and asked urgently, "Cousin, why did you come back so quickly? What exactly happened up ahead?" Cheng Chumo, panting heavily, said, "Cousin, guess what I saw?" "What did you see?" Cui Yuyan asked, then turned to the gatekeeper old Lu. "Please, uncle, fetch a bowl of water." "Thank you." You're welcome. Old Lu waved his hand and went to the gatehouse to pour a bowl of cool boiled water, which he brought over. After gulping it down, Cheng Chumo caught his breath and recounted exactly what he had seen and heard. Not only Cui Yuyan, but even the gatekeeper old Lu was stunned. The marquis's residence was not far from the city gate, and soon the procession arrived at its front. Many onlookers had followed along, pointing and talking about the group. Qingxiu quickly jumped down from his horse, but Li Er said with a trace of grievance, "Marquis, we haven't even entered your home yet, why have you gotten down already?" Qingxiu's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, if it weren't because we'd reached home, Li Er might lead the horse until nightfall. The women in the carriage entered the residence. As Su Xiaochun passed by Cui Yuyan, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but secretly sigh, a girl from a prominent family truly has excellent bearing. She took the initiative to approach with a smile and asked, "Are you from Qinghe?" Cui Yuyan was startled. She had guessed the identity of Su Xiaochun and the beauties behind her, but had not expected that this pregnant main wife of the marquis would approach her on her own. Cui Yuyan smiled kindly and nodded. "Yes." Su Xiaochun smiled charmingly, taking Cui Yuyan's hand. "We've heard about you and my husband. Since you've come here, it's as if you've come to your own home. From now on, we're all one family. Sister Cui, don't be polite, come inside." The magnanimity of the main wife surprised Cui Yuyan. In her mind, she had still imagined the typical pattern of the main wife bullying concubines. In recent days, whenever she thought about what might happen if the main wife of Qingxiu's household did not welcome her, she had felt uneasy. But now, Cui Yuyan completely relaxed. "Yes, thank you, madam." She smiled in reply and followed Su Xiaochun and the other women into the residence. Li Er saw it all and sighed. "Marquis, you truly have married a virtuous wife." Qingxiu joked with a smile. Compared to the Empress, she's still far behind. "Your Majesty, Uncle Cheng, let's go inside too. Standing at the gate being stared at like this, I feel like a monkey on display." Li Er laughed loudly. Yes, let's talk inside." The group entered the residence, and Qingxiu instructed the servants to brew a pot of tea. Unable to hold back, Qingxiu asked, "Your Majesty, what is going on? Why do you say I carry the national fortune?" Li Er's expression turned displeased. "First, answer me, why do you want to leave Chang'an? I merely asked Li Chunfeng to read your face. As a man, do you need to be so petty?" He grumbled, looking somewhat proud and pouty. "Ah?" Qingxiu was surprised. "Your Majesty, I haven't told anyone about wanting to leave Chang'an, how did you know? Also, although I plan to leave Chang'an and never again take part in the scheming of the court, I never said I would leave right now. I've just been appointed deputy commander for the Guanyi Circuit Army, surely I should first help repel the Turks before thinking about leaving." As for leaving Chang'an to settle in Sanha village, Qingxiu did not dare to say it. He feared Li Er would feel embarrassed, as Sanha village was only 30 to 40 li from Chang'an, less than an hour by horse. There had to be more to this, otherwise, how could Li Er know he wanted to leave? And to make such a big show of it, even leading the horse and holding the stirrup just to bring him back. Li Er, still displeased, said, "Tell me the truth, why do you want to leave Chang'an? Don't try to brush me off." Qingxiu, who had originally wanted to casually gloss over it, looked a bit awkward. To tell the truth, I feared that Li Chunfeng, that charlatan, would tell your majesty I have the aspect of an emperor, and then, to protect your throne, you would decide to kill me. Li Er snorted angrily. In your eyes, am I really such a petty man? Even if you have the aspect of an emperor, you are still a meritorious minister of the Tang. You have accomplished so much, revitalized the dynasty, improved the people's lives day by day. If you truly had the aspect of an emperor, as long as it benefits the realm and the people, I could just as well pass the throne to you. Qingxiu secretly rolled his eyes. Others might believe such words, but he absolutely would not. Li Er was an emperor who valued power above all, otherwise, he would not have killed brother Qin and his own younger brother, nor forced his father to abdicate. Cheng Yaojin also scolded. And just for this, you want to leave Chang'an? You're judging the heart of a gentleman with a petty man's mind. His Majesty isn't as narrow-minded as you think. At most, Cheng Yaojin added silently in his heart, he's just overly suspicious. Li Er said. You want to know how I knew you were leaving? I'll tell you. Li Chunfeng didn't say you had the aspect of an emperor, he said you were surrounded by a golden dragon of fortune. And that golden dragon is the national fortune of the Tang. Qingxiu's jaw dropped, he looked at Li Er in disbelief. A golden dragon of fortune? What nonsense was this? This was like absurdity's mother opening the door for absurdity, it had reached the peak of absurdity. The corners of his mouth twitched. Did I travel to a cultivation version Tang dynasty? No, that couldn't be right. I must be looking at this the wrong way. I'll have to have a good talk with Li Chunfeng later, and ask how he could possibly see a golden dragon of fortune surrounding me. Li Er continued. I also had Yuan Tiangang do a divination. He calculated that your golden dragon of fortune is the Tang's national fortune. But he said that originally this fortune was connected to the national fortune, yet now it shows signs of running away. So I concluded that the marquis who pacifies the nation, who carries the national fortune, was about to leave Chang'an and the Tang. I immediately set out to chase you, and sure enough, Yuan Tiangang was right, you really were about to run off. Luckily I caught up in time, if I had been a day or two later, you'd probably have vanished with your whole household. As he spoke, Li Er looked relieved. Qingxiu was completely speechless, just as he had been the last time he was this speechless. Empress Zhangsun arrived late and found Ling Er with Qingxiu and Yao Jin, father and son. She breathed a sigh of relief, greeted in the main hall, and went to find Su Xiaochun and the others. Wearing a phoenix robe, Empress Zhangsun entered the tea room in the backyard. Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and Zhangsun Pingting immediately stepped forward to greet her. Zhangsun Pingting affectionately held Empress Zhangsuan's arm and said coquettishly, Aunt, what brings you here? We haven't seen each other for some time, right? The Empress sighed, yes, it's been a while, at least 2 months. It's just like the saying, a married daughter is like water spilled out. Once you have your husband's home, you forget your aunt from your mother's side. You haven't visited even once for so long, truly, when a girl grows up, she can't be kept. Zhang Sunpingting's face flushed from the scolding, and she said playfully, look at what you're saying, Aunt. I've always missed you. I was planning to visit you in a couple of days, but you beat me to it. The Empress said crossly, visit me in a couple of days? You'll be whisked away by that boy Marquis Qin, how will you visit me then? Su Xiaochun chuckled at the side, Your Majesty doesn't know, my husband just said we'd go stay in Sanha village for a while. He didn't say we wouldn't come back. Just look at His Majesty, he's made such a big fuss that the whole city knows. The Empress froze in surprise and asked, so you're just going to Sanha village for a few days? Yes, Su Xiaochun said with a smile. My husband said the Turkic army is coming, and you never know, if the Tang army is defeated and the Turks enter Chang'an, what then? Sanha village is safer. The Empress frowned, don't talk nonsense. We will win this battle. The Tang army will not be defeated. Please have some tea, Your Majesty. Yunyang poured a cup of tea and handed it over. The Empress took a sip, looked at Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun, then glanced at Cui Yuran, and asked puzzled, and these 3 young ladies are? Ling Yuqing quickly stood up and saluted, greetings, Your Majesty. I am Ling Yuqing, my husband's concubine. Lu Yunyun followed suit, greetings, Your Majesty. I am Lu Yunyun, also my husband's concubine. Cui Yuran blushed and stammered, I am Cui Yuran. Aunt, I am the second lady of the Yao family. The Empress was stunned, pointing at the 3 in disbelief, this, in the blink of an eye, your husband has gained 3 more concubines? Su Xiaochun explained with a smile, Your Majesty, they were with him before Xiangqing. We kept quiet to avoid displeasing His Majesty and you. As for her, she's from the Cui family of Qinghe, niece of the Yao family's second lady, and also my husband's unwed concubine. The Empress held her forehead and said helplessly, Heavens. I thought Xiangqing was the 5th wife, but it turns out she's the 7th. This Marquis Qing hides beauties without even telling me, really. I'll have His Majesty lecture him later. Su Xiaochun sighed, Your Majesty knows what my husband is like. We've long gotten used to it. Indeed, Su Xiaochun had found it tiresome. Every so often, rumors would surface about her husband and some beauty, and they always turned out true. During her stay at the Qing residence, she also noticed that the Turkic princess Ashina Yu looked at her husband with a faintly resentful gaze, the kind of gaze Su Xiaochun knew well from the days when her husband stayed away from home for several days. She recognized it instantly. Ashina Yu's look was exactly like hers back then, lonely and frustrated. If those two hadn't been involved, she wouldn't believe it even if beaten. Zhang Sun Wugo suddenly recalled ordering that man to make her sexy garter stockings and blushed, saying, You can't indulge him like this, letting him develop a habit of chasing women and bringing home a concubine every so often. That's outrageous. Su Xiaochun smiled wryly, Easy for you to say, Your Majesty. Men having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. Besides, we women can't keep pointing fingers at our husband, over time, he'd get annoyed. Zhang Sun Wugo scanned the room with a smile and said, It's simple. Depends on how you behave from now on. Zhang Sun Pingting asked in confusion. What does this have to do with us? Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun seemed to guess something, exchanged glances, and fell into thought, a blush on their faces. Li Yuchan was still confused. Yes, what does this have to do with us? Zhang Sun Wugo held her forehead, exasperated. Heavens. You still don't get it? No wonder your husband keeps seeking fun outside. Aside from Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun, everyone, including Su Xiaochun, was clueless. Zhang Sun Wugo glanced at the door, beckoned the young women over, and whispered, Your husband finds women outside because you aren't satisfying him. At night, take turns and serve him well, wear him out a bit. In a few days, he won't have the energy to look elsewhere. Aunt, you. Zhang Sun Pingting's face turned crimson. The others were also embarrassed. Cui Yuran, who am I? Where am I? Is this the sort of scandalous talk a young widow like me should be hearing? Su Xiaochun blushed, frowning tightly. I think Her Majesty is right. Looks like I was wrong. I even thought recently of letting my husband take turns drawing lots to decide who sleeps with him, to keep him healthy. But now I see I was encouraging bad habits. From today on, no more drawing lots. You all. Su Xiaochun gathered Yunyang, Zhang Sun Pingting, Ling Yuqing, Lu Yunyun, and Li Yuchan and whispered, Starting tonight, all of you will accompany him, don't hold back. Wear him out, understand? Everyone was blushing, glancing at each other before lowering their heads in shame. Su Xiaochun patted her pregnant belly, grumbling, If I weren't expecting, I'd join too. Zhang Sun Wugo held her forehead and said with a bitter smile, Xiaochun, that's making it worse, this isn't just wearing him out, it's outright debauchery. You can take turns, like a relay battle. This can be a relay battle too? Cheng Yaojin had originally planned to have lunch here and had no intention of leaving at noon. Qingxiu pretended to try to keep Ling Yan and Empress Zhang Sun to stay, but unexpectedly, the couple were as thick-skinned as a city wall. Without even polite refusals, they directly intended to freeload a meal. Qingxiu also didn't forget the newlywed Princess Xiangqing, Ling Lizhu, who had just spent her bridal chamber night yesterday. He sent someone to the prince consort's residence to bring her over for the meal. Soon, Princess Xiangqing arrived at the Qing residence in a carriage, and surprisingly, Yan Yushi got out with her. Ling Yan was not unfamiliar with Yan Yushi. Last time, during the assassination attempt on Qingxiu at Sujiang Pool, Ling Yan had met her and even played a role in matchmaking her with Qingxiu. But Zhang Sun Wugo, Su Xiaochun, and the others had never met Yan Yushi before and didn't know who she was. Today, Ling Lizhu wore a white dress, her waist slender enough to wrap one's hands around, the belt fluttering, and she had regained her former cold and untouchable temperament, like the unworldly beauty little dragon girl from the Return of the Condor Heroes. Yan Yushi wore a light green strapless dress, but her inner lining extended above the collarbone. Though this made the outfit look somewhat mismatched, it depended on who wore it. On her, it carried a unique charm. Qingxiu naturally knew why she dressed this way. It was to cover the wound below her left collarbone. The wound had only just healed and had left a permanent scar. Tang women's dresses were usually strapless, similar to later low-cut gowns. For some more well-endowed middle-aged beauties, there would even be a deep, dark cleavage. For example, Empress Zhang Sun herself was like that. Because of this, Qingxiu had often admired the Wendy Empress's superb figure. When Yan Yushi got out of the carriage with Princess Xiangqing, everyone thought she was her maid. Only Cui Yuran smiled at Yan Yushi as a greeting. They had met just yesterday and could be considered acquaintances. Zhang Sun Wugo asked doubtfully, Xiangqing, why did you change maids? Where's little Cherry? Didn't she come with you? Yen Yushir froze at this, giving Princess Xiangqing a strange look. Standing next to her, do I really look like a maid? Princess Xiangqing smiled and explained, Mother, she's not a maid, she's a daughter of the Yen family, named Yen Yushir, now my close friend. As for Cherry, she's unwell, so I let her rest at the prince consort's residence. Zhang Sun Wugo nodded in realization, I see. Yen Yushir gave a proper bow. Commoner woman greets your majesty the empress, greets Marquis Qing, and greets the ladies. Her dignified manners naturally won everyone's favor. Ling Yan simply smiled and nodded, pointing to the protruding inner lining at Yen Yushir's chest and reminding her, straighten your appearance properly, and stay for lunch later. Yen Yushir covered the protruding inner lining with some difficulty. It's not that I don't care about my appearance, it's just hard to. Ling Yan waved a hand. Your Majesty, don't mind it, Miss Yen has an injury here. She's dressed like this to cover it. The Empress suddenly understood, but then frowned, oh, so that's it? Wait, no. How does His Majesty know about Miss Yan's injury? Could it be that Li Er and she? She secretly glanced at Li Er, seemingly already considering when to have this Miss Yen enter the palace as a Chiron, talent. Wu Meinyang, the correct way to introduce a Chiron. Li Er rolled his eyes at the Empress's look. Empress, what are you imagining? Miss Yen was injured because she saved Xiangqing and Marquis Qing at Sujiang Pool and took an arrow to the chest. The Empress looked slightly embarrassed. Princess Xiangqing added, yes, Mother, you don't know how brave Shirshir was. Facing over a dozen assassins, she risked her life to save me and the prince consort. If it weren't for her, we might have died at Sujiang Pool. The Empress nodded. Then we must thank Miss Yen properly. Being praised like this, Yen Yushir blushed deeply. Su Xiaochun asked in surprise, husband was assassinated? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Qingxiu brushed it off, you were all in Sanha village at the time. Too many people were involved, and His Majesty ordered a gag, so of course you didn't know. Su Xiaochun complained, and you didn't even tell me when you came home. Qingxiu smiled, I was unharmed, so I didn't tell you. Su Xiaochun muttered, from now on, whatever happens, husband must tell me. I'm your wife, if everyone knows except me, it makes me seem very unfit for the role. I understand, don't worry, never again. Since Su Xiaochun was pregnant and carrying her belly all day was hard work, Qingxiu pampered her in every possible way, always giving in when he could. Su Xiaochun went over to Yen Yushir and bowed slightly. Thank you, Miss Yen, for saving my husband. Yen Yushir quickly waved her hands. It's nothing, it's my duty. If it happened again, I'd do the same. Su Xiaochun was very moved, her gaze lingering slightly longer on the area Yen Yushir kept covered. Then it was time to eat. The women sat at one table, the men at another. The men talked about military and state affairs, while the women's table naturally talked about men. Su Xiaochun seemed distracted for the whole meal. She wasn't one to hide her thoughts, so it was clear to everyone that something was on her mind. Zhang Sun Wugo asked with concern, Xiaochun, why are you downcast? Being pregnant, you should keep a cheerful mood. If you have worries, speak up, the palace has been through it all, and my advice might help you. Su Xiaochun gave a bitter smile and glanced at Yen Yushir before speaking reluctantly, Miss Yen took an arrow to save my husband, she'll probably have quite a scar. I'm thinking, how can we repay such a great kindness? Surely a simple, thank you isn't enough. Yes, Princess Xiangqing smiled, then her eyes gleamed slyly. Sister, because she saved your husband, she now has such a big scar on her chest, it'll be hard for her to marry. To show our gratitude, let's help her find a husband who won't mind her scar. Yen Yushir blushed and looked at Li Lizhu in confusion. Didn't we agree that after you got married, I'd come as a concubine? Why does this sound like you're marrying me off to someone else? For some reason, Yen Yushir suddenly felt uneasy. Find her an ideal husband? Su Xiaochun looked in surprise at Princess Xiangqing and Yen Yushir, but Yen Yushir quickly shook her head. I really don't want to get married now. As for finding an ideal husband, forget it. Madam has already thanked me, so let's count this lunch as my thank you gift. What a joke, she had risked her life and finally secured a marriage prospect. She couldn't let Princess Xiangqing ruin it with just a few words. So Yen Yushir's gaze toward Princess Xiangqing was full of quiet resentment. Hearing this, Princess Xiangqing rolled her eyes. What a silly, naive girl, doesn't know how to take the opportunity to climb up. An ideal husband, Su Xiaochun murmured, frowning. In our Sanha village, those of marriageable age are mostly farmers' sons. I suppose Miss Yen may not think much of them. This is really a bit of a problem. Yen Yushir quickly said in embarrassment, Madam Qing, really, there's no need. But Zhang Sunpingting's eyes lit up. She giggled, my brother isn't married yet. Why doesn't Miss Yen become my sister-in-law? My brother may be a bit unruly at times, but he's somewhat talented, and he's not bad looking, he's rather handsome. Su Xiaochun's face brightened. Right. How did I not think of Pingting's older brother? Even if you don't like him, there's still Cheng Chumo from Uncle Cheng's family in the front courtyard. Surely one of them could be the ideal husband for you. Princess Xiangqing was a little dumbfounded. She had originally planned to give a little push so Su Xiaochun and the others would realize that the Yan family's legitimate daughter would one day become someone's concubine, so they would be mentally prepared. Unexpectedly, it had completely backfired. Yan Yushur quickly stood up, visibly agitated. I don't want to. I don't want an ideal husband. I really don't want to get married yet. How could Empress Zhangsun be anything but perceptive? Seeing her reject two fine young men so firmly, and recalling the misunderstanding at the midsummer poetry gathering, along with the life-saving debt at Furong Gardens Tsujiang Pool, she could guess that this Yan family daughter already had someone in her heart. And that person was very likely her own son-in-law. She was about to speak up to stop things, when Ling Lizhu stood and smiled. Sister, I was only joking earlier, why take it so seriously? Besides, His Majesty has already promised Miss Yan a marriage. The Empress froze. His Majesty? Why is he getting involved in this? Su Xiaochun was surprised. His Majesty promised a marriage? Miss Yan, you've been given such an honor? Tisk, tisk, Zhang Sun Pingting exclaimed. I didn't expect Sister Yan to receive a royal marriage decree. I wonder which talented young man will marry such a beautiful, educated lady as Miss Yan. Before Yan Yushur could speak, Ling Lizhu covered her mouth and smiled. Tell me, what does a royal marriage decree from His Majesty mean? What does it mean? What else could it mean? It must be the greatest honor, Zhang Sun Pingting quickly agreed. Li Yuchan thought for a moment and interjected, few people in the world can receive a royal marriage decree. It's a great imperial favor. Miss Yan's intended husband must be someone of extraordinary talent and distinction. Princess Xiangqing glanced at the now stunned Yan Yushur and smiled again. Then what if His Majesty grants the marriage, but the man's family doesn't agree, what would happen? Zhang Sun Pingting grew indignant. That would be sheer ingratitude. Miss Yan is a beauty of national renown, born into a scholarly family, the legitimate daughter of the Yan household. She's more than qualified to be a princess consort, how could the man's family possibly refuse? Li Yuchan looked at Yan Yushur with a hint of sympathy. Even the blunt Yunyang spoke up. If His Majesty grants a marriage and the man's family refuses, isn't that defying an imperial order? That's rebellion against the throne, it should be punished. Only Su Xiaochun began to feel a bad premonition. Cui Yuran, who already knew the truth, stared in shock at the princess, thinking, this is the princess, and she's also a wife, and she's scheming to push another woman toward her husband? Only Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyun, being older and sharper-minded, were watching everyone's expressions closely. The two exchanged a glance. Lu Yunyun covered her forehead with a bitter smile and shook her head slightly. This husband's wives and concubines really were too simple-minded. Li Yuqing stopped pretending. She narrowed her eyes and said slyly, if the man's family doesn't agree to the marriage, why not just have our husband take her as a secondary wife? The words shocked everyone. Yunyang, Zhang Sun Pingting, and the others all looked angry. Sister Qing, no, Aunt Qing. How could you say that? Zhang Sun Pingting shouted. Husband already has so many concubines, and you still want to add another? Li Yuchan pouted. Exactly. Even though our names differ by only one character, we're both from the Yu generation. Don't expect me to call you Aunt Qing, I'll call you Sister Qing at best, and that's already showing you respect. Everyone knew that Zhang Sun Pingting's Aunt Qing was mocking Li Yuqing's age. Li Yuchan's words hit right where Li Yuqing was weakest. Li Yuqing looked at her earnestly and said excitedly, thank you. Li Yuchan tilted her head, confused. Did I not say it harshly enough? At this moment, Su Xiaochun frowned. Enough, stop bickering. And you too? She looked at Princess Xiangqing and Yan Yushur. Stop acting. I already figured it out. Princess, when you brought this up, hadn't you already planned it? Princess Xiangqing looked guilty. What would I have planned? Su Xiaochun said angrily, don't play dumb. You wanted to take this opportunity to let us all know that His Majesty's promised marriage to Miss Yan is actually to our husband, right? Princess Xiangqing awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Everyone, seeing this scene, gradually understood, so there was a trap here. Zhang Sun Pingting shouted angrily, Li Lizhu, I treated you as my cousin, and you tricked me? Do we even count as relatives anymore? Who sets up their own cousin like this? In fact, the two of them were barely related. Their closeness came from Zhang Sun Pingting being the Empress's niece, often entering the palace since childhood, and being the same age as Princess Xiangqing. They had grown up together as close friends. Li Yuchan said indignantly, so, you just got married and already side with outsiders? You went in such a big circle, and it was all for this? Anyway, I'm just a concubine, I don't care. I'm full, so I'll go make some tea for everyone. With that, Li Yuchan left the table and disappeared. She had been raised as the daughter of a wealthy family and knew well how dangerous such infighting could be. Since she had little say in the Qing household anyway, she simply found an excuse to slip away. But the others did not have Li Yuchan's level of awareness. Yunyang said with a bitter face, even if I don't agree to this marriage, it won't work, that would be the crime of defying imperial authority. But even if I agree, it's no use anyway. I can't make the decisions in the household, hee. After she finished, Yunyang couldn't help but giggle. After being a small concubine for Qingxiu for so long, Yunyang's originally reserved personality had improved. She had become more lively and cheerful. More importantly, under the shared influence of everyone, Yunyang had gradually become bolder. Especially in bed, whatever Qingxiu asked her to do, she could go one step further. For example, if he asked her to bite, she could bite in different ways until you trembled, just say whether it hurt or not, and that would be the end of it. Yunyang, you've really been spoiled. Su Xiaochun gave Yunyang a pinch in annoyance, though she didn't dare use much force. Li Yuqing also spread her hands helplessly and said with some innocence, I saw this coming long ago, that's why I said what I did. Yet you all are blaming me now. Yan Yushi, the one involved, said apologetically, I've made things difficult for the ladies. At the time, I acted on impulse to save someone, without thinking this far ahead. If I've caused trouble for the ladies, then just pretend this never happened. After speaking, Yan Yushi stood and gave a bow, her eyes reddening as she prepared to leave. Am I destined to have no fate with Qingxiu? Princess Xiangqing asked urgently, why are you leaving? Su Xiaochun also stood up, grabbed Yan Yushi, and said with a complicated expression, please wait, Miss Yan. We don't mean to reject you, it's just that this happened suddenly, so we all need some time to accept you. Yan Yushi's delicate body trembled, and she asked blankly, what do you mean? Princess Xiangqing grinned. What else could it mean? It means they've accepted you. Yan Yushi widened her eyes, somewhat in disbelief. They've accepted me? Just now they were acting like it was the end of the world. Su Xiaochun sighed helplessly. You were injured because of my husband. By reason, my husband should be responsible for you, otherwise, he'd seem too heartless. We acted poorly just now because we couldn't accept it right away. Yan Yushi insisted, Madam Qing, it's fine. If I've truly made everyone unhappy, then from now on I simply won't interact with Qingxiu. Su Xiaochun released her hand and said to Ling Lizhu, she's your responsibility now. I'm tired and will go rest. Su Xiaochun turned and went to her room. Yunyang hesitated, then followed. After they went inside, they never came out again. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyun also found excuses to leave, and Empress Zhangsun and Zhangsun Pingting went to the front courtyard. At the dining table, only Xiangqing, Yan Yushi, and Cui Yuran remained. Looking at the now empty surroundings, Yan Yushi said nervously, Princess, it seems, they don't like me much. Maybe we should forget it. At worst, I just won't marry in this lifetime. Ling Lizhu flicked her forehead and said sternly, what nonsense? Big Sis already said, they just need time to get used to it. No wonder, what woman can easily accept her husband's wives and concubines being so many? I'm the same. If it were you, you'd feel the same way. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't bother helping you. Who wants to share their man with others? She rolled her eyes, then glanced at Cui Yuran and continued, they accepted Miss Cui so quickly, it makes no sense they wouldn't accept you. This is just the usual process. Don't take it to heart, after spending some time together, you'll find they're all easy to get along with. Come on, I'll take you back to the Yen residence. Then Ling Lizhu took Yan Yushi away. Cui Yuran, finding herself alone, felt bored and wandered toward the front courtyard. Passing by the dining hall, she overheard her uncle Chang Yaojin speaking with someone inside. Chang Yaojin, nephew, when it comes to marriage, the sooner the better. I think we should find a time soon for my wife's niece to marry into your household. She's been married once already, so she won't care about the formalities, keep it simple. Once her father settles in Chang'an, just arrange a carriage to bring her over. Outside, Cui Yuran blushed and also felt a little angry. What did he mean, keep it simple and just bring her over in a carriage? She wanted to rush in and show her eloquence, but thinking about it, she realized Chang Yaojin was right. She had been married once already, so there was no need for all those worldly rituals. Marriage was just a formality anyway. Qingxiu, then I'll follow Uncle Chang's suggestion. Do you know when Miss Cui's parents will arrive in Chang'an? Chang Yaojin, I got a letter this morning, they'll be here in at most 5 days. That's why I came today. Li Er interrupted, 5 days might not work, the Turkic army of 100,000 is invading. If battle breaks out, it won't be over in 5 days. Cheng Yaojin, then we'll wait until the war is over, and I'll come again. That's fine. Then I'll take my leave with Choer. Your Majesty, will you return to the palace with me? Li Er nodded. Yes, I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to the palace with you. Hearing this, Cui Yuran quickly hid. When Cheng Yaojin and the others came out, she casually walked out as if they had met by chance. Qingxiu, seeing this from an all-knowing perspective, couldn't help but smile. With nothing to do that afternoon, Qingxiu took a nap. After dinner, he waited and waited for the most important part of the evening. Once the servants had cleared the table, Qingxiu sipped his tea and smiled. What are we waiting for? Bring out the name plates. The most important part was choosing from the plates. The family sat together, looking at each other. In the end, all eyes turned to Su Xiaochun. In her heart, she sighed, being the woman of the household isn't easy. Clearing her throat, she said, after our discussions, starting today, husband doesn't need to draw plates anymore. Qingxiu was surprised. No more drawing plates? Didn't we agree to use it to help me restrain myself in married life? Giving up already? Everyone's expressions turned odd. Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes. If he restrained himself any further, he'd probably have even more wives and concubines. He had restrained himself for just a few days and already added 2 concubines. If he restrained himself more, what then? No more restraint. Su Xiaochun smiled sweetly. Husband is still young, full of vigor, in the prime of life. He's healthy and strong, there won't be any problem. So starting today, no more drawing plates. You all. She stood, looked around, and pursed her lips. Tonight, whoever wants to serve in the bedchamber can do so, but it definitely won't be me. Qingxiu was stunned. This sudden change left him a bit overwhelmed. That night, since no nameplate was chosen, Qingxiu, in order to take everyone's feelings into account, also didn't decide who would serve him. After everyone dispersed, he returned to his own room, thinking about who might come knocking that night. Zhang Sun Pingting went back to her room, sat on the bed, and murmured to herself, husband is going to war. Who knows when he will return? The battlefield is full of danger, I truly worry for him. No, husband leaves early tomorrow morning. How can I, as his wife, not see him off properly? A blush appeared on Zhang Sun Pingting's cheeks. She picked up an oil lamp and went straight to Qingxiu's room. From his god's eye view, Qingxiu saw it was Zhang Sun Pingting at the door and felt a bit disappointed. Why? The reason was simple, she was too young, and when things reached a certain stage, she would become reserved. Her skills were also average. But soon Qingxiu smiled. Though her skills weren't as good as the others, she was still the freshest and tenderest of them all. Having someone to share the bed with was better than having no one. When Zhang Sun Pingting knocked, Qingxiu simply said, come in. She entered with the oil lamp, locked the door, and in the dim light, her face flushed, looking especially enticing. Husband. She called softly, then walked over, lighting the 2 candles on the bedside table. The room instantly became much brighter. They had been married for a few months now and were like an old married couple, so Zhang Sun Pingting had learned to take the initiative. She took off her shoes, got into bed, and hugged Qingxiu tightly, speaking in a muffled voice, husband, you'll be leading troops tomorrow. Who knows when you'll return? Pingting wants to spend tonight with you, is that all right? She looked up at him, her long eyelashes trembling, her pretty face even more rosy and charming. Qingxiu scratched her small nose and chuckled. Of course. Since none of the others came, tonight you're the lucky one. A shy and happy smile spread across her face, and she leaned up to kiss him. In Su Xiaochun's room, Yunyang finished making the bed and climbed into sleep. Because Su Xiaochun was pregnant, she couldn't be alone at night, so Yunyang had been sleeping with her. Seeing Yunyang's quick movements, Su Xiaochun frowned. Yunyang, you're fast tonight. Yunyang smiled. It's getting cooler, so I'm warming the bedding for you first. After the autumn equinox, the weather grew colder. The nights were now around 17 or 18 degrees, still quite comfortable. Yunyang's thoughtfulness moved Su Xiaochun. She took out 2 garter stockings, one black, one red, from the wardrobe and tossed them over. I appreciate your kindness, but husband leaves for the military camp early tomorrow and who knows when he'll be back. It's not proper for me to serve him like this with my big belly. So, Yunyang, take these 2 garters and go to husband tonight. I'll have Chuanxiu stay with me. Chuanxiu was a 14-year-old maid in the household, careful, lively, and Su Xiaochun's personal servant. Yunyang blushed and hesitated. But, if I go to master tonight, will the others think I'm competing for favor? Maybe I shouldn't. There will be plenty of chances when he returns. Su Xiaochun pulled Yunyang out of bed, annoyed. We've lived together for so long, you know they aren't petty. Even if someone goes to husband tonight, the others, hearing sounds from his room, will just give up. Since it's just the first night, they haven't gone yet, you hurry along. Before Yunyang could finish, Su Xiaochun shoved her out the door, stuffed the 2 garters into her arms, and slammed the door shut, locking it. Yunyang gave a bitter smile, her face full of shyness. Not wanting to be seen, she hurried toward Qingxiu's bedroom. Qingxiu, in the middle of a battle of tongues, saw Yunyang approaching through his god's eye view and released his lips. Zhang Sun Pingting, already full of watery charm, whispered, "Why did you stop, husband?" Qingxiu took a deep breath and chuckled. "You're too fierce, I can't even breathe when you kiss me." She blushed with a trace of guilt. "Husband, am I very clumsy?" "Clumsy, yes, but diligence makes up for clumsiness. You should learn from your sister Yunyang in the future." Pingting nodded shyly. "Yes, I will, husband." Just as she was about to kiss him again, there was a knock at the door. Pingting instantly perked up, sat up, and muttered, "Who is it now? How shameless. I don't care, husband is mine tonight. Send her away and make her go to bed." Qingxiu whispered, "That's not nice. Didn't I tell you before, I hate it when women compete for favor. Pingting, hide in the wardrobe for now. I'll see who it is and send them away before calling you out." "All right then." Pingting, without thinking too much, pouted, put on her shoes, and hid in the wardrobe. Qingxiu smirked and called out, "Come in." The door pushed but didn't open. From outside came Yunyang's gentle voice, "Master, it's me, Yunyang. Why did you lock the door?" "Wait, I'll open it for you." Qingxiu got up, opened the door, and pulled her inside. Yunyang's face was shy, and she held a black and a red garment in her arms. Qingxiu instantly perked up. Yunyang clearly knew what to do better than Pingting, she even brought garter stockings. Pingting would never think of that. She would have to learn from Yunyang later. "Master," Yunyang said softly, "Mistress sent me. She locked her door, and I couldn't get in. Please take me in." Her watery eyes looked at him pitifully, making her seem utterly delicate. Qingxiu laughed. "Since she locked the door, I can't exactly turn you away. Get into bed." Yunyang lowered her head shyly, climbed into bed with the black and red garters. In the wardrobe, Zhang Sun Pingting bit her lip in frustration. "Weren't you supposed to send her away? Why did husband keep her?" Hearing the sounds outside, she was speechless. Meanwhile, Li Yuchan had returned to her own room, ordered 2 basins of hot water, and quickly washed up. Once dressed neatly, her face flushed red, she headed straight for Qingxiu's room. In the wardrobe, Zhang Sun Pingting ground her teeth as she listened to Yunyang's dreamy, murmuring tone, cursing her as shameless. She was about to push open the wardrobe and step out when another knock came at the door. Yunyang, who had been completely focused and deeply involved, sat up like a startled bird, her face flushed. "Master, someone's knocking." "I heard." "What do we do?" Yunyang asked nervously, looking to Qingxiu for help. She was good in every way, except she had no decisiveness. Qingxiu pointed to the other wardrobe where bedding was kept and said in a low voice, "Go hide in that wardrobe. I'll see who it is, and when they leave, I'll call you out." Yunyang, even less quick-witted than Zhang Sun Pingting, immediately darted into the bedding wardrobe to wait quietly. "Who is it?" Qingxiu asked after a pause. From outside came a slightly trembling voice, "Husband, it's me, I'm Yuchan. Are you asleep? Wait a moment." Qingxiu quickly went and opened the door for Ling Yuchan. His heart was nearly bursting with glee. He had thought it would be 2 birds with 1 stone, yet here it was turning into plum blossoms in 3 rounds. He pulled Ling Yuchan inside, inhaling a delicate fragrance that made him praise, so fragrant. Ling Yuchan shyly lowered her head, a bit bashful. "Does husband like it?" I like it." Ling Yuchan wrapped her arms around him and whispered, "Husband will soon go to war. Tonight, Yuchan comes to serve you, to see you off. Please be gentle." Then she leaned up and kissed him. "Well now, not even on the bed yet and already this direct?" Qingxiu simply scooped her up in a princess carry. In the wardrobe, Zhang Sun Pingting was fuming. This little fox Ling Yuchan, who always seemed so virtuous and proper, was acting like a different person now. And husband, wasn't he supposed to send Yunyang away and let her come out? Not only had he not sent Yunyang away, he'd kept Ling Yuchan too. She was about to storm out and start a fight, but then an idea came to her, and her eyes lit up. She muttered, "Humph, I'll wait until you're just getting started, then I'll come out and ruin it for you." In the other wardrobe, Yunyang was on the verge of tears. Wasn't he supposed to send her away? Why had he kept her? Did husband not want her to serve him tonight after all? Fine, she'd just sleep in the wardrobe tonight. It wasn't a bad option, the wardrobe was big enough for her to lie down comfortably. Princess Xiangqing, meanwhile, was far more particular. In her room, she had a large wooden tub filled with fresh seasonal petals. She bathed herself carefully, then wrapped herself in a thin, white, silk robe embroidered with lotus flowers, took a lantern, and headed for Qingxiu's room. Ling Lizhu blushed slightly when she saw Qingxiu's room still lit. Confirming he wasn't asleep yet, she paused at the window. Hearing no sounds from inside, she felt a surge of happiness. Good, no one's here yet, she murmured, then went and knocked on the door. Qingxiu was dumbfounded. What was going on tonight? Was he fated for peach blossoms? No, this wasn't good fortune, this was a peach blossom calamity. Hearing the knock, Ling Yuchan panicked. She pushed Qingxiu away and hurriedly straightened her clothes, asking anxiously, "Husband, someone's here, what should we do?" She had yet to grasp the meaning of 3 people together and I can learn from them, so the idea of someone coming at such a moment naturally startled her. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He pointed to the wardrobe. "Go hide in there. When they leave, I'll call you out." All right. Ling Yuchan hurried off the bed and opened the wardrobe, only to be stunned when she saw Zhang Sun Pingting inside. Zhang Sun Pingting's eyes were wide, glaring fiercely at Ling Yuchan, her hands blocking the space inside as if to keep her out. Ling Yuchan pointed at Zhang Sun Pingting and looked urgently at Qingxiu with a pleading expression. Qingxiu grinned, walked over, and simply shoved Ling Yuchan into the wardrobe. Then he went to open the door. At the doorway stood the princess, her face tender and pink, her gaze soft and flowing. There was little shyness, only deep affection as she looked at Qingxiu. Hugging her shoulders, she said in a slightly trembling voice, "Husband, cold." With that, she gave him a pitiful look. Qingxiu pulled her into his arms, shut the door, and scolded, "Why are you wearing something so thin? Who wouldn't be cold like this? Get into bed." Blushing, the princess ran straight to the bed, slipped under the covers, and pulled them over her head. Though she said nothing and made no direct gesture, her meaning was obvious. After a while, with no movement from Qingxiu, she peeked out from under the covers and patted the bed, signaling him to come. Qingxiu's mouth twitched again. He'd thought it was plum blossoms in 3 rounds, turned out it was 4 blessings arriving at once. Fortunately, the bed was big enough, practically the size of a large In's Kong bed, specially made by him. Several such large beds pushed together made the current enormous sleeping space. He climbed in and found the princess wore nothing but the silk robe. Just one pull and it would be paradise. The silk was clearly top quality, surely taken from the palace. Such a robe must have cost at least 80 to 100 taels of silver. The princess murmured softly, "Husband, yesterday was our wedding. I'm still a little unwell. Please be gentle. A genuine case of going into battle injured." "I will," Qingxiu said tenderly. In the wardrobe, Ling Yuchan whispered, "Pingting," from the voice. "I can't tell, who is that?" Pingting, puffing with anger, replied, "Who else? My cousin from the imperial family, Princess Xiangqing." Ling Yuchan panicked. The princess came to serve him? "Oh no, we can't get out. Even if we did, we can't openly take the prince consort from her. Are we going to be stuck in here all night?" Pingting shook her head. "No, if we're willing, husband wouldn't refuse us. That big pig hoof, he planned from the start to keep all of us." "All of us? Isn't it just the 3 of us?" "Right, plus the princess." Pingting rolled her eyes. "Who said only us 3? In the other wardrobe with the bedding, there's Yunyang." Ling Yuchan was completely stunned, her mouth agape, she hadn't even imagined there could be this many. From the bed, Princess Xiangqing panted softly, "Husband, why do I hear people talking in the room? Sounds like, in the wardrobe." Silly girl, he'd been planning to surprise her, but she found out instead. "What sound? How come I didn't hear anything?" Qingxiu pretended to be clueless. He ignored the people inside the cabinet, thinking it would be wonderful to call them all out later when he went into the room with Princess Lingzhu. Prince Xiangqing Lingzhu stretched out her lotus-like arm, pointed at the wardrobe, and frowned. It seems the sound came from this cabinet. The simple-minded her did not think that 2 wardrobes were already stuffed with a circle of "fight the landlord" players. "There's no sound. You must have heard wrong." "Oh," Ling Lianzhu muttered, "maybe I really heard wrong." Prince Lingzhu felt a chill on her body, subconsciously lifted herself up and looked, only to see that her robe had come apart on both sides. Her face turned bright red, and she quickly closed her eyes and resigned herself to fate. Ling Lianzhu was like her name, dazzling like a rare pearl lost in the sea. Her skin was pale and cool, delicate like congealed jade fat, and her beauty was the most outstanding among many wives and concubines. Realizing there was a head resting on her chest, Prince Lingzhu narrowed her eyes, bit her lip, and tried to push it away, but couldn't muster the strength, so she gave up and let him take what he wanted. After returning to her own room, Ling Yuqing also had her servants heat a tub of water. She took off her clothes, poured powder from a small porcelain bottle into it, and then stepped into the bath barrel. After bathing, Ling Yuqing smiled faintly, went to her wardrobe, took out a bright red camisole, put it on, dressed neatly, and headed for Qingxiu's room. Lu Yunyan's process was almost identical to Ling Yuqing's. She also soaked in a powder bath, but instead of a red camisole, she chose a black one with red non-slip thigh straps. There was no doubt that both women had chosen very strategic undergarments. Just as Qingxiu was about to mount his horse, he suddenly stopped, wearing an expression of disbelief. Because Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan appeared in his god's eye view. One approached from the left, the other from the right, they were certain to bump into each other. Already unable to stop herself, Princess Lingzhu urgently asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Nothing." Qingxiu hesitated for a moment, choosing to stall for time. When Lu Yunyan arrived near Qingxiu's room, she immediately saw Ling Yuqing about to knock on the door. A trace of awkwardness flashed across her face, and she turned to leave. Ling Yuqing floated lightly after her. Lu Yunyan shyly said, "I didn't know senior sister would come here tonight. I was inconsiderate. Since you are here, senior sister, please go ahead. I'll go back to rest." Ling Yuqing held her back, smiled faintly, and whispered, "Since we're here, why stop halfway? Let's go together." "Go together?" Lu Yunyan looked troubled. Ling Yuqing snorted, "It's not like we haven't done it together before. Since we already share the same husband, there's no need to hide it. We're both past 30, half-old beauties, no match for those young girls like Pingting and Yuchan. They're still budding flowers, while our prime is almost over. If we can't compete in youth, we can outnumber them. Later, when we're truly old and faded, let Xiener and Xiaoro also warm the bed for husband." Lu Yunyan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Senior sister, how can you have such a ridiculous idea?" Li Yuqing sighed, "Junior sister, wasn't it already ridiculous for the two of us to become concubines to the same husband?" Lu Yunyan thought about it and felt it was true, so she gave a bitter smile. Li Yuqing continued, "I'm already in my 30s. I've figured it out, life is like grass in autumn, we only live a few decades, even a long life is less than 100 years. Thinking about it now, I really wasted so much precious time in the first 30 years. While we're still young, we might as well live freely. What do you think?" A trace of emotion appeared on Lu Yunyan's face, and she nodded, "Senior sister, you're right. I've been too sentimental." Li Yuqing hooked her arm and laughed, "Don't waste time. If some young girl gets in before us tonight, we'll both end up guarding an empty room. Let's go, right now." Lu Yunyan stopped being hesitant and followed Li Yuqing to knock on the door. Princess Lingzhu, who was fully engaged in being nibbled on, was startled by the knocking sound. She barely had the strength to push Qingxiu off her. She sat up in panic, "Husband, someone's here. What should we do?" Qingxiu quickly lifted the blanket and urged, "Go, hide inside. I'll see who it is and send her away, then you can come out." Oh. Li Lianzhu never imagined her newlywed husband could have so many schemes. Without thinking, she dove under the covers, only to feel a heavy weight pressing on her. Another layer of blanket was thrown over her, making her short of breath. Back then, without cotton batting, an autumn quilt could weigh 7 or 8 jin, and a winter quilt was even worse, over 10 jin. Sleeping under one could exhaust you to death, or at least make you uncomfortable. Inside the cabinet, Changsun Pingting was already dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Li Yuchan said speechlessly, "Why is there another one?" Changsun Pingting angrily said, "Husband used the same trick to fool cousin again. If this keeps up, our whole family will be gathered here." In another cabinet, Yunyang was also stunned. Good grief, another one? Looks like they were destined to spend the night in the cabinet. Just then, Qingxiu's voice came from outside, "Who is it?" He was asking knowingly. From outside came Li Yuqing's charming voice, "Husband, it's me." "And me," Lu Yunyan added. Hearing the voices, Changsun Pingting almost wanted to die. She grumbled, "2 of them? Coming together? That's so shameless." "Yes, really shameless," Li Yuchan whispered, then pitifully asked, "Pingting, what should we do? We can't just hide here all night, right?" Qingxiu smiled, "Wait a moment, I'll open the door right away." He said this, then ran to open the door, full of excitement. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were much more open than the others. When the door opened, they walked straight in. After entering, Li Yuqing hooked her arm around Qingxiu's neck and breathed softly, "Husband, you're going to the battlefield tomorrow. Yunyuan and I came especially to see you off." Then she grabbed Qingxiu's hand and placed it under her skirt, giving him a seductive look. "Does husband like it? Silk stockings?" Qingxiu's heart was pounding. Like it? This was exactly to his taste. Like it? Of course I like it, you know me best, Aunt Qing. Ling Yuqing smiled faintly, her whole body hanging on Qingxiu, and whispered sweetly in his ear, "Since you like it, why not carry me to the bed and enjoy me properly?" Lu Yunyun showed a shocked expression. Well now, so this is the kind of senior sister you are. How had she never noticed her senior sister had such a seductive side? Never mind her husband, even she herself was feeling tempted. What man could possibly resist this? No, I'll try too. After Qingxiu placed her senior sister on the bed, Lu Yunyun bit her lip and said with a soft, longing gaze, "Husband, what about me? Did you forget me?" Ugh, so cheesy. After acting coy, Lu Yunyun herself felt it was corny, goosebumps rising on her skin. Then she lowered her head, her face flushed. Qingxiu had never seen Lu Yunyun act so much like a little woman before. His heart burned hotter, and he quickly walked over, scooped her up by the waist, and tossed her onto the bed as well. Under the blanket, Princess Xiangqing's mind and body were taut with tension, extremely nervous. Oh heavens, didn't he say he would send them away? Why did he toss them onto the bed? She had just felt someone bump right into her. This made Ling Liju's heart jump into her throat. If they discovered she was wrapped up in the blanket in her most bare state, wouldn't she die of embarrassment? Ling Liju didn't even dare to breathe. In the wardrobe, Zhang Sun Pingting said angrily, "Shameless, truly two shameless women. The way they act, they're simply sluts." Ling Yuchan agreed. Yes, worse than sluts. Though their voices were not loud, Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun had practiced martial arts since childhood, and their senses were sharp. They immediately heard the sounds from inside the wardrobe. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun looked at each other, then simultaneously glanced at the wardrobe before fixing their eyes on Qingxiu. Ling Yuqing pressed Qingxiu beneath her and smiled seductively. So husband is hiding beauties in a golden house? Which younger sisters are in the wardrobe? Qingxiu leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Pingting and Yuchan, those two little girls. Yunyang is in the other wardrobe over there." Ling Yuqing rolled her eyes at him with charm and said reproachfully, "Since you already have 3 good sisters in your room, why let me and Yunyun in? Husband, you're too bad." Qingxiu chuckled. "If I didn't let you in, how could I gather all 7 Dragon Balls?" Yes, 7 Dragon Balls. With Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun, that made 6 people. Add Qingxiu, and it was exactly 7. Not the kind you use to summon the dragon, though. Lu Yunyun leaned in and whispered self-mockingly, "I thought it was only the 2 of us. Didn't expect they came earlier than we did." Ling Yuqing smiled faintly. "They're all little girls who've had a taste and want more. Only the princess still guards her virtue. Poor princess, on the 2nd night after her wedding, she's left alone in the empty room. And you, husband, are really something, leaving her to endure loneliness so soon." Lu Yunyun blushed. "Otherwise, how would we have this chance tonight?" "That's true," Ling Yuqing nodded gently. Hearing all this, Ling Liju's face burned with shame. So, in these 2 elder sisters' eyes, she was the purest among her husband's wives and concubines. Yet this purest one had been the first to appear in his bed. Now she absolutely could not come out. If they saw her, she would have no face to live. Qingxiu had a strange look on his face. Without speaking, he pointed at the round lump under the blanket. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun froze, then widened their eyes at it. Meeting their bewildered gazes, Qingxiu nodded with ill intent. They both gave a bitter smile. Qingxiu leaned against the headboard, 1 woman in each arm, and said playfully, "The night is long, beauties are here, how could we waste such good time? My dear Aunt Qing, your husband is coming." Qingxiu lowered his head and kissed her. MMPH. Not long after, Ling Liju's eyes widened. Had her husband forgotten she was here? How could he dare this? Oh heavens, how could this be happening? Just as her ears were full of noise, she suddenly felt a chill in the air. Thus, the princess's hiding place was revealed. Still astride Qingxiu, her face like peach blossoms, Ling Yuqing looked at her and said, "Don't hide, we've known you were here all along. Come, little sister, join your elder sister." The princess froze completely. And so, what was originally a landlord card game turned into a mahjong game. About half an hour later, with Zhang Sun Pingting and Ling Yuchan's appearance, mahjong became the card game upgrade. When Yunyang appeared, it truly became the real-life version of 7 Dragon Balls. Until dawn, Qingxiu looked at his handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. They were all fast asleep. He dressed, went out, made himself something to eat in the kitchen, then went to the armory to put on a Tang-style general's armor. The armor was made of refined steel, sturdy yet light, designed after the Tang general's style. Originally made just for fun, it now had a real use. There were still 1,000 such sets in the Sanha village warehouse, prepared for the guards trained by Lu Yunyun. Knowing Su Xiaochun would be unwilling to let him leave and would cry if he went to say goodbye, Qingxiu didn't look for her. He had Wei Laojiu prepare a horse and prepared to leave the Qing residence for the army camp. In the front courtyard, a graceful figure was pacing. Qingxiu walked over. Ashina, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here? In fact, he had noticed her long ago. She had come out to the courtyard from her room an hour ago and had been wandering around. Ashina's tone was a bit resentful and a bit disdainful. With the racket you made last night, who in the whole residence could sleep? I couldn't, so I came out to clear my head. Qingxiu wasn't embarrassed. He came up behind her and hugged her from the back, his hands touching softness. Ashina's body trembled, suddenly feeling weak. Let go of me, she said, blushing, glancing around. Qingxiu teased, was it loud? Not at all. Compared to the noise we made, that was nothing. At those words, Ashina recalled their month-long frenzy. Her breath quickened, and she gripped his hands tightly. Why are you wearing armor? Going to war, of course I wear armor. Her heart trembled. She turned sharply. War? With who? The Turks. Your father has brought 200,000 troops into the border. Ashina looked at him quietly for a long time, then her lips moved as she said in a trembling voice, remember what you promised me, spare my father's life. Qingxiu pushed her away, his expression cold. I keep my word. Then he led the horse out. Behind him, Ashina suddenly called, hey, you be careful too. Come back alive. Qingxiu's body trembled. He turned his head and saw she had already turned and left. Ever since Su Xiaochun became pregnant, she had developed the habit of sleeping a lot, and her sleep quality was very good. Even with the huge commotion from Qingxiu's battle with the ladies last night, she hadn't been woken up. Early in the morning, after getting up and washing, she went to the kitchen. The breakfast had already been placed on the table by the cook, but there wasn't a single person at the table. She first went to knock on Ling Yuqing's door. In the past, Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyun were always the earliest to get up. They had developed the habit of morning exercise, sometimes practicing martial arts in the courtyard, sometimes going to Qingxiu to practice their oral skills. But today, when Su Xiaochun knocked, there was no movement in the room. She pushed the door open and took a look inside. There was no one there. Strange, not in the room? Where did they go so early? She muttered. She went to Lu Yunyun's door and did the same, still no one inside. Puzzled, she knocked on the doors of Zhangsun Pingting, Ling Yuchan, and Ling Lizhu. Each room was empty. At that moment, a beautiful woman with foreign features was squatting at the doorway, holding a bun in her hand, eating with a heavy heart. Seeing Su Xiaochun looking at her, Ashina raised her hand weakly and pointed toward Qingxiu's room. Su Xiaochun went over and knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. She pushed the door open and was stunned by what she saw. On the huge bed, like one in a big roadside inn, lay many snow-white delicate bodies in all sorts of strange sleeping positions, all sleeping soundly, each with a look of satisfied exhaustion. Zhangsun Pingting was competing with the future child of Ling Yuqing for food, occasionally smacking her lips twice. Ling Yuchan was curled up in Lu Yunyun's arms, holding the future child's food bowl. The princess had one leg thrown over Yunyang. Their sleeping poses could only be described as bizarre. Su Xiaochun's mouth hung open in disbelief. Even as a woman, the scene before her made her swallow a few times. Good heavens, they were all here? Her face flushed red as she quietly backed out of the room, closed the door, and stood at the entrance for a long time, unable to calm down. Ugh! Just then, the sound of dry heaving came from the doorway opposite. Following the sound, she saw the Turkic princess with one hand on the wall and the other on her chest, bending over and vomiting, more and more severely. Tears streamed down her face with the retching, and her complexion was sallow. Su Xiaochun went over and asked, Ashina, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ashina looked up briefly in the middle of her vomiting, patted her chest, and shook her head. No, just suddenly felt nauseous. Do you want me to get a doctor for you? Su Xiaochun asked. Ashina shook her head with a forced smile. No need, I feel much better now. All right. Su Xiaochun nodded and turned to leave, but had only taken a few steps when the sound of intense vomiting came from behind again. Her body trembled, and she turned back to look at Ashina in disbelief, her expression shifting. Vomiting, morning sickness? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Ashina's current condition was exactly like her own when she was just over a month pregnant, frequent vomiting with very strong morning sickness. Could it be that she's pregnant? But that shouldn't be, her husband said he never touched her, and even Ashina herself had said so. Could it be, they both lied? Su Xiaochun was now certain Ashina was pregnant. Her expression grew complicated as she went over to pat her back and asked, when did the vomiting start? Ashina frowned. 2 days ago. It's especially bad when eating. Even though I vomit, nothing comes out, and my appetite has gotten much bigger. Yes, she was definitely pregnant. Su Xiaochun was sure of it. Casually, she said to Ashinayu, "From now on, come eat in the kitchen with us." Then she left. Ashinayu looked at Su Xiaochun's departing back, puzzled. Why had she suddenly become so kind? Usually, she was extremely cold toward her. Although she couldn't figure it out, it was still a good thing, at least her meals would be better from now on. After eating a little, Su Xiaochun sent a servant into the city to find a doctor. At first, Ashinayu didn't want the doctor to take her pulse, but she couldn't resist the insistence of the household's mistress. When the doctor was done, he said to Ashinayu, "This is vomiting caused by acclimatization issues. It may last a few days, but there's no need to worry. It will pass in a few days." Ashinayu nodded, looked at Su Xiaochun, and said with a faint smile, "See? I told you I'm not sick, it's just that I'm not used to the food and water here, so I got an upset stomach. It'll be fine in a few days. You don't have to worry about me." "All right, then rest well." Su Xiaochun left the room with the doctor. When they reached the front courtyard, she stopped and asked, "Tell me, what's her condition?" The doctor cupped his hands and said, "Madam, she has a happy pulse, this woman is over a month pregnant. The vomiting is normal morning sickness." Su Xiaochun showed a, "just as I thought," expression, then dismissed the doctor. She personally picked a quick-witted maid from the servant ranks to attend to Ashinayu. This made Ashinayu very suspicious and more alert. Why the sudden kindness? She must have some ulterior motive. In truth, no, Su Xiaochun simply didn't want her husband's child to suffer. At Lantian military camp, Qingxiu was the first to arrive. After waiting for about half an hour, Ling Jing and several other generals arrived one after another. Seeing Qingxiu in the command tent, Ling Jing was surprised. "Lord Qing, you came so early?" Qingxiu smiled. "First time as commander, can't afford to be late. Since everyone's here, when will we muster the troops?" In fact, it wasn't that he got up early, he hadn't slept all night. Last night, he had attended to each of his wives in turn, fighting through the night, and finally satisfied them all. Ling Jing nodded. "Let's start now, come on." He took the drum from the command tent, went to the troop platform, and struck it. Tens of thousands of soldiers in the camp quickly assembled. Together with 100,000 new recruits, they formed two massive formations. The scene was grand, dark with people, like a sea of men, yet completely silent. Ling Jing scanned the crowd, nodded with satisfaction, and said loudly, "We raise troops for 1,000 days to use them in one moment. Tang sons, the time to earn your military merits has come." Several days ago, scouts reported that Turkic leader Sheli Khan led 200,000 troops to attack Xinjiang Prefecture, driving straight into the heart of Guangzhou. Along the way, they burned, killed, looted, corpses everywhere. They slaughtered our people with cruel means. Then Ling Jing began a long speech. It wasn't nonsense, this was the atmosphere a commander had to create. He needed to ignite the soldiers' blood and plant the thought, if we don't destroy the Turks, our wives, children, and families will be slaughtered. Of course, most of what Ling Jing said was true. As Li Jing's passionate speech stirred them up, the soldiers below the mustering platform were all filled with fighting spirit and boiling blood. Even the air seemed to be full of hatred toward the Turks. Right now, the Turks have already passed Linzhou. In as little as 3 days, they will reach the banks of the Weishui River. The Turkic cavalry numbers more than 200,000, but we do not have that many men. We have only 50,000 guarding the Weishui. Our numbers are far fewer, the enemy is 4 times our size. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. The camp echoed with shouts like mountains and seas crashing, perfectly in unison, full of power. Li Jing raised his hand to press down, and the scene instantly quieted. He looked at Qingxiu and said, "Lord Qing, it's your turn to say a few words." Qingxiu was stunned. "You've already said everything. What am I supposed to say?" Li Jing chuckled. "As the commander, you should at least say something. At the very least, let the soldiers see your face. If the Turkic cavalry charges to our doorstep and our soldiers don't even recognize you, how will they protect you?" Qingxiu gave a wry smile. "All right, I'll say a few words." Li Jing addressed the soldiers below. "This time, I will serve as the overall commander of the Guanyi forces, in charge of all matters in this campaign. Serving as deputy commander is someone I'm sure you're all familiar with, our Tang dynasty's Shen Guohou, defender of the realm Marquis. Since he entered official service, the Marquis has achieved outstanding results. He has not only improved the lives of the common people and you all, but also made our nation extremely wealthy. Without him, we might not even have the supplies to fight this battle. This time, the Marquis will personally lead you to meet the Turks in battle. As for me, I will lead 100,000 troops to set up an ambush. Next, the Marquis will speak to you." After that, Li Jing stepped aside. Wearing full armor, Qingxiu stepped forward. 50,000 veteran soldiers looked straight at him, many eyes were filled with admiration and respect, with gratitude mixed in. Why did they look at him this way? It was simple, most of these men were sons of Guanzhong. Their elders had benefited from Qingxiu's policies, their quality of life greatly improved, so many of them felt deep gratitude toward him. Qingxiu spoke loudly, although this is my first time leading troops into battle, rest assured, I am not a rash fool. Since I am leading you to face the Turks, I will be responsible for your lives. I will be responsible for you, and you must be responsible for me. On the battlefield, orders must be obeyed and rewards and punishments made clear. I will make a personal promise, for every Turkic cavalryman you kill, in addition to the court's reward, I will personally give you 1 guan of money. The more enemies you kill, the greater the rewards. For every brother who dies in battle, in addition to the court's compensation, I will personally pay 10 guan. Good! The front ranks of soldiers shouted in excitement, their voices like a tidal wave. The cry spread quickly, and soon those in the back who couldn't hear clearly also understood. Everyone was extremely excited, this compensation was nearly double what the court gave. The court only gave 5 guan. Behind him, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Zhang Liang, Hou Junji, and Duan Zhixuan were all dumbfounded. Good heavens, this was the first time they had seen a commander motivate his troops so lavishly. After all, there were 200,000 Turkic cavalry. If they were all killed, that would be 200,000 guan in rewards. Other than the extremely wealthy Chai Xiao, who else in the court could take out that much money? And that didn't even count the death compensations. If tens of thousands died, plus the kill rewards, it would be easily over 1,000,000 guan. Phew! Hou Junji sucked in a breath and said, Lord Qing, with incentives like this, aren't you afraid you'll have to sell your house and belongings? This isn't a joke, you'd better be careful. Qingxiu turned and smiled. Money is like a bastard turtle, when it's gone, we'll just earn more. What's a mere few 100,000 guan? A mere few 100,000? Zhang Liang's mouth twitched. Duan Zhixuan said eagerly, Lord Qing, you are a young hero. I feel an instant bond with you, how about we become sworn brothers? Me too. Hou Junji looked at Qingxiu with shining eyes, hoping to become sworn brothers as well. Zhang Liang curled his lip, showing disdain. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips. TSK, what's a few 100,000 guan? This lad has made at least several million guan from wine and tea alone. A few 100,000 is nothing but pocket change to him. Hou Junji sucked in another breath, then suddenly grinned. I've heard Lord Qing is fond of taking concubines. My daughter is 16, and in another year she'll be of marrying age. Why don't we become in-laws? Qingxiu nearly stumbled and frowned. General Hou, please show some respect. I am not that kind of man. Your daughter is only 16, and you're in a hurry to marry her off? Are you even human? Hou Junji looked puzzled. What's wrong with 16? Don't Tang women usually marry at 13? I'm saying to wait another year, what's wrong with that? Move aside. Cheng Yaojin shoved Hou Junji away with an annoyed look. Old Hou, Lord Qing is not the man you think he is. Your daughter is too young. If you want to marry her off, wait 3 to 5 more years. Qingxiu didn't want to waste more words on someone like Hou Junji. He pressed his hand down toward the 50,000 soldiers, and the scene quickly grew quiet again. This is my personal reward system, but it is on the condition that we win this battle. If we lose, I'm sorry, but you won't get a single copper from me. A soldier in front shouted excitedly, we will win. 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 The shouts again rose like crashing waves. After that, everyone returned to the command tent. Li Jing, sitting at the commander's seat, said to Qingxiu, Lord Qing, the 100,000 new troops formation was trained by me. It's safer if I personally command them, don't you think? Qingxiu nodded. I think so too. Li Jing continued, then I'll leave these 50,000 cavalry to you. The 100,000 new troops formation doesn't need extra command. Duan Zhixuan will follow me as deputy general. The other generals will be under your command. No one objected. Li Jing said again, next, let's discuss how to march, how to set ambushes, and how to strike. Lord Qing, what's your plan? Yesterday afternoon, Qingxiu had familiarized himself with the place names and the terrain map. He stood up, came to the sand table, and pointed to a spot. We don't have much time. Before we split our forces, I want to dig horse traps in this flat area. First, it will slow the Turks' march, and second, it will reduce their combat strength. Li Jing smiled. That's exactly what I had in mind. No time to waste, shall we set out now? Yes, let's go now. Soon, they led 100,000 new troops and 50,000 veterans to the flatlands around Weinan. This was the road the Turkic cavalry had to take to reach Chang'an. 150,000 men spread out, using tang shovels in their hands to start digging pits. The scene was extremely spectacular. In just half a morning, they had dug a stretch of long ground, 4 or 5 zhang wide, full of horse traps, at least 100,000 of them. By the afternoon, all the horse traps had been covered with a layer of dry grass and soil. Before dark, they returned to the plains north of the Wei River, then began setting up camp and cooking. Somewhere in the veterans' camp, an old soldier was holding a food bowl, looking at a fair-skinned, very good-looking soldier in front of him. He frowned and asked, "Hey, how come I've never seen you before? You look too delicate." The fair-skinned soldier raised his eyes, smiling in an honest manner. "I was transferred here from the left guard. It's normal you haven't seen me." The old soldier looked puzzled. "Why does your voice sound a bit girly? What did you say?" The fair-skinned soldier's almond eyes widened. Grabbing the old soldier's collar with one hand, he lifted him up and said fiercely, "You're the one who's girly. Insult me again and I'll beat you to death." The old soldier shrank his neck in fear and quickly patted the man's arm, smiling to appease him. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. With strength like that, you're definitely a real man." Only then did the fair-skinned soldier let him go and silently pick up his bowl to eat. Inside the command tent, one of Li Jing's personal guards ran in and said, "Commander, someone from your household is here, waiting outside." Li Jing frowned. "Let them in." A young servant entered the tent. Li Jing asked in confusion, "Su Chun, why are you here?" The young man named Su Chun looked flustered. "Master, the young lady is missing. She left the house this morning and hasn't returned. Madam is worried and sent me to ask if she came to the camp with you." "Ingqi is missing?" Li Jing stood up suddenly, losing all appetite. "That girl, could she have sneaked into the camp again?" His face filled with anger. He set his bowl and chopsticks on the table and told a guard, "Call my entire guard detail here." Soon, more than 30 of his personal guards entered the command tent. Li Jing said in a deep voice, "My daughter is missing and hasn't been home all day. She might be hiding here in camp again. Search with me. Keep it quiet, just check faces. Outwardly, say we're looking for Turkic spies. Go." Li Jing and more than a dozen guards split up, each taking a team, going tent to tent. The search was fast. Clearly this wasn't the first time this had happened. Li Jing's guards had seen Li Yingqi before. Even in armor and disguised as a man, they could still recognize her instantly. In less than one incense stick's time, they had searched several dozen tents. The noise outside drew the attention of soldiers in one tent. An old soldier, who had planned to rest early, muttered to himself, "Strange, why is it so noisy out there? What's going on?" He put on his shoes, went outside to look, then came back into the tent. The fair-skinned soldier asked, "Brother, what's happening outside?" While taking off his armor, the old soldier replied, "The commander himself is leading the guards to search the camp for Turkic spies. Fortunately, they haven't found any yet. They also said to report any unfamiliar faces." Brother, aren't you an unfamiliar face?" The fair-skinned soldier's face showed panic, but luckily the tent was dark and the others couldn't see clearly. The soldier kept calm. "Yeah, I'm new here. Go tell the commander there's a new face here, let him come and see if I'm a spy." The old soldier chuckled awkwardly. "How could you be a spy? Don't take it the wrong way." The fair-skinned soldier stood up. "I'm going to take a piss. If the commander comes while I'm gone, tell him to wait for me. I'll be right back." "Got it, go on." The old soldier waved casually. The fair-skinned soldier took the chance to leave the tent. Li Yingqi left and quietly watched from behind another tent, then swaggered toward a section that had already been searched. She acted bold because there were many night patrols in camp, and no one noticed an extra patrol soldier. In the cleared section, she suddenly felt unsure. There were hundreds of tents, and she didn't know which to enter. If she went into the wrong one and was recognized as a stranger, she'd be taken for a Turkic spy. That would not only embarrass her but also disgrace her father. Suddenly, she spotted several command tents in the distance, and her eyes lit up. She remembered that during campaigns, her father's officers often discussed strategy late into the night, sometimes sleeping together in any spare spot. This often left command tents empty. Last time, she had hidden in an empty command tent to avoid discovery. If she hadn't been too nervous to sleep and stayed in bed the next morning, Li Jing wouldn't have caught her. She hoped there would be an empty command tent again. And near the command area, she wouldn't have to worry about being searched. The most dangerous place was often the safest. She crept closer and observed the tents. 2 had no people inside, 1 had 3 figures, whispering. "I'll just have to take the gamble. Worst case, I'll get caught." She chose a tent and slipped inside. No one was there. Feeling pleased, she silently prayed the officer stationed here wouldn't return. She checked the bedding and sniffed the quilt, her face lighting up. Smells nice. The blanket even has a fragrance. Huh? There's food here? And wine. Excited, she opened the food bundle. Inside were a dozen dark objects giving off a mix of spices. If someone from modern times saw them, they would exclaim, "Big sausages?" Yes, they were big, dark sausages, smelling delicious. Liingqi, who couldn't get used to camp food and had barely touched her dinner, couldn't resist the aroma. She bit into one, the flavor filling her mouth, making her feel wrapped in happiness. As she ate, she looked through other items. Then, seeing a large bag full of round, oily things covered in salt grains, she was baffled. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Liingqi picked up a fried peanut and put it in her mouth. The crispy crunch made her eyes light up. Strange, what is this? Crisp and tasty, not bad. She looked through the rest of the food in the bag. There was a big pile of dried beef jerky covered with red powdered seasoning. Aside from these 3 kinds of food, there was nothing else. She tore off a bite of the chewy beef jerky, tasting a spicy flavor. The spiciness was within her tolerance. Although she hissed at the heat, her eyes lit up again. She took another big bite, her happy eyes narrowing like crescent moons. While eating, Liingqi picked up a glass bottle and examined it, her brows immediately relaxing into a smile. What a beautiful glass bottle, such a delicate wine container. The wine inside must be a fine drink. She opened the stopper and took a sniff. A fragrance of alcohol mixed with the scent of rice entered her nose, making her perk up in surprise. It's rice wine. Perfect for me. Looks like this general knows how to enjoy himself. She took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the bedding, and sipped the rice wine. The sweet taste made her reluctant to stop. This rice wine is so smooth. Much better than the fermented rice wine sold at the market. Rice wine is mild, 1 bottle shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Muttering to herself, she alternated, a bite of spicy beef jerky, a sip of rice wine, a peanut, a sip of rice wine, a bite of sausage, a sip of rice wine. Before long, the glass bottle was empty. No hint of drunkenness, another bottle. Yes, just one more. She opened a second bottle, eating and drinking until her cheeks turned red and she began to feel tipsy. Half an hour later, Li Jing had finished searching the entire camp and returned to his command tent. He waved his hand with a sigh. All right, disperse. Looks like Ingqi isn't in the camp. One guard said, "Commander, the young lady is blessed and will be fine. It's also possible we just didn't find her, or she avoided our search. In any case, don't worry too much. Go rest. We'll ignore her for now." Thinking of how his daughter had practiced martial arts since childhood, and that even 10 men couldn't get close to her, Li Jing felt more at ease. In another tent, Qingxiu, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong were sitting together, each holding jerky, with peanuts and sliced sausage in front of them, and a bottle of rice wine in the other hand. Cheng Yaojin took a bite of jerky, a sip of wine, and smiled blissfully. "Nephew, your jerky is amazing. And these peanuts, perfect drinking snacks." Yu Qigong looked equally pleased. "And this rice wine, so much better than the market stuff. Shame it's not stronger." Qingxiu laughed quietly. "Alcohol is banned in the camp. If we brought strong liquor, the smell would give us away. If the commander found out, we'd get flogged. Rice wine is different, it's basically sweet fermented rice soup. Not counted as alcohol." "Heh, true enough. Cheers." After finishing his wine, Qingxiu stood up. "I'll leave the sausage and jerky to you too. The wine is good, but don't overdo it. Rest early, tomorrow we plan the battle. I'll head back. Safe travels, nephew. Rest well, Deputy Commander." After leaving, Qingxiu first relieved himself, then lifted the edge of his own tent with a sly smile to check from his god's eye view. Sure enough, there was an extra person inside. He had noticed the fair-faced young soldier earlier while drinking, and recognized her as Liingqi in disguise. He'd let her stay on purpose, and now came back early to see what she was up to. What he saw surprised him, a few empty wine bottles by the bedding, sausage and jerky noticeably missing. Liingqi had taken off her armor and was lying asleep in her clothes, her heroic face flushed, looking especially tempting. Her tall, curvy figure lay half-curled under the blanket, shapely hips raised, unlike anything he'd seen before. They were the perfect, peach hips. Frowning, Qingxiu muttered, "How careless can a person be? This is a military camp, not your home, and you're sleeping like a log with no guard up at all. Don't you know how dangerous the world is? No brains at all." He took off his shoes, stepped over, and lightly kicked her hip. She just waved her hand sleepily and mumbled, "Mother, don't bother me, let me sleep a bit longer." His mouth twitched. "So now I'm your mother? Well, fine. Let's teach you how dangerous the world can be. Smiling to himself, he removed his armor and lay down beside her. My food isn't free, and neither is the wine. You have to pay a price. As he spoke, his hands roamed over her again and again, but the girl slept like a dead pig, without a single reaction. Eventually, he lost interest and started feeling sleepy himself. Just as he began to drift off, Lianqi turned over to face him. He inhaled sharply. Damn, who could stand this? The whole night, he couldn't sleep, staring at her nearly perfect, healthy figure. Half asleep, Lianqi slowly opened her eyes. The camp wasn't dark thanks to the brazier outside, so she could clearly see the tent's interior. Her face felt warm. She opened her eyes wider, and saw a human face. Shocked, she sat bolt upright, instantly sobered. Qingxiu smiled lazily. I thought you'd sleep till morning. Didn't expect you to wake up halfway through the night. She opened her mouth to shout, but he quickly covered it. This is the military camp. You don't want your father to find you, right? Best not to yell. Only then did she remember where she was. She pushed his hand away and finally saw his face clearly. It's you? Lianqi froze. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she'd end up in the tent of her nemesis, the Marquis of Zhen. Images of him beating her flashed in her mind, and her face flushed red as she panicked. Qingxiu kicked the empty wine bottle by the bedding, rummaged through his food bag, and said playfully, You can really drink, downed 2 bottles of my rice wine in one go, ate several of my sausages, and this many peanuts too. Well? How are you going to pay me back? Lianqi, still lost in her memories, blushed deeper and stammered. I'll pay you back. When the war's over and we return to Chang'an, I'll repay you. Exactly as it was, not a bit less. Lianqi opened her mouth as if to speak, then stopped, finally puffing her cheeks in annoyance. So what if I drank a couple bottles of your wine and ate some of your food? Your family's so rich, you don't lack these things. You're really petty. Qingxiu frowned. Even if my family's rich, it's still my property, what's it got to do with you? And have you ever even seen sausages or peanuts like these? You've never even seen them before, so how do you know they're not rare delicacies? Fine, then tell me, how should I pay? How much? Qingxiu began spouting nonsense, pointing at the peanuts with a straight face. This is called the immortal bean. My master personally picked it from the bitter cold land of Baiyujing, risking great effort to send me this tiny amount. How could it be measured in money? Lianqi's eyes widened. What? Immortal beans from Baiyujing? What else? This is no ordinary plant, it grows atop 10,000-foot ice peaks in Baiyujing's frozen lands, absorbing the essence of sun and moon. It blooms once in 3 years, fruits once in 3 years, ripens in another 3 years. One single bean takes 9 years to mature. Lianqi stared at the small bag of peanuts, her heart filling with guilt. Qingxiu's voice grew more intense, spittle flying. What you ate isn't just beans, it's countless living lives. Lives? Lianqi shivered, pitifully asking. How does this have anything to do with human lives? Qingxiu righteously explained. One immortal bean in 9 years can heal the gravest illnesses, bring a dying man back to life. No matter the sickness, just one can save him. You ate so many in one breath, isn't that like swallowing countless lives? Lianqi panicked inside, but still muttered. Nonsense! If they're immortal beans, why don't I feel anything after eating so many? They're not supplements, they're medicine to save lives. You're not sick, so of course you feel nothing. If you don't believe me, I'll find a sick soldier to test it. He turned to go, but Lianqi, flustered, grabbed his arm. No, don't. I believe you. If someone came, they'd discover she was a woman, even if it didn't get back to her father, word would spread in the camp. If her identity was exposed, her father would be humiliated. And besides, the Marquis of Zhen spoke so convincingly that she believed him. Qingxiu's tone grew serious. Why did I bring so many immortal beans to the battlefield? So that when the war starts, I can give them to the soldiers and save as many lives as possible. But you ate so many at once. Now, how will you repay me? Lianqi squatted down, hugging herself, sobbing softly. I'm sorry. I really didn't know they were immortal beans. If I had known they were medicine, I would never have stolen them. I just tasted one out of curiosity, found it delicious, and couldn't help eating more. I'll never steal your immortal beans again. Please don't tell my father. Her tearful, pleading eyes looked at him. Don't beg me yet. Tell me how you'll pay. Qingxiu's eyes were already full of amusement. This girl looked carefree, but he hadn't expected her to be so naive and timid. I don't know, she said, lowering her head. You ate so many immortal beans and don't know how to repay. To Qingxiu's surprise, she suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. I'm sorry. I truly don't know. As long as you don't tell my parents, whatever you ask, I'll do. But I really don't have any immortal beans. Could I use something else instead? Do you have anything to substitute? She looked down at herself, realizing she had nothing valuable on her. Dejected, she said, I really have nothing here, but at home I have some private savings, about 2 or 3,000 guan. So in your eyes, immortal beans that could save hundreds of lives are worth 2,000 guan? Then, what do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. Qingxiu rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Forget money, my family has more than enough. If nothing else works, pay with your body. Huh? Li Yingqi gasped, staring at him in panic, flustered. She had never imagined he would suggest such an outrageous thing. Her face went pale, then flushed bright red as she lowered her head, struggling with the thought. Qingxiu smiled and shook his head. Forget. But before he could finish, Li Yingqi seemed to have made up her mind. Fine. I can pay with my body. But, she lowered her head shyly. How many times would it take to repay? Qingxiu's mouth twitched. Good grief, how could she be this slow? Didn't she understand he was about to say, forget it? After a pause, he said, You ate about 300 immortal beans. 1 repayment for each bean. Her eyes widened. 300 beans? I'd have to repay with my body 300 times? If it was once a day, that would mean a whole year of debt. Qingxiu grinned. 1 immortal bean equals 1 life equals 1 repayment. Still think you're losing out? Of course, he never intended to make her do it. The world is dangerous, and he just wanted to teach Li Jing's young daughter a lesson, to give her some experience in guarding against bad people. Was that wrong? No, where's the wrong in that? Li Yingqi bit her lip, closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and with jade-like hands lightly pulled apart the collar of her top. The garment slipped off her shoulders. The tunic slipped off as smoothly as silk, yet Li Yingqi's jade-like figure was even smoother than silk. Her cool skin was clear and distinct even in the darkness of night. Li Yingqi's body was extremely well-proportioned, slim, delicate arms, a figure divided 3 to 7, clear abdominal lines, wearing only thin underpants below and a chest wrap above, giving the impression of a kunoichi who lived a comfortable life. Although the light in the tent was dim, it did not hinder Qingxiu's God's eye view in the least. The scene before him was entirely in sight. Even with all he had seen, he could not help but silently marvel at Li Yingqi's perfect form. His temples began to pulse. Seeing that the other party had not acted for some time, Li Yingqi opened her eyes. Her face was already filled with shyness, her gaze moist as if it could drip water. When he saw her open her eyes, Qingxiu patted the spot beside him and said, Come, sit next to me. Li Yingqi didn't fuss, she walked straight over and lay down, hands folded over her lower abdomen, taking a deep breath and speaking in a trembling voice. Be gentle, and be quick. I don't want to be discovered, and I especially don't want my father to know I'm in the camp, or else he'll lock me up at home again. Clearly, Li Jing had locked her up before, more than once. Qingxiu pulled her delicate body into his arms and whispered in her ear. No rush. This is the army camp, I don't want anyone to watch in person. You can owe me for now. Repay me after the war. Li Yingqi looked at him with gratitude and said softly. Thank you. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. Really? After all this, she's thanking me? But thinking it over, he understood, she must have misunderstood his meaning, thinking he refused now only to protect her identity as a woman in the army, thus saving her reputation. Qingxiu chuckled awkwardly. Sleep first. We'll talk about repaying the immortal beans later. Li Yingqi felt even more grateful to him. It was the first time she had been held by a man, and her body was tense, unbearably nervous. She barely slept that night. When the sky outside brightened, she put her tunic back on, donned her armor, and returned to her male disguise. Outside came the sound of a gong, along with someone shouting, Wake up, breakfast. Qingxiu was already dressed. If you don't want your father to find out you're in the camp, stay in my tent. I'll bring you food later. Li Yingqi said gratefully. Thank you. You're welcome. Tonight, take off your chest wrap to thank me, that'll be enough. With that, Qingxiu left the tent, leaving Li Yingqi blushing and both shy and annoyed. After eating breakfast and bringing some to Li Yingqi, Qingxiu went to Li Jing's command tent. Li Jing looked around and said, Marquis of Zhen, I'll leave the Weinan battlefield to you. I hope you won't disappoint His Majesty or me. I will now take 100,000 new troops to find an ambush site. If anything changes on the battlefield, I'll send word immediately. Qingxiu cupped his hands. Rest assured, Grand Marshal. Even if I'm not a great general, aren't there still General Cheng and General Yuqi here? You can go without worry. At these words, Li Jing and the others all changed expression slightly. Chang Yaojin frowned. Deputy commander, on the battlefield, split command is a taboo. Discussing opinions is fine, but the command of the army must be in the hands of one main commander. No matter what orders you give, we deputy generals will follow them, but don't divide the authority among us. Qingxiu froze for a moment, then nodded. All right, it's my first time commanding in battle, I have no experience. Li Jing said. They can still give suggestions, but the control of the war must remain in your hands as the commander. After explaining a few more points, Li Jing led 100,000 troops away. In the morning, Chang Sun Wuji escorted the first batch of grain and fodder. The second batch would arrive within 3 days. After completing the delivery, he left the camp. In the afternoon, Li Er arrived with a small unit. After Li Jing's departure, his command tent naturally became Qingxiu's. Qingxiu received Li Er there. By Li Er's side was a young man, introduced as the leader of an Air Corps squad, commanding several hundred men. Marquis of Zhen, where do you plan to place the cannons and hot air balloons? Li Er asked. Qingxiu pointed to the area south of the Wei River on the sand table. I plan to place the cannons in Weinan, and the hot air balloons in Weibei. Li Er frowned. All the cannons in Weinan? That's not good. When the Turkic army reaches the Wei River, they'll occupy Weinan, while we can only defend from Weibei. If the cannons are in Weinan, won't the Turks easily capture them? Even if they can't take them away, they might try to sink them in the river. Qingxiu replied. Your Majesty may be a general by training, but you don't understand our battlefield layout. Better not to offer opinions. Li Er's mouth opened, his old face flushed, expression awkward, even a bit angry. Fine, I won't interfere. But you'd better protect those cannons. If even one is lost, I'll hold you responsible. Li Er turned his face away like a sulky wife, looking haughty. Qingxiu chuckled. Your Majesty, we have arrangements in Weinan. We've dug no fewer than 100,000 horse traps. For the Turkic army to reach the Wei River, they'll have to lose thousands of troops and spend enormous effort, or else they'll have to detour. If they detour, they'll enter here, and behind this is another stretch of horse traps, all within cannon range. Once they enter, over 100 cannons will fire at once, catching them off guard. The hot air balloons in Weibei have twice the range of the cannons, covering the entire cannon range. It will be extremely difficult for the Turks to charge into the cannon ambush point. Besides, the cannons are so heavy that once we remove their wheels, it's impossible for them to take them. And we're not afraid of them sinking the cannons in the way. After the battle, we can send divers to retrieve them. With such a bombardment, the Turkic army will suffer heavy losses. While their morale is shaken, we'll launch a fierce attack. Forced to retreat, they'll avoid the horse traps. That's when our ambushers strike, splitting into two forces to form a three-sided encirclement. The Turks will inevitably pass through more horse traps. Even if they get through, how many cavalry will they have left? At most half. At that point, we'll surround and pursue them, driving them into the position of the 100,000 new troops. The Turkic army will be annihilated. Li Er was stunned, mouth agape. Inside the tent, Li Yingqi, placed there under the guard of Qingxiu's men, also looked at him with fiery admiration. If everything really went as he predicted, the Turks would be nothing to fear. Qingxiu's military arrangements reassured Li Er, and his earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. Li Er smiled and said, with such a thorough plan from you, Marquis Qing, I'll wait for the news of you and the soldiers returning in triumph. His gaze swept the room and finally landed on Li Yingqi, who stood quietly in the corner without a sense of presence. His brows furrowed, and looking at Qingxiu, his expression again showed displeasure. Marquis Qing, don't treat war like a game. This is a battlefield, not your home. What's the meaning of bringing a bed-warming maid to the army camp? Bed-warming maid? Qingxiu was puzzled at first, then the corner of his mouth twitched in sudden realization as he glanced at the cross-dressing Li Yingqi standing not far behind him. Hearing this, Li Yingqi's body trembled, her face slowly turning red. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. Bed-warming maid? What bed-warming maid? Yu Qigong looked left and right in confusion, then scratched his head. Your Majesty, there's no bed-warming maid here. You must be mistaken. Chang Yaojin turned his gaze to Li Yingqi, the corner of his mouth also twitching. He thought to himself, this kid sure knows how to have fun, even in war he has to bring a bed warmer. That's some stamina. Zhang Liang showed open disdain. Ho Junji muttered, and you called me perverted. You're no better yourself. Li Er said unhappily. Still, if you win the battle, I'll turn a blind eye. But if you lose, I'll announce to the whole realm that you took a bed-warming maid with you to war, and your name will be in ruins. After speaking, Li Er was about to leave when a scout shouted from outside. Report! Grand Marshal, the Turkic cavalry is 100 li away. They are expected to reach the Wei River tomorrow morning. Scout again. After the scout left, Li'er said solemnly. This battle is in your hands, generals. Tomorrow at the Imperial Court meeting, I'll bring civil and military officials up to the city wall at Chongxian Gate to watch the battle in person. Don't let me down. He left after those words. Once Li'er was gone, Cheng Yaojin came over, clicking his tongue as he circled the cross-dressed Liingqi. Tsk, kid, your bedwarmer is quite a beauty. But, why does she look a bit familiar to me? Qingxiu's heart stirred. Liingqi was already terrified, head lowered into her chest, not daring to lift it. Let me see. Yu Qigong was about to approach, but Qingxiu grabbed him by the waistband and pulled him back. Qingxiu said with displeasure. What bedwarming maid? She's my personal guard, just looks a bit effeminate. She's shy by nature. How can you stare at her face like that? Come on, over here, discussing battle plans is more important. He dragged Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong to the sand table. Only then did Liingqi feel relieved. Qingxiu glanced back at her, signaling with his eyes. Liingqi kept her head down and ran all the way out, not stopping until she ducked into Qingxiu's sleeping tent. Only then did she relax. She was drenched in sweat, her body sticky as if covered by crawling ants. In the command tent. By mid-afternoon, Qingxiu had completed his full deployment. Ho Junji would lead 10,000 troops, departing before dawn to strike the rear left of the Turkic army 20 li away. Yu Qigong would lead another 10,000 to strike at the same time. After both attacks, they would wait 2 incense sticks time, then strike again along the original route. Zhang Liang would lead 10,000, maneuvering near the two forces to provide support. The remaining 20,000 would be split. Cheng Yaojin would guard the artillery with 10,000 elite soldiers, while Qingxiu would guard the hot air balloons with another 10,000. The arrangements finished, the sun was setting, and the order was given to set up camp and cook. After dinner, it was already night. A scout reported that the Turkic army had camped 60 li south of Weinan, only 60 li now separated the two forces. Returning to his tent, Qingxiu removed his armor, preparing to rest early for the battle. After last night, Liingqi was still shy, but no longer as stiff as before. She sat in the corner of the bedding, cheeks flushed, looking at Qingxiu with a complicated expression. Qingxiu opened some dried beef and uncorked a bottle of rice wine. Eating and drinking, he said. What are you looking at me for? Looking won't get you food or drink. Who told you to steal so much last night? Liingqi said awkwardly. I'm not looking at you, I just want to bathe. She looked at him for help. Qingxiu frowned. What nonsense. This is the army camp, not your home. You think you can bathe whenever you want? Forget it, tidy yourself and rest early. Liingqi nearly pleaded. When they almost found out I was a woman this afternoon, I sweated a lot. My underclothes and tunic are soaked. They're sticking to me, it's very uncomfortable. Can't you have the cooks boil some hot water and bring it here? Qingxiu said impatiently. The cooks are exhausted from making food for over 50,000 men. They need rest too. Just bear with it. Liingqi looked pitiful, crawling over on her knees and tugging at his sleeve, shaking it. In a sweet voice, she said, Please? I know you care for your soldiers. Just get me a little water, I'll wipe down quickly, or else I won't be able to sleep. AI, women, so troublesome. Fine, wait here, I'll get it for you myself. Shaking his head, Qingxiu took a few large pieces of dried beef and went to the cook's camp. There were hundreds of cooks with the army. Qingxiu picked one tent at random and entered. The cooks, already out of armor, quickly stood to salute when they saw the deputy commander. Qingxiu waved it off, handing each 2 pieces of dried beef. This is beef jerky made personally by the Marquis. You can't buy it anywhere. Boil a pot of hot water for me and bring it to my tent. Smelling the enticing aroma, the cooks were overjoyed. Ordinary soldiers rarely even saw meat, let alone fragrant beef jerky. They thanked him profusely and hurried to boil the water. On his way back, Qingxiu noticed soldiers near his tent dismantling it. He asked in confusion, What are you doing? Why are you taking down the tents? Who told you to do this? I told them to. Cheng Yaojin emerged from somewhere, grinning with an ambiguous look. You brought a bed warmer, but last night I didn't hear anything. You must be afraid others will ruin the mood. So, I'm having these boys move farther away, can't have them spoiling things for you. Qingxiu was dumbfounded, his mouth twitching nonstop. Cheng seemed not to notice, barking orders at the soldiers. Hurry up, move faster, farther away, at least 100 paces. 1 step less and I'll kick you. Heh, nephew, I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. I can't help you more than this. Humming a tune he'd learned from the pleasure houses, Cheng walked away, leaving Qingxiu standing there bewildered. This Cheng Yaojin really knows his stuff, huh? Li Yingqi saw Qingxiu return and hurriedly asked, "How is it? How is it? Did you boil the hot water?" Qingxiu silently nodded, then sat back down to eat sausage and beef, drinking rice wine. Whenever Li Yingqi wasn't paying attention, he would also pop a few fried peanuts into his mouth. Soon, a large pot of hot water and a copper basin were brought over by the camp cooks. Qingxiu refused their offer to carry the pot inside, sent them away, and personally carried the pot himself. With both hands gripping the rim, he effortlessly lifted the pot of water weighing over 100 jin and brought it into the tent. This scene left some soldiers watching from a distance completely stunned. Even Li Yingqi was so surprised to see Qingxiu carry the heavy pot so easily that her jaw dropped. "The water's here, hurry up and wash." Li Yingqi was sincerely grateful, thanked him, then stood blushing beside the hot water, unsure how to begin. She looked at Qingxiu timidly and said, Can you step outside for a bit?" Qingxiu lifted his clothes with displeasure. "Step outside for what? I'm washing with you." "Huh?" Li Yingqi felt her vision go black in shock. "What, huh? You heard me. I said I'm washing with you. Hurry up, stop dawdling." Li Yingqi stood frozen, face flushed red, until she saw that Qingxiu was already down to only a pair of underpants. Then she snapped back to herself, stealing a glance before turning away to scold through her blush. "Shameless. Vulgar. No decency." Qingxiu chuckled. "Don't forget, you still owe me 300 immortal beans. You have to repay with your body 300 times. By then, the things I do will be even more shameless, vulgar, and indecent. This is nothing." Li Yingqi was left speechless. But in her mind now was only the image of Qingxiu's well-built torso, healthy bronze-toned skin, not quite broad as a bear but with a shape full of aesthetic strength, and of course, 8 distinct abs. His skin's smoothness was almost on par with her own as a girl's. Qingxiu wet a towel and began wiping sweat from his body, smiling as he said, "Are you washing or not? If not, forget it, there's only this much water. Once I use it up, don't regret it, because I won't fetch more for you." I'll wash. Leave me some." In her urgency, Li Yingqi came to her senses and, gritting her teeth, began her own washing. Since the tent was so dark, she comforted herself that he probably couldn't see clearly. But soon after, "Come over and help me scrub my back." You wish. I can reduce your debt by 1 bean. If you follow my instructions in the future and I'm satisfied, maybe I'll reduce more." "You said it. Then you'd better give me more things to do." Qingxiu smiled. "Oh, I will. For example, I can give you one task right now that will cut your debt by 100 beans. 100 beans? Li Yingqi's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed his arm in excitement, forgetting propriety. "Quick, tell me. What do you want me to do? It's simple, just repay with your body once right now." Li Yingqi really fell for it. But thinking that one early repayment could reduce 10 beans of debt, she was tempted. If she did it several more times early, wouldn't the debt be gone? Still, she grew nervous. But there are soldiers all around. "Here, like this, I'm afraid." Qingxiu shook his head. "No need to worry. All the soldiers nearby have already moved 100 paces away. If we keep it quiet, they won't hear." "When did they move?" Li Yingqi was confused. "While the water was boiling." Li Yingqi's face showed hesitation. Thinking about stepping into the tiger's jaws, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. "Don't want to? If not, forget it. Miss this chance and there won't be another. Wait. 10 beans is too few. Make it 30, no, 20, no, 30. She held up 3 fingers with all sincerity. Qingxiu's mouth fell open. Was there something wrong with her head? 30 is too much? Then, 20 isn't impossible either. But definitely not 10, that's too few. The corner of Qingxiu's mouth twitched. "Fine, since you're being so obedient, 30 it is." Li Yingqi was delighted, but then thought she should have asked for 50. That way she could cut 50 repayments. Still, 30 was good enough. Better than 1 or 10. She was satisfied, she just wanted to quickly pay back the beans she owed. Li Yingqi, this is what you get for being greedy. You brought this on yourself. You ate so many of someone's precious immortal beans, body repayment is already lenient. At least he didn't make your whole family repay. A heroine's creed is simple, you take responsibility for what you do. Soon, repayment time came. From inside the tent came Li Yingqi's muffled mutterings, her way of coping. When some external factor intrudes, almost every creature shaped like her will choose such self-expression to ease uncontrollable normal reactions. By midnight, Li Yingqi lay with her back to Qingxiu, eyes slightly red, a few tears slipping down in silence as she paid for her theft, with the most precious thing she had kept for over a decade. Although her sobs were faint and she tried hard to suppress her emotions, Qingxiu still sensed them keenly. From behind, he wrapped his arms around her and whispered into her ear. I understand how you feel right now, but everyone has to go through certain moments sooner or later. Though I haven't entered your heart yet, He finished the words, though whether Li Yingqi heard them was another matter. But they made her blush, ears burning, turning her shame into anger. The next morning, because Li Yingqi was in no condition, Qingxiu told her to stay in his tent while he went early to the temporary command post. The scouts reported that the Turkic army had already set out and would reach the Wei River in less than 2 hours, unless they were ambushed. In no more than half an hour, the Turkic army would face the Tang army's flanking attack from the rear left. Mid-Autumn Festival, Grand Court Assembly. Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, on both sides of the Jade Steps, crowds surged like a sea of people, at least 2,000 officials. They were all local officials from various parts of the Tang Empire, here to attend the once-a-year Grand Court Assembly. The Grand Court Assembly begins, all ministers bow. As a eunuch's sharp voice announced the start, officials from all over began performing the bowing ritual. This was also the only time in the entire year when ministers knelt before the emperor. The envoy of the Kingdom of Day presents 10 chests of treasures, congratulating the Tang Empire on winning the hearts of all under heaven, with all tribes submitting. The envoy of Siam presents 10 chests of jade to express gratitude for the Tang Empire's heavenly protection and virtue. Harabunchai presents 100 ivory tusks, praying for favorable winds and rain for the Tang, and for all people to submit. Silla presents. Dozens of small foreign states had come to pay tribute. Goguryeo presents 10 roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Though so many small nations paid tribute, showing the Tang's might, Emperor Li Er at this moment showed little excitement or joy. His mind was on the coming battle with the Turks. If the Turkic cavalry broke through the Tang army's defenses, then this appearance of universal submission would become a joke. Meanwhile, 30 li south of Weinan, behind a barren mountain range. Report. A scout rode hard, leapt from his horse, and rushed to Yuqigong. General Yuqi, the main Turkic army is less than 10 li away. In half an hour they will enter the ambush zone. Yuqigong, with 2 steel whips hanging from his waist and a massive lance of dozens of jin in his hand as if weightless, stood over 8 feet tall with the same in chest circumference, his fierce face like a black bear war god. A grin twisted his face as he raised the lance and shouted, Brothers, we are Tang people, your kin and countrymen. Whether our people can live in peace from now on depends on our performance today. Stay sharp. When we strike, take as many heads as you can. Don't let Ho Junji look down on our left guard. Scout, ride at once and tell Ho Junji, in half an hour we charge together. Yes. The scout mounted and rode toward barren hills 5 li away. 10 li outside the ambush zone. Tuli flicked his horsewhip and said respectfully to the middle-aged man beside him on horseback, Great Kagan, don't you think it's strange that our raid toward Chang'an has gone so smoothly? We haven't met any real resistance along the way. That's not right. Jelly sneered, why not? Tuli, have you forgotten last year at this time, when we marched south toward Chang'an, their defenses were even weaker? Li Shimin still agreed to tribute us a huge amount of gold, silver, and jewels. A younger general with a mustache, wearing a sheepskin robe, laughed, Tuli Kagan, your worry is unnecessary. The Tang Emperor is spineless, this time will be no different. In the end, Li Shimin will pay gold and silver for peace and ask us to withdraw. Tuli frowned, Zishisili, you can't just look at the surface. Why are we attacking Tang this time? Knowing he can't match the Turks, Li Shimin still detained Ashinayu. From what I know, he's not a rash emperor who acts on impulse. On the contrary, from the reports of our agents in Chang'an, he's an ambitious and strategic ruler. Without the power to resist, he wouldn't provoke us. If he's done so now, there must be a scheme. Zishisili asked, so where's the trick? Jieli snorted, pointing his whip at the massive army behind. Tuli, look. We have 200,000 Turkic cavalry. Not just attacking Tang, we could sweep the whole land. Even if there's a scheme, could he wipe us out in one blow? Tuli gave a dry laugh. Great Kagan, I'm just being cautious. Haha. Jieli laughed, then reassured him, relax. Last year, Tang couldn't resist 100,000 of our troops and paid tribute. This time, we've come with 200,000. I don't believe they've grown strong enough in 1 year to fight us head-on. Tuli nodded, the Great Kagan speaks the truth. But Jieli frowned, still, why did Li Shimin detain my daughter? Doesn't he know this is our peak strength? He couldn't figure it out, nor could Tuli or Zishisili. Unable to solve the puzzle, Jieli waved his whip, men, speed up. In half an hour we rest at Longmapo, 30 li from Weinan, then we strike straight for Chang'an. When we take Chang'an, we'll feast on meat, drink wine, and enjoy Tang beauties. His words lifted the Turkic army's morale. Half an hour later, the army reached Longmapo. Jie ordered a rest, but before they could even sit down, the thunder of hooves and the deafening shout, "Kill," came from behind. Jie leapt up from the grass slope and shouted, "What's going on back there?" "Enemy attack, Great Kagan." Eyes wide, Jie roared, "Li Shimin. You set an ambush to strike my army? Once I take Chang'an, I'll drink from your son's skull. How many are they?" Although confident in his 200,000 troops, Jie worried the Tang might match their cavalry in strength, in which case the campaign would be wasted. Another report came, Great Kagan, about 20,000 Tang troops, split in two forces, attacked our rear flanks. Our rear general is organizing resistance. Jie was incredulous, 20,000 dare attack my 200,000? They must have a death wish. Pass my order, gather all forces and encircle these Tang soldiers. I want their heads as a gift for Li Shimin. The order went out. But after less than half a stick of incense, a tribal chief arrived, saluted, and said, "Great Kagan, the two Tang forces were fast. They didn't linger in battle, after striking our flanks, they broke through and vanished." Jie kicked him, "Then what are you waiting for? Chase them down and kill them all." Tuli stopped him, "Great Kagan, don't underestimate this. It could be Tang's tactic to wear us out, using 20,000 to pin down our 200,000 while they await reinforcements. We mustn't fall for it." Jie froze, then smirked, "You're right. He's stalling for reinforcements. We won't let him succeed." Then Jie ordered a count of casualties. After the casualty report came in, both Jie and Tuli felt their hearts sink. This surprise attack had cost them over 5,000 dead and wounded. Fortunately, it hadn't crippled their forces. Jie ordered the army to rest in place for 2 incense sticks' time before continuing toward the Wei River. But after just 1 incense stick, from the rear came the thunder of hooves again, along with shouts to kill. Report, Great Kagan, the 20,000 Tang troops who attacked us earlier have returned and are charging recklessly into our formation. Jie flared up in rage, order the army to completely surround them and wipe them out. Tuli frowned, "Great Kagan, that might not be possible. Our army is too large, messages can't be passed quickly. By the time the orders reach all the tribal chiefs, those Tang troops will likely be long gone." Jie's voice was heavy, "Not possible this way, not possible that way, then tell me, what do we do?" Tuli gave a bitter smile, "Great Kagan, when Tang troops charge, their mounts are at full speed. We were unprepared, our cavalry at rest can't take advantage of their strength. Standing still to resist only means being cut down. Better that once we drive these 20,000 Tang troops away, we don't rest here at all, we push straight into the heartland of Chang'an, pressuring Li Shimin directly, and quickly reach the Wei River area so he can't use his war of attrition strategy." Jie nodded darkly, "We'll do that, then." After the Tang cavalry charged and quickly withdrew, the Turkic army counted losses, another 4 to 5,000 dead and wounded. Jie gnashed his teeth, "Damn those cunning Tang troops. We haven't even reached Chang'an's heartland and I've already lost 10,000 men. I'll settle this account with you when I take Chang'an." Then he ordered the army to advance at full speed. The sight of 190,000 cavalry charging forward was magnificent. Half an hour later, Tuli pointed his whip at the open land ahead, smiling, "Great Kagan, 5 li more to the Wei River. Those white dots ahead should be the Tang camp. Judging by their numbers, they can't have more than 50,000. Jie sneered, 50,000 think they can resist our 200,000? Ridiculous." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt uneasy. His warhorse stumbled, one hoof plunging into a pit with a sharp crack, its leg broke instantly, and he was thrown to the ground. Tuli's face changed, he tried to pull the reins, but it was too late. His own horse stepped into a deep pit, breaking its leg, and he too was thrown off. Behind them, more cavalry came on, several horses stepped into pits and snapped their legs. Fortunately, Jie and Tuli were quick enough to dodge the trampling hooves, otherwise they would have been crushed to death. "Stop! Everyone stop!" Jie shouted from atop his fallen horse, but the army was too large for his voice to carry. He could only watch as warhorses galloped past him, stepping into pits and breaking their legs. The chaos lasted for a full incense stick's time. When it was over, Jie looked at the field full of crippled, crying horses and soldiers with bloodied heads and faces, breathing heavily, eyes blood-red. Once the army stopped, Hishiku walked over dejectedly to report, "Great Kagan, Little Kagan, the Tang have dug many horse traps here. We've lost over 20,000 horses, and about 3,000 brothers have died from falls or trampling." Jie was so enraged he could barely breathe. "Shameless! Utterly shameless! Damn you, Li Shimin, you cunning Tang troops! Everyone gather! We're detouring around, avoid the horse traps." The army regrouped and this time bypassed the trap field, going 10 li out of their way. At that moment, inside the Taiji Palace, the Goguryeo envoy, Yun Gaesaman, was speaking rapidly in Korean, while an official from the Honglu Temple translated for Li Er and the court. Your Majesty, the Goguryeo envoy says they come by order of King Ronglyo to request marriage with a Tang princess for his son, to form an alliance and restore good relations. Li Er remained expressionless, but his eyes grew deep. The official continued, he says that if your Majesty agrees, Goguryeo will dismantle the burial mounds in Liaodong and return the remains left from the former dynasty's campaign against them. Li Er said coldly, tell him, marriage alliances are impossible. Tang princesses are priceless. From now on, I will uphold the principles of no marriage alliances, no tribute, no subjugation, no indemnities, and no ceding of land. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the realm, the ruler dies defending the state. As for the hundreds of thousands of Han remains in Goguryeo's burial mounds, I will personally take them back. I don't need them returned. Marriage alliance? Impossible. After the official translated, Yun Gaesaman raised an eyebrow and spoke another long string of words. The official's face changed, faint anger showing. Li Er noticed and asked, what is he crowing about? The official replied angrily, Your Majesty, he says that the Turkic army has entered Tang territory, and there will surely be a fierce battle. At that time, Tang forces will suffer heavy losses, and defenses will be at their weakest. If Tang refuses the alliance, he can't guarantee that King Ronglyo won't send troops to attack Tang's Liaodong border, or even form a coalition with the Khitan. Tang could face destruction. Li Er's eyes widened, his face full of authority and fury. Chancellor Changsun Wuji shouted, How dare you? Such contempt for Tang's might, do you wish never to return to Goguryeo? Goguryeo envoy, you go too far. To insult the Tang so, who gave you such audacity? Your Majesty, the Goguryeo envoy so despises our empire that his life is forfeit. I propose executing all of them to show our national might. I second that. This act by the Goguryeo mission had angered every Tang official present. Whatever their internal rivalries, their national pride and honor were strong. Report. At that moment, an agent of the 100 Cavalry came to report. Speak. Your Majesty, the Turkic army of 200,000 has reached Longmapo. Our 2 raids have killed 10,000, our losses are under 1,000. The Turks then charged into horse traps, losing more than 20,000 mounts. Good. Excellent. Li Er's face lit with joy. The nearby ministers were equally overjoyed, those unaware of the situation gasped in shock. This was an unexpected delight. Li Er turned a cold gaze on Yun Gaesaman and sneered, so, King Ronglyo seeks to profit from Tang's troubles. No doubt he knew long ago of the Turks' plan to invade, which gave him the nerve for such arrogant demands. Very well. For a petty foreign state to be so insolent, ignoring Tang's might, today I will show you the power of my army. Gentlemen, will you join me atop the Xianmen city wall to watch our troops destroy the Turkic 200,000? Your Majesty, I will go. I will go. I too will go. One after another, the ministers eagerly agreed. Li Er waved his hand, leading the main force and all the envoys to the Xianmen city wall. Before the Turkic army had even reached the Wei River, they had already lost over 30,000 men, a result that left both Jieli and Tuli smoldering with anger. Jieli led his army past the horse traps, and soon the 2 forces faced each other, with the Turks only a little over 300 paces from the artillery position. Stop! Jieli raised his hand to halt the advancing army, pointed his whip at the hundreds of cannons in front of them, and asked in confusion, What are those? Has anyone seen them before? Tuli shook his head, and Zhishisili also shook his head to show he didn't know. Tuli urged his horse forward, frowning, Great Kagan, beware of a trick. We came here with 200,000 troops, Li Shimin can't possibly be unaware. But look, south and north of the Wei River combined, there are barely 20 to 30,000 men. He expects 20 to 30,000 to resist our 200,000? Even though we've lost 30,000 cavalry, we still have 170,000. The gap in strength is huge. For the Tang to station so few troops here is suspicious. Zhishisili said, Tuli Kagan, is it possible these are all the forces Tang has left to guard Chang'an? It's possible. Jieli nodded, then muttered in puzzlement, Li Shimin really intends to fight us with just 20 to 30,000 troops? That's looking down on the fighting power of Turkic cavalry too much. Tuli frowned, Great Kagan, we'd better be cautious. We were ambushed by Tang troops 30 li away, clearly Li Shimin has no thought of making peace, or he wouldn't have sent forces to attack us. Jieli thought for a moment, then said to Zhishisili, Grand Marshal, ride forward and challenge them. See who commands the Tang army here and tell him to come out and answer. Zhishisili agreed and rode ahead until he was only 30 to 40 paces from the Tang lines, a safe distance. Who commands this Tang battle formation? Who is the Tang commander-in-chief? Come out and answer. General Chang Yaojin, guarding the artillery position, rode forward with a lance of dozens of jin in hand. Chest out and head high, he came to within less than 10 meters of Hishiku, his face stern. The one guarding this place is your grandpa Chang Yaojin. I've seen you before, your name is Hishiku, isn't it? Hishiku sneered, General Chang, good memory. We met when I visited your palace last year. Tell me, who is the Tang commander-in-chief this time? Chang Yaojin snorted, the commander is Duke Wei, Li Jing. But Duke Li Jing is unwell and has handed over command to the deputy general manager, Marquis of Jin State, Qingxiu. Hishiku, do me a favor and ask your great Kaghan this, why doesn't he stay on the grasslands as a cow or horse? Why come to Chang'an? Hishiku said loudly, no need to ask our great Kaghan, I can answer. This time we came to bring our Turkic princess back to the steppe. Have your Emperor Li Shimin personally send her over, along with 10,000 Tang beauties and 1,000 chests of gold and silver. Otherwise, my 200,000 iron cavalry will trample Chang'an, and when the city falls, no one will be spared. Chang Yaojin's eyes narrowed and he shouted angrily, how dare you? You barbarians even dare call His Majesty by name. If you want to fight, then charge, no need for more words. I'll let you barbarians witness the power of our Tang artillery. He turned his head, all units prepare. The Turks show signs of charging, no need for me to give the order, just open fire. Behind him, the artillerymen each raised their torches high. Behind the Wei River, Qingxiu said to the captain of the flying corps, I'll go to the front lines. If you hear cannon fire, don't wait for orders, immediately throw grenades at the Turks. The flying corps captain nodded solemnly, then rose into the air in a hot air balloon. Hishiku returned to the Turkic lines and exchanged words with Jieli. Jieli, his face dark, rode forward arrogantly, pointing his whip at Chang Yaojin, Tang General, I am Jieli, great Kaghan of the Turks. Have Li Shimin come out and speak to me personally. Chang Yaojin's tiger eyes glared as he roared, dog thief. If you want to fight, fight. Why waste words? If not, crawl back to the grasslands. His Majesty is priceless, you barbarians are not fit to meet him. Jieli had never suffered such humiliation. His chest swelled with rage, breath unsteady. But he kept the last bit of reason. He knew that the Tang had only 10,000 men across the Wei River, yet they faced his hundreds of thousands without fear, even shouting for battle. Clearly, they had some reliance, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. General Chang, the deputy commander is here. Chang Yaojin turned to see Qingxiu riding up slowly. Chang saluted, Deputy Commander. No need for ceremony, Qingxiu said, waving a hand. He leaned forward in the saddle with a smile, you're Jieli. Jieli was tall, nearly 1.9 meters, weighing about 200 jin, with small braids on his head, a scruffy beard, a curved scimitar at his waist, and a clearly foreign face. It was hard to imagine that such a rough man had a daughter as stunning as Ashinayu. Her mother's genes must have been very strong. Jieli said in a deep voice, I am Jieli, Kaghan of the Turks. And you are? Chang Yaojin answered for him, this is our commander-in-chief, Marquis of Jin State, Qingxiu. Jieli immediately said angrily, is Li Shimin brainless? He actually lets a snot-nosed kid lead an army? This is openly insulting me, simply intolerable. You brat, get lost and send Li Shimin himself to speak with me. Qingxiu chuckled, now, father-in-law, don't be angry. Hear me out. You, what did you call me? Jieli's eyes widened in disbelief. I called you father-in-law, Qingxiu said seriously. Jieli's head buzzed. He jumped with rage, damn it. What have you done to my precious daughter? Qingxiu smiled, it's like this, Ashinayu bought something from me but didn't pay. She owes me 90,000 strings of silver. So I had no choice but to detain her and ordered her to repay within 2 months. But who would have thought that the princess of the Turks, whose father is the great Kaghan of the entire steppe, couldn't come up with 90,000 strings? She couldn't repay the debt, so she chose to pay with her body. Though her status is a bit beneath me, she's not bad looking, so I reluctantly took her into my household as a concubine. So you see, Princess Yu is now my concubine, and of course I call you father-in-law, haha. The veins on Jieli's forehead bulged, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. This was simply infuriating beyond words. Insolent! Insolent! This is going too far, utterly intolerable. Jieli, eyes bloodshot, roared, I will break through Chang'an. I will slaughter the city. I will tear you to pieces, skin you alive, and pull out your tendons. He drew his scimitar, turned his horse, and galloped madly toward the main force, shouting, Men! The Tang commander has defiled the Turkic princess, defiled your moon goddess. Kill! Kill all these Tang soldiers. Level Chang'an. Charge! What? The Tang commander defiled our goddess? More than 80% of the Turkic army revered Ashina as a goddess. Now hearing such words, they were instantly furious, eyes red, brandishing their scimitars as they charged forward. Kill! The sound was deafening, the hooves like rolling thunder. On the Tang side, Qingxiu raised his arm and shouted, "Artillery, prepare! Fire! Fire! Fire for me!" Chang Yaojin also bellowed in excitement. The gunners all lit the fuses. Boom! With each thunderous blast, shells exploded among the Turkic army, throwing men and horses into the air. Almost every shell claimed the lives of 7 or 8 cavalry and their mounts, many more were wounded by the blasts. Hearing the booming explosions, Jieli was stunned, his pupils contracting and dilating, a chill rushing straight to his skull. Tuli also felt a surge of fear. Zhishisili turned pale with fright. Tuli rode up to Jieli, his voice trembling. "Great Kagan, how can the Tang have such a powerful weapon? The sound is like thunder." Zhishisili ran up in panic. "Great Kagan, this isn't good. I don't know what kind of weapon the Tang are using, one black lump can kill 7 or 8 of our men." Jieli whipped him angrily. "I can see that myself, no need for you to say it. What do we do? Do we retreat?" Even Tuli was shaken, this wasn't a weapon, it was divine punishment. Jieli gritted his teeth, "It's too late to retreat now. Before the damage becomes too great, everyone charge forward and push those black iron tubes into the Wei River." Tuli nodded grimly, there was no other choice. The surviving Turkic cavalry had already reached the artillery line. Chang Yaojin shouted in excitement, "Men! Kill with me!" He charged in front, swinging his lance, light as straw in his hands, felling 2 or 3 enemies with each sweep. Qingxiu was not to be outdone, also wielding a lance as he rushed into battle. Though his sword skills were formidable, in the chaos of the battlefield the lance was more practical. The shaft alone was 1.5 meters long, with nearly a meter of blade, over 2 meters in total, a true cavalry weapon. The horse-cutting saber was modeled after the lance. Chang Yaojin fought while keeping an eye on Qingxiu, but when he saw Qingxiu holding the 40 to 50 Jin lance in one hand and swinging it like a whip, he was stunned. How strong must one be to wield such a weapon as if it were nothing? Qingxiu, reins in one hand and lance in the other, left chaos in his wake, enemies falling in heaps, some decapitated, some cleaved in half, others skewered like candied fruit and flung aside. In short, fierce. 2 words, very fierce. On the Xianmen Gate Tower? Li Er held a monocular telescope, watching the battle with excitement. Envoys from the foreign states also observed. Though far away, they could see clearly, the Tang had no more than 20,000 troops, facing nearly 10 times that number of Turks. 20,000 against 200,000? When had the Tang army become so formidable? Yun Geiseman's face darkened, his heart uneasy. Suddenly, his view went dark, the Tang emperor had stepped in front of him, smiling coldly. He hurriedly bowed. Li Er handed him the monocular. "Take a good look. This is your so-called 200,000 Turkic troops. You want to profit from our troubles? Ridiculous." After the translator repeated the words, Yun Geiseman nervously took the telescope, imitated Li Er's posture, and looked. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. He glanced down at the device in his hands, astonishment plain on his face. What was this thing? A small iron tube, yet it could see so far? This was a divine artifact. Ever since Qingxiu mastered glassmaking, he had craftsmen produce a few monoculars, just some convex and concave lenses in a tube, simple to make. Once Li Er experienced the telescope's wonders, he refused to give it back, more shameless than a bandit. Seeing Yun Geiseman's shocked expression, Li Er sneered, "Bumpkin from the frozen wastes, never seen such a thing? This is the telescope invented by Marquis Qing. From a high place, you can see the scene several li away." The translator repeated this, and Yun Geiseman flushed red, taking another look at the battlefield. This time, the sight shocked him even more. What were those round, black iron tubes? He saw a man light a fuse, and an iron ball flew out, exploding where it landed, as terrifying as thunder, each blast sending men and horses flying. And that huge sphere in the sky, what was that? Beneath it hung a basket with 4 men inside. 2 turned a winch, one lit a black object on a sling, another aimed and launched it. On landing, its explosion was even more devastating than the iron balls from the cannons. These grenades could be thrown several hundred paces, right into the densest part of the Turkic ranks. With such terrifying weapons, even Goguryeu's seemingly impregnable fortresses would be rubble in a day or 2. Yun Geiseman turned pale, his body trembling. Li Er noticed, patted his shoulder, and sneered, "Well, esteemed Goguryeo general, what do you think?" After hearing the translation, Yun Geiseman swallowed and pointed at the great balloons. "Those, what are they?" Li Er proudly said, "Those are hot air balloons developed by my Marquis Qin." Yun Geiseman's gaze sharpened, "And those thunder-like weapons, also invented by Marquis Qin?" "Of course." Yun Geiseman lowered his head in thought, but his eyes now burned with killing intent. This man cannot be allowed to live. In the future, he will surely be Goguryu's greatest threat. Inside Chang'an City, people were already gripped by fear. Ever since the city gates were shut early that morning, all kinds of rumors had begun to spread. The sounds of artillery shells and grenades exploding, though far away, still reached the ears of many in Chang'an. Even during a thunderstorm, lightning strikes were never so frequent. So many citizens chose to stay indoors, making the whole city look unusually desolate and cold. The faces of Jieli and Tu Li were also growing uglier by the minute. Especially after seeing grenades thrown from the hot air balloons opposite them, the hearts of the two Khans turned cold. Covered in dust, Tu Li came over to Jieli with a distressed look and said, "Great Khan, let's retreat. The Tang army's weapons are simply too powerful. Even if we push those iron tubes into the Wei River, they can still throw explosives from across the river. Our army has already suffered heavy casualties. If this goes on, I fear all our 200,000 troops will be lost here." Jia Li's breathing quickened. His previous arrogance was gone, and his face was now full of unease. Just as he was hesitating, he heard some Turks nearby shouting in terror. "The heavenly gods are angry. The heavenly gods are angry. We've killed too many Tang people. The gods who protect the Tang can't bear it anymore. The heavenly gods are angry. Please, heavenly gods, spare us. Please, heavenly gods, spare us. Heavenly gods, we beg you, calm your anger. Stop the thunder." The ones saying this were Turkic soldiers who hadn't seen what was happening at the front. They were a deeply superstitious people, with all kinds of gods in their beliefs: grassland gods, bright moon gods, grain gods, plateau gods, wolf gods. They called them all heavenly gods. In a situation where they couldn't see the enemy and only saw grenades falling from the sky, many Turks believed these exploding objects were the wrath of the gods. Hearing this kind of talk made Jieli and Tu Li almost explode with anger. The situation was already bad enough, and now this group of ignorant men was spreading rumors here. The rumor spread quickly, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon the Turkic army's morale collapsed. Many knelt down to beg the gods' forgiveness, kowtowing repeatedly. The number of kneeling men only grew. "Retreat! Retreat!" Jieli roared at the top of his lungs. Not far away, the horn was blown. It was the signal to withdraw. Tu Li shouted to the hornblower, "Tell the soldiers to return the way we came and avoid the horse traps." As the horn echoed, the Turkic cavalry, already drained of their will to fight, spurred their horses toward the direction they had come from. Behind them, in the rear of a village, Zhang Liang saw the Turks starting to collapse. Drawing his Tang saber, he shouted excitedly, "Brothers, it's time for us to win our glory. Follow me." Then, leading 10,000 cavalry, Zhang Liang charged straight at the broken Turkic army. A deputy general beside him said, "General, the Turkic army may be in disarray, but they still have over 100,000 men. We only have 10,000. Isn't it too rash to charge straight in?" Zhang Liang replied, "I may not like that young deputy commander, but since he's the commander, we must follow his orders." "And who told you we only have 10,000 men?" "Huh?" The deputy general was puzzled. Zhang Liang grinned, pointing to the flank. "Look, what's that?" The deputy general's eyes widened in delight. "It's General Yuqi and General Ho Junji leading 20,000 elite troops. In that case, we don't have to worry about being surrounded." Zhang Liang laughed. "Even if we were surrounded, so what? Don't we still have the deputy commander and Chang Yaojin's 20,000 elites at the front? The Turkic army is already doomed. Once an army collapses, it's like a landslide. Maybe our 50,000 elites can wipe them out entirely. Men, charge!" Zhang Liang's 10,000, Yuqi Jingda's 10,000, and Ho Junji's 10,000 charged from 3 directions, left, right, and front, toward the Turks. Seeing the sudden appearance of 3 Tang forces, Jieli broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, he wouldn't have feared even twice as many Tang troops in a head-on battle. But now, his cavalry looked utterly defeated, with hardly any will to resist. Facing the Tang charge now was like adding frost to snow. Still, as supreme commander, Jieli knew the importance of morale. Even though his voice couldn't carry over the thunder of hooves, he led by example. He drew his war blade and, calling to his generals, charged to the very front. The rear Turkic soldiers, seeing their great Khan so fierce, were stirred. Those who saw him regained some spirit, their faces twisted with ferocity as they charged at the 30,000 Tang troops. But there were too many Turks overall, and only about 10,000 saw Jia Li's bravery. The rest, unable to see, remained demoralized. The earlier bombardment had left a deep psychological scar. All they wanted now was to flee the battlefield. Hearing the sounds of combat ahead only made those in the rear panic. They rushed forward blindly, afraid of being captured if they lagged, with no will to resist. After about the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense, the 30,000 Tang troops had finished breaking through. The Turkic army collapsed completely, fleeing north. Yuqi-Jingda, Ho Junji, and Zhang Liang met up successfully. Yuqi-Jingda put away his spear and shouted to the Tang troops behind him, "Check the casualties. Send scouts around to inform the Grand Commander that the Turkic army has fled, so he can arrange to wipe them out in one strike." While casualties and kills were being counted here, the same was happening by the Wei River. Chang Yaojin returned to the north bank and, seeing Qing Xiu, couldn't stop grinning. He laughed loudly. "Deputy Commander, a great victory. This time we've truly won big. How are the casualties?" Qing Xiu asked. Chang Yaojin replied excitedly, "Under the bombardment of cannons and grenades, the Turks had no heart to fight and completely lost formation. This time we lost just over 2,000 men, while the Turks had over 30,000 killed and over 8,000 captured, plus more than 10,000 warhorses seized." Qing Xiu was quite satisfied with the result. With Turkic casualties and captives totaling nearly 40,000, a force of 10,000 elite Tang troops had fought against 170,000 to 180,000 Turkic cavalry, killing more than 30,000, capturing over 8,000, nearly 40,000 in all. Yuqi-Jingda, Ho Junji, and Zhang Liang returned with their troops. The three came before Qing Xiu and cupped their hands in salute. Qing Xiu asked, "How was the battle?" Yuqi-Jingda did not look as overjoyed as Chang Yaojin had earlier. Instead, with a heavy expression, he said, "We killed 26,000 enemies, but we lost over 7,000 men. I didn't expect that even in retreat, the Turkic cavalry would fight so bravely." Qing Xiu frowned. The Turks had already been bombed into disarray. Why were our casualties so high? Yuqi-Jingda continued, "Deputy Commander, you don't know, Jieli and Tuli, the 2 Turkic Khans, led from the front themselves. The tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry at the front were full of fighting spirit. On top of that, we met them head-on. Losing 7,000 men is actually not much." Ho Junji also said, "In the first and second surprise attacks, our total casualties were under 1,000. But in the head-on clash, the casualties reached about 8,000. The exact number is still being counted. We have already sent scouts to inform the Grand Commander. Judging from the Turks' retreat route, they will pass through Hishiku within 2 hours. 10,000 fresh troops have already been deployed there." Qing Xiu asked, "What is the terrain like at Hishiku?" Zhang Liang drew 2 vertical lines in the dirt with his saber, then pointed to the space in between and said, "Hishiku is a few bare rocky hills covered with piles of pitch-black stones. This here is Hishiku. On both sides are stone hills, and in the middle is a flat mountain road about 5 li long and roughly 200 paces wide. If the Turks don't pass through here, they will have to take a detour of more than 200 li. I believe they will definitely go through Hishiku." Qing Xiu nodded, and then, moved by a thought, asked, "What kind of black stones are they?" Zhang Liang explained, "Black as ink, and the fragments will burn when touched by fire. The entire hills are like that." "Coal?" Qing Xiu's eyes lit up, but he didn't ask further. So Hishiku turned out to be an open-pit coal mine, a very good mineral resource. With coal, did that mean it might be possible to try generating electricity? But for now, the coal mine had no great use for him. "Deputy Commander, what do we do next?" Chang Yaojin asked. Qing Xiu said, "Leave 10,000 men here to count the casualties and report the results to His Majesty. You come with me, let's lead 30,000 elite cavalry to Hishiku. Although the Turks are defeated, they still have around 100,000 men, all of them strong fighters. If the 10,000 fresh troops can't handle them, it could be dangerous. To make sure nothing goes wrong, we'll go support the Grand Commander." After giving these simple orders, Qing Xiu led 4 officers and 30,000 men straight toward Hishiku. Over an hour later, Li Jing sat behind a bare hill at Hishiku, resting with his eyes closed. Just then, a scout rushed up in excitement. "They're here, Grand Commander. The Turkic army is here. They've already reached Hishiku, 10 li away. They'll be at Hishiku in less than half an hour." Li Jing opened his eyes and asked, "How many of them?" "By rough count, between 100,000 and 110,000. Li Jing was shocked. "Out of 200,000 Turkic troops, only this many are left?" The scout said, "I didn't dare get too close, but judging by their morale, they've been defeated. The whole army looks demoralized." Li Jing nodded, stood up, and said, 50,000 men will follow me to set up at the northern end of Hishiku. Duan Jishuan, you take 50,000 and guard here. Once the Turkic army enters Hishiku, seal off their retreat. With that, Li Jing took his 50,000 to arrange his forces. Jieli led 110,000 beaten soldiers forward slowly. Less than 3 li from Hishiku, Tuli frowned at the bare black hills ahead and said, Great Khan, that's Hishiku. If we don't want to take a long detour, we have to pass through it. But Hishiku is very suitable for an ambush. Jieli asked gravely, You think the Tang have laid an ambush there? Tuli nodded. It's possible. Better to be careful. Jieli pointed to a cavalryman. You, go scout ahead and see if there are any signs of Tang troops. Yes. But before the rider could leave, urgent hoofbeats came from behind. Great Khan. Bad news, Great Khan. Another cavalryman, pale and flustered, galloped up. The Tang army is chasing from behind. Jieli's face changed. How many are they? At least 100,000, the rider stammered. They're less than 10 li behind us. At full speed, they'll catch up in less than the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. What? 100,000? Jieli's eyes widened in disbelief. An hour and a half ago, in battle, the Tang had no more than 60,000 men. How could there be 100,000 now? If they had that many, why didn't they join the 30,000 in the charge? You're lying. The cavalryman went pale, trembling. I'm not lying. They really have 100,000. Jieli turned to Tuli. Tuli, what do you think we should do next? Tuli thought for a moment. Our men's morale is low. Even against 50,000 Tang, we couldn't fight. The priority is to retreat quickly to a safe place. Nearby, Zishisali's eyes lit up. Pointing at Hishiku, he said, Since the Tang are chasing us, why not set an ambush at Hishiku? We can trap the Tang in the pass and attack from both sides, wiping them out. Jieli's eyes lit up at the idea, but he still looked to Tuli. Tuli glanced again at Hishiku. Better to scout it first. A Turkic cavalryman quickly rode into Hishiku. Circling around the hills at the outer edge, he saw no sign of Tang troops and returned to report. Tuli let out a breath of relief, and Jieli also relaxed with a smile. Looks like the Tang don't have extra troops for an ambush here. Tuli, can you rest easy now? Tuli nodded. In that case, let's go in first and pick the best spot for an ambush. So Jieli waved his hand and led the army into Hishiku. Almost as soon as they entered, Qing Xiu arrived with 30,000 cavalry. Seeing the Turks plunge into the pass, Qing Xiu smiled slightly and turned to the generals. We'll block the entrance. The rest is up to the Grand Commander. Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others all grinned. Soon, 30,000 cavalry sealed off the entrance to Hishiku, ready to wrap things up. Jieli and Tuli led the Turkic army into Hishiku. How many soldiers do we still have? Jieli suddenly asked. Zishisali, who was in charge of counting the casualties, spoke in a low, gloomy voice, Great Khan, we have fewer than 120,000 soldiers left. Around 70,000 were killed in battle, more than 10,000 are wounded, and about 10,000 were captured by the Tang army. Jieli swayed slightly, his face pale, and spoke in a strained, bitter tone, 200,000 troops, and in just half a day, only 120,000 remain. Damn Tang army, how can they have such powerful weapons? What on earth are they? A nearby tribal leader asked nervously, Great Khan, could those be divine weapons given to the Tang by the heavenly gods? Jieli's face darkened. He raised his whip and lashed the leader across the face. The man screamed, clutching the bloody welt, and looked at Jieli in fear, not understanding why he had been struck. Jieli's voice was low and cold. You are a tribal leader, how can you not know whether heavenly gods exist? Why spread superstitious nonsense here? If you disturb what little morale we have left, no number of deaths could redeem you. Yes, Great Khan, you are right. I won't dare speak recklessly again. Jieli took a deep breath and sighed. Those so-called gods of the grasslands, of the plateau, the wolf god, the moon god, are they not inventions of our Turkic ancestors, meant to give the herdsmen something to believe in? These gods never existed. But once enough people believe, over time they accept it as truth. Our ancestors did not make up these gods out of ignorance, but to give the people faith, making them easier to govern. The surrounding tribal leaders fell silent. Jieli looked around and said, There's no time to waste, prepare the troops. Tuli, take 30,000 elites and set an ambush behind the ridge on the left. I'll lead the rest to wait in formation in the latter half of Hishiku. Once the Tang pursuers enter, we'll attack from both sides and trap them here. Zishisali, take 300 cavalry to patrol around Hishiku, and send scouts to keep strict watch on the Tang's movements. Report any sign of trouble to me or to Tuli at once. Yes. You men, with me. Zishisali chose some men and struggled up a nearby ridge. The ridge was pitch black, covered in loose stones, extremely hard to climb. It took them half an hour to cross it. Hishiku looked around and found a high point. He told one of his men, "Take a few people to the entrance of Hishiku and check on the Tang army, report immediately. You others, climb that tallest ridge. From up there, you should be able to see the whole pass." The two groups set off to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Jieli led about 70,000 men toward the exit of Hishiku. Tuli, with 30,000, was slowly making his way over the mountains. Soon, the teams Hishiku sent to the entrance returned. Their leader looked puzzled. "Commander, the 30,000 Tang troops chasing us didn't follow us into Hishiku. They're all outside the entrance, less than 2 li from Hishi Mountain." Hishiku frowned. "Strange, why wouldn't the Tang pursuers enter the pass?" After a moment, he said, "You, and you, go report this to the 2 khans." The 2 riders galloped off toward each khan. The group sent to the high ridge had also reached the top. One man looked around and froze when his gaze landed on the exit of Hishiku. His whole body shivered and his face turned pale. "There's an ambush! There's an ambush!" He had seen at least 60,000 Tang soldiers at the exit, packed in a dense, black mass, forming a square formation and slowly advancing. "Commander, there's an ambush at the exit, at least 60,000 Tang troops." Zishisuli's composure broke. He quickly said to the men beside him, "Go at once and tell Great Khan Jieli and Great Khan Tuli that there's a large Tang ambush at the exit, at least 60,000 men." The frightened cavalry spurred their horses recklessly. One horse screamed as it slipped, sending both man and animal tumbling down the ridge. Zishisuli cursed, "Pig! Are you a pig?" But there was nothing he could do. The ground was covered in loose black rocks, hard even for men to walk on, let alone horses. On the road below, the terrain was much flatter. Without needing Zishisuli's messengers, Jieli's 70,000 men had already reached the exit. When they saw the black mass of Tang soldiers ahead, Jieli was stunned. "Great Khan, an ambush," a tribal leader shouted in panic. Those who heard him felt their hearts tighten. Just then, the messenger finally arrived, blurting out, "Great Khan, bad news. There's a large Tang ambush at the exit, at least 60,000 men." Jieli lashed him with his whip and roared, "Are you blind? I already saw them. If you'd been a moment later, our army would already be fighting them." A tribal leader asked nervously, "Great Khan, what should we do? Charge through or retreat?" Jieli studied the Tang troops ahead. Strangely, they had no horses. They stood in a square formation. At the front, soldiers held huge shields. Behind them, others held steel spears more than 10 feet long. They were advancing step by step, each step perfectly in unison. Each step made a deafening boom, like a funeral bell striking in the hearts of the Turkic soldiers. Seeing this formation, Jieli drew in a sharp breath, a wave of unease rising within him. "Retreat, pass the order. The rear will lead the way back. We'll link up with Tuli's 30,000 as quickly as possible." The order spread, and the cavalry at the rear began to turn back. Tuli's troops had just finished crossing the ridge when they saw Jieli returning the way he came, their faces filled with confusion. Tuli rode down slowly and asked, puzzled, "Great Khan, what's going on? Weren't you setting an ambush at the exit? Why are you back?" Jieli's face was grim. "The exit is blocked. There are 60,000 Tang infantry in formation there." Tuli's mouth twitched. Everything he had planned, Tang commanders had already anticipated. Tuli thought for a moment and said, "Great Khan, the Tang infantry is relatively weak in battle. Just 50,000 of them, you can lead 70,000 cavalry and crush them at Hishiku." Jieli said worriedly, "Tuli, you don't understand. The 50,000 Tang infantry are in a square formation that looks very powerful. Considering the heavy losses we've already suffered, I don't dare act rashly, so I came back to discuss a plan with you." Tuli frowned. "A square formation?" "Yes. They look very disciplined, and the whole army's posture is strict." Tuli glanced at the ridge behind them and said, "Great Khan, why don't we cross a few ridges here and take a detour? What do you think?" Jieli thought for a moment, then frowned and shook his head. "No, that won't work. The Tang occupy the flattest terrain outside Hishiku. By the time we cross several ridges and our horses are exhausted, they'll be waiting outside to trap us. We'll be like fish on the chopping block, ready to be cut. Also, once we cross these ridges, we'll have no retreat. Our food was all taken along the way and can only sustain the army for half a month. If the Tang form an encirclement, our huge force could starve to death in Hishiku." Tuli's expression changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth. "Great Khan, the Tang only have 50,000 infantry, and we still have 120,000 cavalry. We may be hungry now, but we still have our fighting strength. Why not gather all our forces and charge them directly?" Jieli hesitated. Tuli continued, "We don't have much time to think. We've already lost 80,000 troops, losing another 30 or 50,000 doesn't matter. The Tang have a saying, as long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as we bring tens of thousands of warriors safely back to Turkic lands, in 3 to 5 years, after absorbing other small tribes, we can have another 200,000 strong army. Jieli thought for a moment, then hardened his expression and nodded. Right now, that's our only choice. But I think the formation at Hishiku's exit is strong, we shouldn't rush it. At the entrance, there are only 30,000 Tang cavalry. Their defense is weaker. We can send one force to hold them while the main army withdraws, maybe even surround and destroy those 30,000. What do you think? Tuli's face eased, and he agreed. The Great Khan is right. I'll go gather the troops at once. Tuli sent men to order the 50,000 troops who had climbed the ridge to return. When the tribal leaders heard they had to go back the way they came, they were furious. They had just struggled to get up here, and now they had to climb back down. But orders were orders, so they obeyed. At that moment, Hishiku returned, pale-faced, and went to Jieli and Tuli. His voice trembled. Two Great Khans, I have bad news, we're surrounded. Jieli frowned. We were already surrounded, 5,000 Tang infantry in formation at the exit, 30,000 Tang cavalry at the entrance. Didn't you send men to tell us that? Hishiku gave a bitter smile. Great Khan, the entrance doesn't have 30,000 Tang cavalry, it has 50,000 infantry in formation. There are 2 Tang formations, 50,000 infantry at both the entrance and the exit. They're moving in to attack us from both sides. In at most the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense, we'll be trapped here. Jieli's eyes widened in shock. What? Another 50,000 Tang infantry? Didn't the scouts say the Tang only had 50 or 60,000 troops? Where did another 100,000 come from? Hishiku shook his head, he didn't know. Tuli asked urgently, and the 30,000 Tang cavalry? Hishiku said bitterly, they haven't entered Hishiku. They're stationed about 5 li outside, probably to make sure none of us escape. I understand now, Tuli said, his face pale. They planned this from the start, first bleeding us at the Wei River, then driving us into Hishiku, where they already had 100,000 infantry waiting. I think their formations are designed specifically to fight cavalry. Hishiku said weakly, but we entered Hishiku on our own. The 2 Khans stared at him coldly, as if to say, if you know how to talk, say less. Hishiku shrank his neck and quickly added, what matters now is figuring out how to respond. Jieli clenched his fists and struck his thigh, gritting his teeth. Li Shimin, no wonder you dared to hold my daughter hostage. You already had this plan ready, waiting for us to walk right into it. Damn you, Li Shimin. Tuli urged, Great Khan, this isn't the time to complain, we must come up with a plan quickly. Break through, Jieli shouted. Gather all the troops, form up, and attack the Tang formation at Hishiku's exit. Tuli and Hishiku both nodded. After all, the entrance didn't just have 50,000 infantry, it also had 30,000 Tang cavalry, elite troops with the best Tang armor and sabers. Their combat power was strong, as shown in past clashes. Jieli regretted everything. If he'd known the Tang had this many troops, he'd never have dared to invade. The 200,000 strong force had taken years to build by uniting big and small tribes. If it was almost wiped out here, not only would he face trouble back home, but rebuilding would take 3 to 5 years. By then, his daughter might have already given him several grandchildren. At the Tang formation at Hishiku's exit, a cavalryman rode up to report. Grand Commander, the 120,000 Turkic troops are preparing to attack. They'll be at the front in less than half the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. Li Jing's eyes lit up and he shouted, all units, stand ready. Prepare to kill the enemy. The Macedonian-style phalanx was already deployed, nearly sealing the valley entrance completely. Before long, the thunder of hooves came from the distance. Far off, countless Turkic soldiers, waving scimitars, charged toward the formation with loud shouts. Li Jing, with his personal guards, rode to a halfway point up the ridge, personally raised his flag, and began to direct the battle. Large shields were lifted high, and steel spears over 10 feet long thrust out through the gaps between them. Jieli and Tuli each climbed onto 2 pitch-black ridges at the exit of Hishiku, one on the left and one on the right, directing their armies to charge into the Tang infantry formation. They watched nervously as the 2 forces clashed, expecting the brave Turkic warriors to smash through the Tang formation like a hot knife through butter, grinding them into meat paste. But the moment the 2 armies collided, their expectations vanished completely. This was because the greatest advantage of cavalry lay in using their speed to charge, fast and swift like thunder. However, only the few thousand warriors at the very front of the Turkic cavalry made contact with the Tang formation. The riders behind had no room to fight at all, they were packed together in a crush of bodies, unable to move an inch. Only the first wave of cavalry took the blows, while those behind could do nothing but watch anxiously, utterly useless. Xieli and Tuli observed the situation on the battlefield, and their hearts sank instantly. They gradually realized the strength of the Tang formation. The cavalry at the front could not break through the first row of Tang shield bearers. In an instant, thousands were skewered like hedgehogs by the spearmen standing behind the shields. Watching their soldiers fall one after another into pools of blood, Xieli and Tuli felt as if their hearts were bleeding. By the time the bodies of the Turkic soldiers in front piled into a mountain, a large gap had formed between the two armies. Fortunately, the killing stopped, and Xieli let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he was stunned to see the Tang shield bearers at the front raise their shields, climb over the piles of Turkic corpses, and enter the open space between the two forces, quickly forming a horizontal shield wall again. The spearmen behind them swiftly followed, reforming the formation and advancing forward once more. Further back came a unit of archers, and behind the archers were infantrymen who, though not fighting, were methodically clearing away the bodies of the Turkic warriors. In this way, the Tang formation could advance unhindered. Hiss! Xieli gasped and said in a trembling voice, "What an impressive formation! Sicily, go and pull Tuli Khan from the front lines and bring him here quickly. I need to discuss a plan with him." Without a word, Sicily rushed across to the other ridge. Meanwhile, the Macedonian phalanx did not idle but advanced little by little, slowly eating away at the Turkic army. Before long, Tuli arrived. Xieli hurried to meet him and said, "Tuli, our cavalry can't play to its strengths. This Tang formation is too powerful, especially in such narrow space. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Quickly think of a way to break through the formation. Dragging this out will only make things worse for us." Tuli was so angry he wanted to curse. Why is it always me who has to think of a plan? Though fuming inside, Tuli still racked his brain for a solution. Xieli urged, "Hurry. If the Tang army advances at this pace, in less than an hour their formations at the entrance and exit will close in on us from both sides, surrounding us completely. Then we'll face total annihilation." Suddenly, Tuli's eyes lit up. "I've got it. We still have more than 110,000 troops. We leave 50,000 cavalry to keep charging the formation, then pick out 60,000 cavalry, split into two forces, and cut into the Tang formation from the ridges on the left and right. This way, the formation can be broken." Xieli raised his eyebrows and slapped his thigh in excitement. "Let's do it! As expected of Tuli Khan, so clever. You pick 60,000 soldiers now. You take 30,000 to cut in from the left, I'll take 30,000 from the right." Tuli rolled his eyes and quickly went to the rear to find several tribal chiefs. He didn't need to select men himself, just informing the tribal chiefs was enough, and they would lead their own units off the battlefield. In truth, these chiefs were like Tang generals. In the distance, Duan Zhishuan saw the Turkic army splitting into two groups, each climbing the ridges on the left and right. His face changed. "This is bad, Grand Marshal, they're going to cut into our formation from both flanks. Once the cavalry breaks in, it will be a one-sided massacre. What should we do?" Li Jing glanced at the increasingly nervous Duan Zhishuan, then suddenly smiled faintly. "They won't get into the formation. You'll see soon enough." Seeing Li Jing so confident, Duan Zhishuan said nothing more and simply waited quietly for his move. Li Jing suddenly asked, "Zhishuan, do you know the difference between the Turkic and Tang command systems?" Duan Zhishuan was startled and shook his head. Li Jing explained, "Tang generals lead from the front, personally fighting alongside their soldiers. This not only boosts morale but also makes the soldiers feel close to their commanders. When the time comes to fight, they give their all. Such an army is invincible on the battlefield. But the Turks are different. Their commanders are the chiefs of each small tribe. These chiefs live in comfort within their tribes, enjoying privilege like petty kings. To preserve their noble status, they never fight alongside their soldiers, they direct from the rear while sending their men to charge. This makes Turkic soldiers' morale easy to break, and their spirit easy to weaken. Such an army is no real threat. This is why foreign tribes have invaded our land many times but have never been able to hold it." Duan Zhishuan nodded. "I understand. But Grand Marshal, why don't you personally lead the charge?" Li Jing glared in displeasure. "I am the commander-in-chief. My job is to lead generals like you. I don't command troops, I command the generals who command the troops." Duan Zhishuan urged, "Understood, Grand Marshal. But look, the Turks are already on both ridges, about to cut into our formation." Li Jing calmly raised his banner. The bugler beside him took out a horn and blew a deep woo that echoed throughout Hishiku. Hearing it, all the soldiers turned to look at Li Jing. He waved his banner in several quick motions. Duan Jishuan was shocked to see the phalanx below rapidly change shape. The infantry on both flanks raised their shields, the spearmen behind leveled their spears, mirroring the front line's posture. So that's it. No wonder the Grand Marshal was so calm, our formation can change shape at any moment. Now it's unbreakable. Duan Jishuan exclaimed. Xieli and Tuli, about to lead 60,000 cavalry in a flank attack, were dumbfounded at the sight. There's a maneuver like this too? The Macedonian phalanx had completely overturned Xieli and Tuli's understanding of battle formations. Li Jing once again changed the position of his banner, and the rear also raised their shields, preventing the enemy from cutting in from behind. In this way, shield bearers and spearmen were positioned in all four directions, forming an ironclad block. The sound of the horn rang out, it was the charge signal. The formation below, upon hearing the horn, quickened its pace, its speed increasing several times. The sound of dense footsteps rose from below, neat and uniform, each step resounding like thunder. Xieli and Tuli were instantly filled with fear, and even the Turkic soldiers gradually showed looks of despair. At this time, Sicily rode up the ridge. Seeing Xieli, his voice trembled as he said, "Great Khan, it's bad, the other formation is also advancing quickly. In at most the time of one incense stick, they will surround the soldiers below in the valley." "What? So fast?" Xieli's expression changed, and he said to Sicily, "Immediately lead the soldiers below up the ridge. You don't need to join me, take the remnants and head toward that side to break through, but no matter what, bring the men out of Hishiku. Remember, if you meet Tang troops, don't linger in battle. If you can leave Hishiku, head to Linzhou as fast as possible. We will split into 3 routes and meet in Linzhou." Sicily now had no desire to fight, only wanting to escape this dangerous situation as soon as possible. Without a word, he set out immediately. Xieli also sent someone to inform Tuli. After receiving the order, Tuli likewise said nothing and began leading 30,000 men across mountains and ridges. Seeing that Tuli's force was already moving in the opposite direction, Xieli no longer hesitated and also advanced in the opposite direction. But this meant that the 50,000 Turkic troops below were in trouble. Because their numbers were too great, and the ridges on both sides were steep, for all the soldiers to climb up would take at least half an hour. Seeing this situation, Li Jing frowned and immediately said to Duan Jishuan, "Send someone to inform the deputy commander at the entrance of Hishiku of the Turkic armies splitting into 3 routes to escape. Let him choose a place to station troops to block Xieli's escape." After Duan Jishuan left, Li Jing again had the bugler blow the horn. The advancing speed of the formation below increased again, reaching its maximum. Very soon, the formation crashed into the Turkic troops who were trying to squeeze onto the ridge but could not, and began a frenzied slaughter. In no time, the formation of 50,000 infantry at the entrance to Hishiku also entered the battle, creating a pincer attack with the other formation, mercilessly cutting down the Turkic barbarians' lives. This slaughter lasted for half an hour. Inside Hishiku, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled like mountains. By conservative estimates, no fewer than 30,000 Turkic soldiers were killed here alone. Sicily stood on the ridge, his face ashen at the carnage below. Looking at the soldiers who had climbed the ridge, only a little over 20,000 remained, the other 30,000 warriors had all perished in Hishiku. "Commander, which direction do we go?" a tribal chief asked with a heavy expression. Sicily looked toward the directions of the 2 Khans' advances, then pointed toward Xieli's forces and said, "Follow the Great Khan first. After crossing 2 ridges, we will turn and leave Hishiku on a straight path." The tribal chief's face changed, and he exclaimed, "A straight path? Commander, are you mad? If we take a straight path, we will inevitably face the Tang army head-on. Then we will be wiped out." Sicily said impatiently, "What do you know? The Tang army has only 30,000 cavalry. Their generals surely know who is important and who is not. If they want to pursue, of course they will choose one of the 2 Khans. I'm just a commander, between heavy and light, the Tang generals know the difference." And also what?" the tribal chief asked. Hearing Sicily say this, he could not help but feel some hope. He also thought Sicily's analysis was right. If the Tang army were to pursue, it would certainly be after one of the 2 Khans, not small fry like them. And also, Sicily said in a low voice, "If we meet the Tang elite cavalry head-on, resistance would be useless. We might as well surrender to the Tang army directly." The tribal chief's face changed. "You want to betray the nation and surrender?" Sicily grabbed his collar, glanced cautiously around, and said in a low voice, "Keep your voice down, afraid others won't hear you? Just tell me, do you want to live or be slaughtered by the Tang?" Of course I want to live." "Then do as I say. We will act according to the situation. Quickly lead your warriors to set out, Try to leave Hishiku before dark. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. Shitsisili led the remnants forward. Duan Jishuan also returned to Hishiku, with 2 others behind him, Zhang Liang and Ho Junji. Li Jing looked at them, frowned, and asked, "Why are you here?" Ho Junji cupped his hands and said, "The deputy commander sent us. He said that under the Grand Marshal's command, only Duan Jishuan is available as a general. Since the Turkic forces split into 3 routes, the 100,000 reinforcements will also split into 3 routes. But with only 2 generals, you cannot split into 3 forces. So the deputy commander sent us to take troops and await your orders." Li Jing nodded approvingly. Marshal Qingxiu still has some military talent. He thought the same as I did. "When do we set out? We can't let Xieli and Tuli escape. If they return to the Turks, in less than 5 years they'll gather another cavalry force to harass our borders," Zhang Liang said. Li Jing did not answer, but gave a few instructions to the bugler. When the bugler blew the horn, the 100,000 reinforcements below all adjusted their direction and began crossing the ridges. Ho Junji was puzzled. "Grand Marshal, this is?" Li Jing explained, "The horses were hidden, they are going to mount them. They'll be back soon." Ho Junji suddenly understood. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the 100,000 reinforcements who had been in infantry formation transformed into 100,000 cavalry, each armored and armed. Inside Hishiku, a killing aura filled the air. Standing high up, Li Jing drew his tang saber and said in a loud voice, "Brothers, the time has come to test the results of your 100 days of training. This battle is to eliminate the Turks once and for all. Do not disappoint me. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments, step forward. Under Duan Jishuan's command, guard the northeastern perimeter outside Hishiku. 4th to 6th regiments, step forward. Under Ho Junji's command, guard the northwestern perimeter outside Hishiku. 7th to 9th regiments, step forward. Under Zhang Liang's command, guard the eastern perimeter outside Hishiku. 10th regiment, follow me." This advanced army organization was, of course, provided to Li Jing by Qingxiu, and Li Jing had already implemented it during training. After dividing into 4 forces, the army set out. In less than half an hour, they had sealed Hishiku so tightly that not even water could pass through. Hishiku was made up of more than 20 small ridges. The many ridges were arranged together, forming a square shape, about 15 li across and about 15 li in length. Because this was a coal mining area, the water sources were polluted, and for dozens of li around it was a desolate, uninhabited place. Xieli led 30,000 Turkic cavalry over the last ridge. By then, men and horses were already exhausted, and the soldiers were utterly weary. "Damn it, finally we're out." Standing at the very top of the ridge, Xieli muttered a complaint, then looked around to scout the enemy situation. When he saw a mass of elite Tang cavalry in the northeast direction, Xieli couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his face turning black as the bottom of a pot. He immediately flew into a rage. "This is outrageous, completely outrageous. Damn it, just how many troops do the Tang have? Are Turkic scouts all useless drunks? Didn't they say the Tang only had a pitiful 60,000 cavalry? Why is there still a Tang army stationed in the northeast?" By conservative estimate, this Tang cavalry unit had at least 30,000 men. A tribal chief, with a bitter expression, pointed toward the northwest and said, "Great Khan, there is another Tang force there, less than 5 li away from us." Xieli's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked in the direction the chief pointed, feeling his scalp tingle. At the spot the chief pointed to, there was indeed another Tang army, also at least 30,000 strong. The tribal chief said with a bitter smile, "Great Khan, I'm afraid we have already been surrounded by the Tang army." Xieli looked up and wailed, "Heavens! Where on earth did all these Tang soldiers come from?" The tribal chief guessed, "Great Khan, it's impossible for the Tang to have so many troops stationed outside Hishiku. I think there's only one possibility. These Tang soldiers who formed battle formations in Hishiku were originally cavalry, not infantry." Xieli froze for a moment and shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The tribal chief said, "Khan, it's possible, completely possible." "How so?" Xieli asked. The chief explained, "The Tang formations in the passage of Hishiku were on flat, easy-to-travel roads. I guess they were originally cavalry, not infantry. They probably left their horses somewhere hidden behind an inconspicuous ridge in Hishiku. When they saw us split into 3 groups, these Tang infantry also split into several forces to lie in wait outside. Great Khan, without a doubt, we are already surrounded by the Tang inside Hishiku. Look, the positions of these 2 forces, one in the northeast, the other in the northwest. I suspect there are also 2 Tang forces in the southeast and southwest. They mean to trap us entirely in Hishiku." Xieli gasped sharply and, not caring about the black stones beneath him, plopped down on the ground, nearly in tears. The tribal chief said bitterly, "If we recklessly leave this ridge, we will surely be attacked from both northeast and northwest by Tang forces. The chance of escaping Hishiku is very small." Despair appeared on Xieli's face. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of his stomach rumbling brought him back to his senses, and he ordered, "No matter what, fill your stomachs first. Pass the word, set up the pots and cook. Let the brothers have a full meal." Soon, fires for cooking were lit below the ridge. Fortunately, there was no wind here inside the ridge. If there were, it might ignite the ridge itself, and the entire Hishiku would become a sea of fire. Then the Tang wouldn't even need to surround them, the Turkic army would be burned alive here. On the other side, Tuli faced exactly the same situation as Xieli. In both the southeast and southwest directions, there were Tang forces stationed, totaling 50 to 60,000 men. He even discovered a cavalry unit of 10,000 men patrolling around Hishiku. Tuli was hopeless. Turning his grief into hunger, he also gave the order to set up pots and cook. While they were cooking, the Tang army was also cooking. Qingxiu, while eating, instructed Cheng Yaojin, "Uncle Cheng, after the meal, please take some men back to the Wei River camp and bring back more grenades." Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up. "You're planning to throw grenades into Hishiku?" Qingxiu smiled and nodded. "Our 4 formations control the 4 directions. As long as the Turks dare to leave Hishiku, our troops can respond to each other from a distance. I think they won't dare to come out rashly, they'll likely stay curled up inside, waiting for an opportunity. Since they won't come out, we'll blow them all out." "Haha." Cheng Yaojin laughed. "I was thinking the same thing." Qingxiu continued, "General Yuqi, after the meal, lead a group of scouts to investigate the enemy situation. Once we know the movements of the Turkic army, it'll be easier to catch them like turtles in a jar." Yuqi Gong also nodded in agreement. After the meal, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Gong both left. Inside the tent, Qingxiu took a drag on a cigarette, and Ling Yingqi, dressed in full armor, was there. He crooked his finger at her and said, "Come over and massage my shoulders." Ling Yingqi didn't move, but held up one finger and said, "I'll massage, but you have to reduce my debt by 10 fairy beans." "No problem." Qingxiu readily agreed. After all, that debt of fairy beans was an invented charge, might as well take the bargain when it's offered. Ling Yingqi felt much better at that, walked over, knelt behind Qingxiu, and began to massage and pound his back. And indeed, because Ling Yingqi had practiced martial arts for many years, she had considerable strength in her hands, and the massage was quite comfortable. After about the time of 1 incense stick, the sound of concentrated hoofbeats came from outside. A soldier entered and cupped his hands. "Deputy Commander, the Grand Marshal has arrived with 10,000 troops." Ling Yingqi's face instantly showed panic. Seeing her reaction from an omniscient perspective, Qingxiu told the soldier to leave the tent. Ling Yingqi then said nervously, "My father's here, what do we do? Quick, think of something." She looked around. There was only one tent and a bedroll, nowhere to hide a person. Before Qingxiu could think, footsteps and Ling Jing's voice came from outside. "Deputy Commander really knows how to enjoy himself. We're only camped here temporarily, no need to set up a tent, is there? It's not like we're stationed here permanently." Ling Yingqi's face turned pale as snow. If her father found her in the tent, and knew she had lost her chastity, would he string her up and beat her? In her panic, Qingxiu lifted the quilt and said quietly, "Get in, lie down." Ling Yingqi didn't even think, she immediately dove under the quilt and lay down. Just as Qingxiu covered her up, Ling Jing stepped inside. Qingxiu stretched and yawned. "This marquis has a habit of napping, resting after a meal helps keep up my energy." Ling Jing gave a knowing glance at the bulging quilt and sneered, "Bringing a bed-warming maid to war, if you're not tired, who would be? Marquis Qing, a home has its rules, and an army has its regulations. Women are not allowed in camp. Send your bed-warmer back immediately. If something happens on the battlefield, a woman will only slow your blade." Qingxiu nodded. "The Grand Marshal is right. I'll send her back to Chang'an shortly." Suddenly, Ling Jing frowned, sniffed the air carefully, and muttered, "Strange, why does this scent smell so familiar?" "The scent seems familiar?" When Ling Yingqi heard this, she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Qingxiu stood up, leaned toward Li Jing, and said with an ambiguous look, "The Grand Marshal's nose is so sharp that even a young woman's body fragrance can be detected. Your home is located in Pingkong Ward, surrounded by places of pleasure. Surely you've visited there often, haven't you?" Although Qingxiu appeared calm on the surface, inside he was panicking badly. If Li Jing lifted the quilt and saw that the bedwarmer was his own daughter, he might fight to the death with him. However, he had seized on Li Jing's weakness of being a man who valued his upright reputation. Li Jing's old face flushed red at these words, and with an angry expression he said, "Marquis Qing, do not insult me. I have lived my life upright and aboveboard, a man of integrity. How could I linger in places of pleasure?" Qingxiu showed a skeptical expression. "Humph. Insolent brat. You anger me to death." Li Jing gave a cold snort, flung his sleeves, and left. Seeing Li Jing leave, Qingxiu let out a sigh of relief, but then quickly followed after him. "Grand Marshal, why take offense? I was only joking with you." Li Jing said coldly, "The battle is urgent. I hope Marquis Qing will refrain from such jokes." Qingxiu nodded and smiled. "The Grand Marshal is absolutely right. I only meant to lighten the tension on the battlefield with some humor." Hearing this, Li Jing's expression softened a lot, though he still asked curiously, "Although this is your first time on the battlefield, I have not seen you show any nervousness or pressure at all." "None? I didn't sleep a wink last night, haha." "Yes, last night you kept Li Yingqi up until the middle of the night before sleeping. Being able to sleep well would indeed be strange." Li Jing raised his hand and said, "Back to the urgent matter, where are Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda?" Qingxiu explained. Li Jing immediately nodded with a smile. "This is a good method. Using grenades to kill the enemy not only strikes fear into them, but also reduces our casualties." "Very well, since you've already made the arrangements, I can be at ease. I will continue circling around Hishiku." Li Jing waved his hand, mounted his horse, and left with 10,000 new troops. Qingxiu returned to the tent, lifted the quilt, and said, "Come out, your father's gone." Li Yingqi let out a long breath, patting her heaving chest. "Finally. That scared me to death. Luckily you were here, otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do." Qingxiu grinned. "So, I've helped you so much, how will you thank me?" Li Yingqi asked in return, "How do you want me to thank you?" "That's simple, just perform well tonight." Li Yingqi's face flushed red, and she instinctively lowered her head in silence, as if she had already accepted her fate. After leading the army 5 or 6 li away, Li Jing suddenly pulled his reins tight, his expression turning strange. His brows furrowed. "Wait, in broad daylight, why was that maid wrapped in a quilt? And after talking for so long, she never showed her face? This is suspicious." Suddenly, Li Jing's body trembled, and he jerked his head up, eyes wide. "Yingqi? That was Yingqi's scent?" He finally remembered. The fragrance he had smelled just now was the unique scent belonging to his daughter. Li Jing had another name, Li the Apothecary. He was called the Apothecary not only because he was skilled in war, but also because his medical skills were quite good, especially his expertise in blending various medicines. The scented sachet on Li Yingqi's body was personally blended by him, and he could say with certainty that in the entire Tang Empire, this fragrance was unique. Li Jing's eyes widened, his gaze gradually turning blood-red, and he roared angrily, "Damn you, Marquis Zhenghua, you've gone too far. I'm done playing with you." The new troops behind him looked at one another, not understanding why Li Jing was exploding in anger at such a critical moment. Li Jing turned his horse around and said in a deep voice, "Go back, we're heading to Marquis Zhenggua's formation." But the next moment, a scout came galloping wildly, his voice arriving before he did. "Report, Grand Marshal, Sicily is leading 50,000 Turkic troops toward the exit of Haigu Pass. It looks like he's trying to break out." Li Jing's expression changed. He struck his thigh with his fist in frustration and said through gritted teeth, "I'll settle accounts with you later, boy. For now, support is most important. Everyone, follow me to meet the enemy." With that, Li Jing led his army in a mad rush toward the exit of Hishiku. When he reached the exit, sure enough, he saw Sicily leading 50,000 Turkic troops hesitating there. The 60,000 new troops stationed in the northeast and northwest were also converging toward this spot. Soon, the 60,000 joined with Li Jing's force. "Grand Marshal, it seems Sicily is going to attempt a breakout," Ho Junji stepped forward and said. Zhang Liang also drew his war blade and asked, "Shall we have the entire army attack and drive Sicily's force back into Hishiku?" Li Jing did not give the order right away. He observed for a moment and saw that within the Turkic force of 50,000, one lone rider was galloping toward them. Li Jing frowned. "A single rider? Is he coming to negotiate?" Zhang Liang sneered. "At a time like this, when they're already at the end of the road, he still dares to negotiate?" Ho Junji tilted his head and said, "What if he's here to surrender? I've heard that this Sicily isn't very brave. Though his status among the Turks is high, it's said he gained it by flattering others. With his cowardly nature, he should be able to see the situation clearly. There's a real chance he's here to surrender." Li Jing nodded. "Then let's wait and see." Before long, the Turkic rider arrived in front of the Tang formation. Indeed, this person was none other than the Turkic great commander, Sicily. Shitsisili dismounted, dropped to one knee, placed one hand on his chest, and said, Turkic Commander Shitsisili greets the Honorable Tang Generals. Leaning forward, Li Jing rested on his horse's neck and asked, Speak, what is your purpose here? Shitsisili lifted his head with a fawning smile and said, The Turkic army is trapped in Hishiku, the situation is critical. Xieli and Tuli are already doomed. I, Shitsisili, am willing to lead 50,000 Turkic troops to surrender to the Tang, and I beg the generals to show mercy and spare us. Ho Junji's eyes widened. Well, he really is here to surrender. Li Jing nodded. I accept your surrender. Now, go back and have your men dismount at once, abandon their horses and weapons, and walk over with their hands raised. The Tang do not kill surrendered soldiers, on this, you can rest assured. Shitsisili bowed his head to the ground. Thank you, great general, for your mercy. After riding back and giving the order, the 50,000 troops began dismounting one after another, discarding their weapons, and walking over with their hands raised, a truly spectacular sight. Once everyone was in place, Li Jing ordered, Bind them all. I will lead 10,000 men to guard the prisoners. Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, you two quickly take the entire army to take possession of those warhorses. In about the time of 2 incense sticks, the 50,000 Turkic troops had their hands tied behind their backs by the Tang army, while Ho Junji and Zhang Liang received the horses. Thus, the surrender was successfully accepted. Looking at Shitsisili before him, Li Jing asked, Did Xieli and Tuli know that you have surrendered to the Tang? Shitsisili shook his head. Li Jing, Ho Junji, and Zhang Liang exchanged strange looks. What kind of expression would Xieli have upon learning that all 50,000 of his troops had surrendered? Tuli and Xieli faced the same predicament. After eating and drinking their fill, they led 30,000 men, crossed more than 10 ridges, and joined up with Xieli. When Xieli saw Tuli coming, he got up and walked over, asking bitterly, Tuli, have you also been surrounded by the Tang army? Tuli gave a wry smile and nodded, Great Khan, we must think of a way. There are 2 Tang forces in the southeast and southwest directions, together numbering 60,000. I suppose the northeast and northwest directions also have large Tang forces stationed, right? Xieli nodded, that's right. The Tang army's current strength, just what's visible, is more than 100,000, even 1 or 2 10,000s more than we have now. If we keep hiding in Hishiku, our grain and fodder will soon be completely used up. Tuli sighed, Great Khan, we are already at the end of the road. Why not summon back the 50,000 men led by Shitsisili, gather all our forces, and break out? At least this way, we can preserve part of our strength and not be completely trapped to death here. Xieli said with difficulty, I think the same. I have already sent scouts to find Shitsisili's men, and news should arrive soon. If we gather all our strength, perhaps we can still fight it out. At that moment, a Turkic cavalryman who was keeping watch came down from the ridge and said, Great Khan, Little Khan, about 300 Tang cavalry are on their way here. I guess they're coming to persuade us to surrender. Surrender? Xieli's face sank, looking very unpleasant. Tuli asked doubtfully, if they want to persuade us to surrender, sending one man to deliver the message would be enough. Why bring 300? Xieli's eyes moved, and he said disdainfully, perhaps the leader is a Tang general afraid of death, so he's bringing so many to show off his strength. You, go tell this Tang general that Turkic warriors never surrender. If it's war he wants, then war it will be. Yes. The watchman returned to the outermost ridge. By now, the 300 Tang soldiers had reached the foot of the ridge and were spreading out, heading up. The Turkic watchman shouted, Tang soldiers below, if you're here to persuade us to surrender, then get lost. We Turkic warriors will never surrender to the Tang. Among the Turks, there are only warriors who die in battle, no cowardly weaklings who surrender. After speaking, several of the watchmen wore proud and self-satisfied expressions. See, we truly have backbone. Qingxiu said to Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong beside him, you two, shoot them all. Without a word, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong drew their bows, and several arrows whistled through the air. 2 Turkic soldiers on the ridge were shot dead on the spot. The remaining 4 or 5 had not yet reacted before a dozen veterans shot them into hedgehogs. Several bodies rolled down the ridge. When Xieli saw this, he frowned. What's going on? Why are they all rolling down? Could it be? His eyes widened, and he roared, the Tang army is attacking. Prepare for battle. Tuli's expression changed, his face full of doubt. This shouldn't be. This isn't even a place to fight, and the scouts just said the Tang have only 300 men. Surely they wouldn't be stupid enough to come here and fight us head on. Hearing this, Xieli also looked puzzled. You, go up and scout. Everyone else, follow me up the mountain to see what the Tang are up to. The Tang army's actions truly baffled Xieli and Tuli, Both wore confused expressions. But the next moment, they saw Tang soldiers already standing on the ridge's highest point, and behind each of these few soldiers was a large burlap sack, bulging with something unknown. When Xieli's gaze fell on one particular young man, his eyes widened in fury. "So it's you, you little lamb." Qingxiu grinned, took the sack off his back, pulled out a black iron grenade, lit the fuse with a fire striker, and threw it straight toward Xieli's position. Xieli's whole body trembled, his mouth falling open as a wave of bad premonition surged in his heart. Although Qingxiu had promised Ashina Yu not to kill Xieli, no one could guarantee he wouldn't be blown up by a stray grenade. "What is?" Tuli tilted his head, seeing the black lump flying through the air, his face turned pale, and he shouted, "It's the weapon of the gods, run!" With that, he dove headfirst into the crowd. Xieli reacted quickly, bolting toward the left. The grenade landed right where Xieli had been standing. Boom! With an ear-splitting explosion, black coal flew everywhere. A crater 2 meters wide was left in the ground, and 3 or 4 nearby Turkic soldiers were blown off their feet. Even shards of coal pierced into several men's bodies, causing waves of terrible screams. After dodging the grenade, Xieli stumbled and fell. When he got back up, he was covered head to toe in black soot. He looked on in despair as 200 to 300 Tang soldiers simultaneously opened their sacks, lit the black lumps with fire strikers, and hurled them into the densest parts of the crowd. Then came an unending roar of explosions. Boom, 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 rumble. All through Hishiku, explosions and screams filled the air. The 60,000 Turkic troops scattered in panic, not even thinking about climbing the ridge to resist. They didn't even dare lift their heads, running blindly like headless flies. They had already had a psychological shadow from these grenades, and had thought they were only suitable for defensive battles. They hadn't imagined these little things could be carried and used as thrown weapons. Xieli, his face like ash, shouted, "Form up! Form up! Don't be afraid! Charge and kill them all! Seize the gods' weapons!" But his voice was drowned out by the explosions, and instead of coming together, the Turkic army became even more chaotic. Those few who had managed to climb the opposite ridge were pale-faced and trembling in their legs. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Chang Yaojin laughed as he hurled grenades down. Yu Qigong did the same. These 300 Tang soldiers were all hand-picked by Qingxiu, strong, veteran warriors, able to throw a nearly 1 grenade 70 to 80 meters, covering the whole battlefield with firepower. In less than half an incense stick's time, the Tang soldiers had thrown all the grenades they'd brought at the Turkic army. Qingxiu waved his hand, "Withdraw." "That's it? Already?" Chang Yaojin looked at his empty sack with disappointment. Yu Qigong also complained, "I didn't even get my fill of throwing, too few." Qingxiu said irritably, "Over 2,000 grenades, and you think that's few? Look at what the Turkic army has been turned into." The ravine was filled with the corpses of Turkic soldiers, if not 10,000, then at least 8,000. "Too much, this is going too far." Xieli, his face covered in black soot and his eyes blood-red, looked up to the sky and roared in anger. Tuli urged, "Great Khan, now is not the time for anger. We need to move further inside quickly. Otherwise, if the Tang army comes again to throw those things, all our men will be blown to pieces." "Yes, yes, everyone follow me and move in." Soon, Xieli led his men 2 ridges farther in before finally feeling at ease. With a dark expression, he said, "Check our casualties from this attack." About half an hour later, Tuli, with a bitter face, said, "Just this one time alone killed over 9,000, and more than 5,000 others were wounded and have lost the ability to fight. Losing 15,000 troops in one blow left Xieli dizzy and lightheaded. Heavens, could it be the sky wishes to destroy my Turks?" Xieli looked up and lamented, his eyes already filled with tears. Tuli consoled him, "Great Khan, do not be too sad. Sicily still has 50,000 men. Once we join together with them, we'll have over 90,000, and then we can break out." Xieli snarled at a few Turkic soldiers, "Where is Sicily? Where has that bastard run off to? Why hasn't he come to join us yet?" "Report, report." A Turkic soldier ran over, his face terrified, stammering, "Great Khan, it's not good, Sicily has led 50,000 troops to surrender." Xieli's mouth fell open, and with a boom in his head, his vision went black. He sat heavily into a pile of gravel, the sharp coal stones cutting his backside and making it bleed, without him even noticing. "What? What did you say?" Tuli's eyes nearly popped out. He grabbed the soldier by the collar and roared, "When did this happen? Why are you only reporting now?" The soldier, trembling, explained, "Less than an hour ago, I was about to report when the Tang army came to throw black lumps. I was knocked unconscious by the blast." "Damn you!" Tuli kicked him over. He walked to Xieli, looking miserable. Great Khan, that bastard Shitsicily has surrendered to the Tang. Xieli came to his senses and roared, Shitsicily, you treacherous dog. I will tear you to pieces. Tuli looked at the ragged remnants behind them and said weakly, from over 100,000 troops, in the end we have only this many left. 100,000 troops. It was a story of grief. Xieli suddenly broke into loud sobs. Tuli's eyes were also red, and he stood disheartened in the wind. After a long while, when Xieli had cried enough, Tuli said quietly, Great Khan, relying on our 40,000 men to break out is impossible. If we try, it will certainly mean total annihilation. Xieli asked, then what do you say we do now? Tuli gritted his teeth and cautiously said, where there's life, there's hope. At this moment, there are only two paths left. Xieli's spirit lifted slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, what two paths? Tuli leaned in close and whispered, first path, have several tribal chiefs lead a breakout, and in the chaos we slip out somewhere the Tang army won't notice. As long as we can safely return to the Turks, we will have the chance to rise again. Xieli asked, his expression complicated, and the second path? Tuli said darkly, surrender to the Tang. Xieli's face twisted in struggle as he fought within himself. Tuli reminded him, Great Khan, it's time to decide quickly. If the Tang army comes again to bombard us, we may not even have the chance to surrender. Xieli's body trembled, and he said bitterly, surrender. Good, I'll send scouts to the Tang camp immediately. Wait. Xieli grabbed Tuli, gritting his teeth, we can surrender, but Shitsicily must die. Tuli, you will go personally and tell the Tang general that I will surrender only after seeing Shitsicily's head. Tuli hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right, I'll go. Before long, Tuli rode over several ridges and arrived before the Tang camp. Facing the neat ranks of Tang soldiers, Tuli dismounted, placed one hand over his chest, and saluted, I am Tuli Khan of the Turks. I wish to see your leader. Qingxiu rode forward and said, that's me. Speak your piece. Although Tuli had seen Qingxiu near the Wei River before, he had not looked closely. Now, taking a good look, he was surprised at how young the man was. He said to Qingxiu, Khan Xieli has decided to surrender, but he will only do so after seeing Shitsicily's head. Otherwise, the Great Khan will lead the Turkic remnants to break out and perish together with the Tang. Qingxiu raised an eyebrow and said to Chang Yaojin, General Chang, go to the Grand Marshal and have him cut off Shitsicily's head and send it over. Chang Yaojin frowned, Deputy Commander, the Tang do not kill surrendered generals, don't you know this? Qingxiu sneered, killing one surrendered general to save tens of thousands of Tang soldiers' lives is worth it. I believe the Grand Marshal will gladly agree to this. Chang Yaojin thought for a moment, then nodded, mounted his horse, and went to find Ling Jing. If Shitsicily wasn't killed, Xieli might lead a breakout. In desperation, people could unleash terrifying strength. Even with superior numbers, the Tang army would take heavy losses fighting desperate Turks, at least several thousand to 10,000 casualties to wipe them out. About half an hour later, Chang Yaojin returned carrying a bloodied head, followed by Ling Jing and his 10,000 cavalry. Ling Jing's expression was dark, and when he looked at Qingxiu, there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Chang Yaojin tossed the head at Tuli's feet, Shitsicily's head, take it to let Xieli enjoy the sight. Tuli examined it, confirmed it was Shitsicily's head, picked it up, mounted his horse, and returned the way he came. After Tuli left, Ling Jing rode forward with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, Marquis Qing, come with me, I have something to ask you. Qingxiu's heart moved, and a bitter smile touched his lips. What must come will come. Ling Jing surely knew by now that he had been hiding his precious daughter, Ling Yingqi. Following Ling Jing several hundred paces away, Ling Jing suddenly turned, his voice angry, Marquis Qing, you've gone too far, my daughter Yingqi, is she in your tent? Qingxiu calmly nodded, yes, Ling Yingqi is in my tent. Ling Jing's face alternated between black and red, his voice trembling, what did you do to her? Qingxiu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, father-in-law, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for young men and women to have mutual affection. Yingqi and I truly love each other, and I hope to gain the Grand Marshal's support. Ling Jing was completely stunned. Good heavens, he's already calling me father-in-law? Qingxiu, this man, has nothing else in excess, except fathers-in-law. Of course, he did not mind having many fathers-in-law, the more the better, so that the Qing family could branch out and spread its leaves. Calling him father-in-law caught Ling Jing completely off guard. Ling Jing's expression changed, and he cried out, who is your father-in-law? Don't shout nonsense and ruin my daughter's reputation. At that moment, Qingxiu almost wanted to say, your daughter's reputation is already gone. Ling Jing snorted angrily, I, Ling Jing, have only one daughter. In the future, I will find her a husband who is her equal in family status and pleasing to me. She will never be made anyone's concubine. You have no fate with her, so give up that idea. Qingxiu asked doubtfully, could it be that Duke Wei looks down on me? Am I not her equal in status? You? Ling Jing frowned, it's not that I look down on you. My meaning is clear, if my daughter is to marry, her husband must be devoted to her alone. Marquis Qing, you have a harem full of wives and concubines, so you are not within my scope for choosing a son-in-law. Hearing the other speak so plainly, Qingxiu could only nod helplessly, since Duke Wei is so firm, I can only give up. In that case, he would just regard last night's intense battle with Ling Yingqi until midnight as a beautiful encounter. Ling Jing never imagined that his daughter had already lost her chastity. In his subconscious, he believed that his daughter Ling Yingqi was not a casual person and could never roll in bed with someone she had only recently met, but he did not realize that when his daughter was casual, she wasn't human. Ling Jing glanced at the defeated and broken Turkic remnants coming out of Hishiku and said to Qingxiu, Marquis Qing, I will only say this once, I hope you will not have further contact with my daughter. Certainly, certainly. Qingxiu nodded. However, Duke Wei, let me say this in advance, I will never take the initiative to disturb your daughter. But if your daughter comes to disturb me, then what? Impossible. Ling Jing shook his head and pursed his lips, absolutely impossible. How could she take the initiative to bother you? But since you have this concern, I will warn her a few times when I get back. You don't need to trouble yourself over it, Marquis Qing. Qingxiu smiled, and if the warning doesn't work, and you can't control her? Ling Jing said with some displeasure, she is my own daughter, I can certainly control her. Better that way. Qingxiu grinned, said this, and then rode off toward the main force. Behind him, Ling Jing's expression was a little strange, where does this boy's confidence come from? But Ling Jing did not think too much on it. Whole army, stand ready. Xieli and Tuli led more than 40,000 battered remnants to the front of the Tang army. Xieli's expression was utterly dejected. He removed the golden blade from his waist, tossed it to the ground, glanced at Qingxiu, then said to Ling Jing, I am Xieli Khan of the Turks. I have come today to surrender. I hope the Tang army will treat our Turkic warriors well. Ling Jing nodded, dismount and surrender. Xieli dismounted, walked forward voluntarily, put his hands behind his back, and allowed himself to be bound. Seeing this, Tuli did the same. The 40,000 remnants all threw down their weapons, dismounted, and surrendered. Among them, many Turkic soldiers shed tears of humiliation. Ling Jing instructed the generals beside him, Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, you two take the surrendered Turkic soldiers to the main Tang camp in Chang'an. Yu Qigong, Duan Jishuan, you lead the Tang army back to the Wei River camp. Chang Yaojin, you take a unit to escort Xieli and Tuli to the palace. Chang Yaojin asked, and the Grand Marshal and Deputy Commander? What will you be doing? Li Jing said calmly, the Marquis and I have some military matters to discuss. You go ahead, we will follow shortly. Once the Tang generals had departed in an orderly manner, Li Jing requested that Qingxiu take him to the camp to find his daughter. At this time, there were still many Tang soldiers guarding around the camp. Li Jing dismissed them, lifted the curtain, and walked inside. Inside, Li Yingqi, in full armor, was sitting on the bedding, one hand holding a black sausage, the other a bottle of rice wine, looking very comfortable. But when she saw Li Jing enter, her whole body trembled, and the sausage and wine in her hands fell to the ground. She suddenly stood, turned her back, as if trying to cover her tracks. Li Jing walked over with a dark face and turned her back around. Li Yingqi gave a dry laugh, then pretended to be surprised. Oh, father, what are you doing here? Li Jing's mouth twitched, his tiger eyes glaring. Nonsense. How many times have I told you, being a girl, you are not to enter the army camp? You never listen. Your mother doesn't know you're here, she must be terribly worried at home. Li Yingqi stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, and said weakly, Father, I just wanted to help you. Besides, who says women can't go to the battlefield and kill the enemy? You dare talk back? Li Jing's anger flared, and he raised his hand to strike. Qingxiu raised his brows, hurried forward, grabbed Li Jing's arm, and said anxiously, Duke Wei, calm your anger. I think Yingqi was just being playful, don't take it to heart. If you slap her and hurt her, what then? Li Jing was stunned, looking at Qingxiu in confusion, is this kid trying to show off in front of me? Li Yingqi, on the other hand, felt a warmth in her heart. Her gaze toward Qingxiu grew more grateful. Li Jing shook off Qingxiu and cursed, she's my daughter, I'll hit her however I want. None of your business. Qingxiu felt secretly pleased, what a low EQ man. Even this can be turned to my advantage, it would be a waste not to. Qingxiu said earnestly, Grand Marshal, I know you're angry right now. But you should be happy that Ingchi wants to fight the enemy. This is a case of a heroine yielding no ground to men. If I were you, I would certainly fulfill her wish to go to battle. Li Jing was completely puzzled. Li Yingqi's eyes lit up as she looked at Qingxiu, thrilled, a soulmate. A real heroine equal to men. Get lost. Li Jing pushed Qingxiu aside, glared at Li Yingqi, and said irritably, you will now return home immediately. Your mother's health is poor, don't make her worry about you anymore. Li Yingqi whispered, I've already been out for 2 or 3 days, no rush. Father, how did you know I was here? She looked at Qingxiu, full of suspicion, could it be you told my father I was here? Qingxiu said with a smile, your scented sachet gave you away. Li Yingqi opened her mouth, took out a sachet from her chest, and gave a bitter smile. She understood everything. This sachet was blended by her father himself, how could he not recognize its scent? Li Yingqi put away the sachet, clung to Li Jing's arm, and said coquettishly, Father, let me go to the battlefield. I promise to protect myself. And with my martial skills, I can certainly kill more than a few Turks. Li Jing's mouth twitched, the truth is, to tell you frankly, the Turks have already surrendered. Li Yingqi's mouth fell open, so I came here for nothing? No, not for nothing. She at least experienced the joy of being a woman. Li Yingqi was unhappy. Seeing this, Li Jing said helplessly, enough, don't pull a long face. Even though the Turks are defeated, aren't there still Tubo and Koguryo? There will surely be a chance for you to go to battle in the future. Now go home at once. Oh. Li Yingqi pouted, gave a half-hearted response, and left the tent with her head down, somewhat absent-minded. She never imagined that the 200,000 Turkic troops would be defeated in less than a single day. When she passed by Qingxiu, he said deliberately, pity my hundreds of fairy beans, just gone like that. Li Yingqi's body trembled, her face flushed red, and she bit her lip, speaking in a small voice, I will repay you. 10 days, at most 10 days' time. Qingxiu muttered something, and Li Yingqi, still blushing and with her head lowered, quickly walked out. Li Jing frowned and asked, Marquis Qing, what are you talking about? What fairy beans? What 10 days? Oh, nothing. Qingxiu gave an awkward smile. Grand Marshal, let's return and report our mission. Let's go. After that, Li Jing sent a unit to escort Li Yingqi back to Chang'an, while he and Qingxiu returned together to the imperial city. News of the victory quickly spread to every street and alley in Chang'an. The whole city was boiling with excitement, drums and gongs were beating, and the people were cheering. After all, for many years the Turks had been a thorn in the side and a sharp blade to the flesh of the Tang people. Without their destruction, the northern border would never be peaceful, and there would be daily incidents of burning, killing, and looting. Now, the 200,000 Turkic troops, 100,000 had been killed, and 100,000 had been captured. Even the 2 khans of the Turks had been taken. Qing residence. Ashinayu locked herself in her room, washing her face with tears, crying as if her heart were breaking. From now on, she was no longer a noble Turkic princess. Su Xiaochun entered, pushing the door with a servant boy who was carrying a food box. Seeing Ashinayu still sobbing, Su Xiaochun sighed, eat something first, don't cry yourself sick. I've already sent someone to the palace to inquire about your father. As soon as there's news, I'll tell you right away. Ashinayu also knew that crying like this was useless. She was not a sentimental person by nature. Hearing this, she quickly said to Su Xiaochun, thank you. Come, eat. Look at me, with my big belly, bringing you food. If you don't eat a few bites, wouldn't I lose face? Su Xiaochun spread her hands, her expression innocent. Ashinayu came over, sat at the table, and began to eat in large mouthfuls. Even while eating, tears kept flowing down her cheeks. As she ate, Ashinayu lowered her head and said with a trace of relief, Madam Qing, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Su Xiaochun was stunned and asked doubtfully, you lied to me? About what? Ashinayu lowered her head further, I said before that nothing happened between Marquis Qing and me, but that was a lie. In fact, in the past month, almost every night we were together. As she spoke, she secretly watched Su Xiaochun's reaction, her face showing some worry. She was afraid this Tang lady, who had been so good to her these past few days, would get angry and harm her health, or hurt the child in her belly. Ashinayu did not want such a gentle and kind Tang woman to be hurt, but not telling her was also a torment in her heart. She had mustered up great courage to say this. Su Xiaochun, however, showed an expression of as I expected. She sat down, smiled calmly, and said, it's fine, I can forgive you. What did you say? Ashinayu could hardly believe her ears. Su Xiaochun chuckled, I said it's fine, I can forgive you. I don't blame you for lying to me. Ashinayu's eyes turned red, and she said softly, thank you, you are truly kind. She had never met such a kind Tang woman. Su Xiaochun sighed helplessly. As for my husband, if you say he is kind, he can be kinder than anyone, knowing how to care for women. But if you say he's not kind, he can be extremely unkind. This unrestrained nature of his, he can never change. Ah, I've accepted my fate. After all, he is my husband. Yes. Ashina Yu, blushing, whispered, Madam Qing is absolutely right, Marquis Qing truly is unrestrained. If he weren't so unrestrained, how could he have kept her pleasing him in different ways for an entire month? Su Xiaochun's expression turned serious. Let's speak of proper matters. Since you are already my husband's woman, and with the Turks defeated, the Tang will soon reclaim the grasslands. There is no way you can return to the Turks. Even if my husband were willing to let you go, His Majesty would never allow someone of a hostile nation to leave. So my suggestion is, stay here in the residence and rest quietly while you carry the child. Rest quietly, while carrying the child? Ashina Yu was stunned. She swallowed hard and said in disbelief, Madam Qing is saying, that I am pregnant? She lowered her head, looked at her flat belly, and unconsciously placed her hand on it. Su Xiaochun nodded, yes, you are. A few days ago when I saw you vomiting, I began to suspect. Do you remember when I asked a doctor to check your pulse? Ashina Yu said blankly, but the doctor said it was due to acclimatization issues. Su Xiaochun gave a bitter smile. Silly girl, you've been in Chang'an for so long without any trouble from acclimatization, how could it suddenly happen? The doctor felt your pulse and found it was a pregnancy pulse. You are already pregnant, and it's full term. Ashina Yu felt flustered and at a loss. Su Xiaochun was nervous, very afraid that Ashina Yu would not accept the fact and would choose to have an abortion. After all, technically, Qingxiu and Ashina Yu were still enemies, though at the level of nations, it was still an enemy relationship. I really am pregnant? Yes, you are. I want to ask what you plan to do from now on. Ashina Yu was silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, since Madam Qing is so generous as not to reject me, and is even willing to accept me, I will not be petty either. But, my status is still that of a Turkic princess. I can stay here to carry the child for him, but I have one request. What request? Su Xiaochun asked. Ashina Yu said, he must guarantee my father's safety, otherwise, I will not give birth to his child. This, Su Xiaochun frowned, I will tell my husband. I believe he will find a way to keep your father safe. Thank you. I also want to see my father. I don't know if there will be a chance. Ashina Yu was very hopeful. Su Xiaochun gave a bitter smile, I will tell my husband, but whether His Majesty agrees is another matter. Ashina Yu shook her head, I will not make things difficult for you. I just want to see my father to confirm that he is still alive. If I can be granted that, I will have no other desires in this life and will serve Marquis Qing wholeheartedly. In truth, even without Ashina Yu mentioning it, Li Er would not easily kill Xieli. After all, Li Er cared about the shame of Bema Valley. Without making Xieli suffer some humiliation, he would not let the matter rest. The Turks came to invade. I, your subject Li Jing, was fortunate not to fail in my duty. I destroyed 110,000 of the enemy, captured 90,000 Turks, including the Turkic Jeli Khan and Tuli Khan. Both have been captured and are now being escorted outside the palace. Outside the Taiji Hall, Li Jing reported the battle results to Li Er. Because there were far too many officials attending this morning court session, a high-voiced eunuch loudly announced. The soldiers have returned victorious from the expedition, 110,000 enemies slain, 90,000 captured, Jeli Khan of the Turks captured alive, Tuli Khan of the Turks captured alive. Thousands of officials from across the land became excited, almost every one of them showed an expression of joy. Since the founding of the Great Tang, the Turks had been a great burden pressing on the hearts of the Tang people. Now it was over, not only was the main Turkic force wiped out, but the two Khans of the Turks were captured. From now on, the Turks would never again stir up great trouble, and the northern frontier would be completely at peace. Li Er's face flushed red with excitement, and he loudly said, Good, good, good. 3 goods in a row were enough to show Li Er's excitement at that moment. Li Er stood up, came to the steps, and looked down at the thousands of officials below, speaking loudly. Li Jing, Duke of Wei, for merit in resisting the Turks, is promoted to Grand Master of the Purple Gold, rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, 100 head of cattle and sheep, and 100 bolts of fine silk. Qingxiu, Marquis of Zhen, for merit in resisting the Turks, is promoted to Duke of Zhen, given 10,000 households in fief, rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, 100 head of cattle and sheep, and 100 bolts of fine silk. Chang Yaojin, Duke of Lu, for merit in resisting the Turks, is promoted to Grand Master of the Purple Gold, given a purple gold and white jade belt, rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 100 head of cattle and sheep, and 100 bolts of fine silk. Duke of Yi. Li Er conferred rewards to 7 generals in one breath. Except for Li Jing and Qingxiu, who received 10,000 taels, the others received 1,000. In fact, the so-called 10,000 or 1,000 in gold was not gold, but bright silver. It just sounded grand. The 100 head of cattle and sheep actually included only 3 to 5 cows, the rest were sheep. After all, in this era, plow cattle were more precious than people, the most important labor force for farming. Your servant thanks your majesty. Your servant thanks your majesty. After the generals expressed thanks, Li Er smiled and said, "The soldiers have won a great victory, so naturally I must reward the army. Pass my decree, all soldiers who took part in the campaign against the Turks will each receive 1 guan of silver and will be granted a 1-month leave in batches to reunite with their families. Tomorrow at noon, I will hold a grand feast in the Taiji Palace to celebrate with the participating generals. All officials currently in Chang'an must attend." Li Er returned to his seat and said with a playful look, "Now then, bring up the 2 Turkic khans." Soon, the heavily bound Jieli and Tuli were brought before Li Er. Jieli was forced to kneel on the ground before Li Er. He struggled several times but could not get up, finally smiling bitterly. "Li Shimin, we meet again, but I never expected it would be in this way." Li sighed. "Indeed. Last time we met on the banks of the Weishui River, I was forced to slaughter my beloved white horse to secure peace with you. But now, the roles have reversed." Jieli's heart stirred, and he said, "Tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting me return to the Turks?" Li Er chuckled. "As a distant guest, Khan of the Turks, I must treat you well. If I don't host you for a while, the people of the world will laugh at me for being stingy. You should experience the customs and culture of the Great Tang." Jieli lowered his head. He knew full well that Li Shimin would not easily let him go. "I have heard the Khan is skilled in singing and dancing, especially the Hu World dance, performed superbly. There's no better day than today. I'll have musicians accompany you so you can dance the Hu World to entertain the civil and military officials of the Great Tang. What do you think?" Jieli's expression changed, humiliation filled his face. He closed his eyes in pain. "I refuse." Li Shimin's face grew cold. In a deep voice, he said, "If I order you to dance, you will dance." Jieli opened his mouth, then lowered his head bitterly. I will dance. Since the great Tang Emperor requests it, how could I refuse?" Everyone knew by now that Jieli had submitted. Soon, Li Shimin ordered musicians to be arranged, and Jieli was dressed in colorful Hu-style garments. With lively music playing, Jieli twisted his somewhat plump body and began the Hu World dance, and as he danced, he got more and more into it. There was no choice, under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. When the dance ended, Jieli panted heavily. "Is your majesty satisfied?" "Very satisfied. Extremely satisfied." Seeing Jieli lose all dignity before the entire court, Li Shimin couldn't stop smiling. Jieli tentatively asked, "Since you are satisfied, could you let me return to the Turks? I am willing to give you 100,000 cattle and sheep, 100,000 in gold and silver, no, 1 million in gold and silver. As long as you release me, I will have them sent to you immediately." Li Shimin's face turned cold, and he sneered. "Are you dreaming? Jieli, I have endured you for a long time. You repeatedly violated the border, burning, killing, and plundering in the lands where my Tang people live. How many Tang people have died because of your decisions? Likely no fewer than hundreds of thousands, correct? Tang men, you tortured to death for sport. Tang women, your Turkic soldiers violated and killed. You even had young Tang girls captured for food, shamelessly calling them two-legged sheep. The crimes you have committed in the Great Tang are countless. The Tang people wish they could eat your flesh and drink your blood. Even cutting you into pieces and grinding your bones to dust would be too light a punishment. And now you still think about returning to the Turks? Return for what? To rebuild the grassland tribes, gather an army, and invade my borders again? To slaughter my Tang people?" Jieli's face turned ashen. From Li Shimin's tone, he could tell there was no chance of being allowed back. As if resigned to his fate, he lowered his head. "If you're going to kill me, then give me a quick death." If he was not to be released, he would surely be killed. Li Shimin shook his head. "I never said I would kill you." "You won't kill me?" Jieli was stunned. Li Shimin continued. "Since you've come to the Great Tang, stay here and don't leave. The Imperial Music Bureau still lacks a lead dancer. You can work there and train dancers for the Tang. That way, I can also watch you dance whenever I wish." Jieli's mouth fell open, his face flushed red. But in the end, he nodded helplessly. "Thank you for sparing my life. Since you are now an official of the Great Tang, you are a minister receiving the emperor's pay. You should understand the loyalty between ruler and subject, correct? Jie Li froze, then knelt and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Li Shimin stroked his beard and smiled. Looking at Tuli, he said, "Tuli, just as I will not kill Jie Li, I will not kill you either. You were born on the grasslands and are skilled in the breeding of livestock. From now on, you will be in charge of raising horses at the imperial stables." Tuli. From Khan to stable hand in one move, the difference in status was too great, and Tuli could hardly accept it. The grand court session ended, and all the civil and military officials dispersed. Outside Chengtian Gate, a group of family members had gathered. To welcome Li Jing back, of course, there was Lady Hongfu and their daughter Li Yingqi. Lady Hongfu was not like the chivalrous heroine image in the legends, but rather looked like a beautiful wife, her body slightly plump, wearing a reddish dress, appearing to be in her 30s. Li Yingqi had a few similar features to her. Chang Yaojin's 2 wives and 3 sons had come, and of course there was also Qingxiu's fiancée-to-be, concubine Cui Yuanran. There were also Yu Qigong's black and white wives and his 2 sons. From the appearance of the 2 young Yuqis, it was obvious they were Yu Qigong's bloodline, tall and sturdy, broad and thick, with height and waist both measuring 8 qi, the kind with no visible neck. Next came the families of Zhang Liang and Ho Junji. Of course, several of Qingxiu's wives had also come, including his fiancée-to-be Yen Yushi. Su Xiaochun, holding a willow branch and with a big belly, came forward and swept the willow branch over Qingxiu's body. It was said this could sweep away the dust from the journey, as well as bad luck and the killing aura, so they would not be brought into the home to cause disaster. Of course, this was feudal superstition, and Qingxiu absolutely did not believe it. But he could not resist their persistence. Every wife and concubine had to sweep him a few times. Except for Su Xiaochun and Yunyang, who were gentle, the others used extra force, each showing a sly expression. This made Qingxiu suspect they were taking revenge for all sleeping together under one blanket the other night. Qingxiu gritted his teeth and said, be gentle, Princess Gongyi, I didn't expect you to hit so hard. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. And you, Chang Sun Pingting, you won't escape either." Chang Sun Pingting's eyes lit up. She grabbed the willow branch and hit him a few more times, saying proudly, "Husband, if you have the ability, come at me. I'm not afraid." Li Lizhu covered her mouth and giggled. "You deal with Pingting then. I'm going back to the prince consort's residence tonight anyway." Li Yuqing's eyes brightened. Did hitting harder mean being dealt with more severely at night? "Come, give me the willow branch. It's my turn." Li Yuqing snatched the willow branch, smiling. "Husband, bear with it. I'll be gentle." Smack. Qingxiu drew in a sharp breath and cursed. "So heavy-handed. You won't escape either, everyone here is included." Li Yuqing hit him with even more enthusiasm. After all, at the like wolves at 30, like tigers at 40 age, Li Yuqing's needs in that regard were greater than the others. Seeing Qingxiu getting beaten so badly, Li Yingqi felt a strong urge to join in and hit him too, but she only imagined it in her heart. After all, she did not even have an official status. Thinking of status, her eyes unconsciously showed some envy. Seeing the whole family happy together, wives and concubines getting along without jealousy, she really wanted to join this big family. "Yingqi, what are you looking at so intently?" Lady Hongfu noticed Li Yingqi's attention was elsewhere. Following her gaze, she caught the subtle look in Yingqi's eyes and her heart gave a small jolt. Li Yingqi came back to herself quickly and said, "It's nothing. Father, mother, let's go. Tonight is mid-autumn, and we still have to see the lanterns." Lady Hongfu glanced over again, then led her husband Li Jing and daughter Li Yingqi onto the carriage. After Li Yuqing finished hitting, she handed the willow branch to Yen Yushi, smiling. "You should hit a few times too." "Me?" Yen Yushi's pretty face turned red and she said shyly. "I'd better not. Sister, I haven't married in yet." Su Xiaochun giggled. "It's fine, you'll marry in sooner or later. If you don't hit now, you won't get the chance later." Yen Yushi hesitantly took the willow branch and lightly swept Qingxiu twice. Who would have thought Qingxiu would suddenly cry out in pain, clutching the spot where she swept, and say with a pained face, "Ow! Miss Yen, you hit too hard. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Yen Yushi was dumbfounded. In her whole life, it was the first time she had met someone faking like this, and she didn't know what to do. Su Xiaochun pouted. "Pretend all you want. Sister Shishir didn't even use any force." Cui Yuanran, watching from not far away, also laughed. Chang Yaojin came over, smiling. "Yen family girl, give the willow branch to me." Not only Qingxiu was stunned, his wives and concubines were also stunned. Su Xiaochun said in shock, "Uncle Chang, are you also going to be my husband's concubine?" Chang Yaojin's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. Nonsense. My niece hasn't hit yet. Qingxiu simply snatched the willow branch and tossed it aside, saying to Chang Yaojin, Uncle Chang, forget it. After she marries in, there will be plenty of chances to hit. Chang Yaojin grinned and said, My niece's father, mother, and grandfather have come and are staying at my house for now. Find a time to come meet them, bring a small gift, they're frugal people, they don't like extravagance. Just remember that. Qingxiu nodded. After His Majesty's victory feast, I'll visit your residence. Good. I'll go home first, you should head home soon too. With that, Cheng Yaojin left with his family, and Qingxiu also took a carriage back to the Qing residence. He first took a nice long bath. Su Xiaochun came in with a clean set of clothes, placed them on the rack, and stood behind the bath barrel to wash his back. Qingxiu held her soft, delicate hand and asked gently, Wife, is there something you want to say? Su Xiaochun pursed her lips. Nothing can be hidden from you. Qingxiu smiled faintly. Wife, just say what you want. Why be polite with your husband? Su Xiaochun said softly. After your bath, go visit the Turkic princess. Qingxiu was surprised. Why? She is pregnant. Ah? Qingxiu was stunned. Pregnant? Su Xiaochun sighed. She's already started having morning sickness these past few days. I think the child is already full term. Even if you wanted to hide it, you can't. Qingxiu looked a little embarrassed. No wonder, during that crazy month with Ashinayu, there were several times they didn't take any protective measures, only using the most primitive squatting method to flush afterwards, which was not effective at all. Su Xiaochun continued. After hearing of the Turkic defeat and her father's capture, she cried for a whole day. If she keeps crying like that, she'll harm her body, and she has something to ask you. Qingxiu nodded. I know, she wants to see her father, right? Su Xiaochun nodded. Qingxiu said, I'll go see her in a while. After Su Xiaochun left, Qingxiu got dressed and went to Ashinayu's room. Ashinayu curled up on the bed, her eyes red like a rabbit's. When she saw Qingxiu push the door open and come in, she quickly turned over, got off the bed, and in a few quick steps came forward to grab Qingxiu, asking nervously, How is my father? Did the great Tang Emperor make things hard for him? Sit down and talk. Qingxiu sat down at the small table, and Ashinayu sat right next to him, looking very anxious. Qingxiu said unhurriedly, His Majesty originally intended to execute your father, but I pleaded for him. Your father's life is spared. When he said this, Qingxiu's face didn't turn red, nor did his heart race, his skin had already been trained to be thick enough. In truth, he hadn't pleaded at all, because Li Er had already intended to keep Jieli alive and humiliate him for a while to avenge the White Horse incident. So saying this was just to gain favor, so Ashinayu would be devoted to following him from now on. Ashinayu's emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster. After hearing the full sentence, her body felt weak. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, and with a face full of gratitude she said, thank you for saving my father's life. Qingxiu said, I know you want to see your father right now, but not yet. If you want to see him, wait a few more days. When he takes up his new post, I'll personally take you to see him. Ashinayu asked with some doubt. New post? What do you mean? Qingxiu chuckled. His Majesty not only didn't kill your father, but even gave him an easy job. He's assigned to the Imperial Music Bureau as a dance instructor, mainly responsible for arranging performances for important occasions. Ah? Really? Ashinayu's expression brightened, and she looked at Qingxiu with even more gratitude. Lord Qing, Ashinayu sincerely thanks you for getting such a good position for my father. I will repay you. Qingxiu hid his embarrassment and smiled. Just a simple repayment? Ashinayu's face turned slightly red as she stood up, gently slipping off her clothing. Biting her lip, she said in a trembling voice. You have fulfilled your promise to Ashinayu, and I will not go back on my word. From now on, in life I am your person, in death I am your ghost. In this life, I will serve only you. Seeing Ashinayu's delicate, jade-like body, Qingxiu's breathing quickened. He suppressed the fire in his heart, got up, helped her put her clothes back on, and said, You are already pregnant. Nurturing the child is the most important thing. As for matters between man and woman, don't think about them. Before you give birth, I won't touch you. Ashinayu was moved, almost to tears. Her gaze was soft, her expression slightly charming, and she said sweetly, You won't touch Ashinayu, but Ashinayu can touch you. Saying this, Ashinayu knelt down. Qingxiu felt warmth spread through his body and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. After a month of careful teaching from Qingxiu, Ashinayu had already mastered many skills. Now she was demonstrating to her teacher what it meant for the student to surpass the master. In Chang'an, those skilled in mouth techniques were mostly in the Qing residence. Half an hour later, Qingxiu lifted the hand resting on Ashina-yu's head and said, "Get ready, it's time to eat. Tonight I'll take you all to enjoy the lanterns." Ashina-yu's appetite was good, she liked almost everything. When food was mentioned, she first nibbled on a few bites. After dinner, Qingxiu took his family out. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Chang'an City had lifted the night curfew for 3 days. Every evening people celebrated the festival all night long. Almost all the citizens of Chang'an gathered on Zhuke Street. The stalls along both sides were brightly lit, and goods of every kind were on display: lantern sellers, riddle games, snack vendors, fortune tellers, character readers, in short, everything one could think of. The various cries of vendors never stopped. Among them were some Persian merchants selling glass beads, but few came to buy. After all, glass beads had already become so common that even in the alleys children were playing with them. The Persian merchants could no longer fool Tang people out of their money. A few Hu merchants were nearby, speaking in broken Chinese to sell their goods. Hu girls for sale, virgin Hu girls just brought from Hu lands, definitely under 18 years old. Human trafficking had now become commonplace. Qingxiu noticed one Hu merchant holding an iron chain, the other end tied to 5 or 6 brown-haired, blue-eyed Hu girls. Each was scantily dressed, showing white thighs and waists, throwing flirtatious glances at passing Tang gentlemen. Su Xiaochun saw Qingxiu looking at the Hu girls and frowned. "Husband, you'd better not get any ideas about these Hu girls. I heard they all have body odor, are not clean, and their scent is all from heavy perfume." After saying this, she secretly watched Qingxiu's reaction. She was truly afraid he might bring some Hu girls home to warm his bed. If that happened, she knew she couldn't stop it. Qingxiu turned back and smiled. "I just think these Hu girls are a bit pitiful. I have no thoughts about them." He looked again at Ashina-yu and teased. "Ashina-yu looks much better than these Hu girls. Isn't she also a Hu face? Having one Hu girl at home is already enough." Ashina-yu said angrily, "I am not a Hu girl, I am a princess of the Turks. How can you compare me to these Hu girls?" For Ashina-yu, being compared to a Hu girl was an insult. After dinner together, the women had already accepted Ashina-yu's presence. She had also changed her form of address, from Lord Qing to you, and now to husband, fully blending in with the wives and concubines. "Write a poem and get a lantern, come and see, write a poem and get a lantern for free." Ahead, a stall owner dressed as a scholar had all kinds of lanterns displayed. Many literati were already gathered in front of the stall. Li Liju smiled and said, "Husband, I want a free lantern." "I want one too, I want one too." Chang Sun Pingting was not to be outdone. Yunyang smiled. "Master has such literary talent, you should write a few poems and get each of us a lantern." Li Yuchan, like Chang Sun Pingting, clapped and cheered happily for lanterns. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan just smiled warmly. As senior sisters, they truly regarded these younger girls as children. "Husband." Su Xiaochun's eyes curved like crescent moons as she said sweetly, "I want one too, actually, I want two." Qingxiu said with a wry smile, "One is enough." "Why do you want two?" Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes. "I'll bring one back for Sister Yenner. She's bedridden now and surely longs to come out. If I bring her a lantern, it will be like she joined us in our outing." Qingxiu was touched and rubbed Su Xiaochun's small head. No matter when, Su Xiaochun's nature was kind. Even when out enjoying herself, she still thought of others. In front of the stall for free lanterns, quite a few scholars had already gathered, and among them were also young ladies from noble families. These young ladies generally admired talented scholars. There were also quite a few scholars who came specifically to show off their literary talent to win the favor of these young ladies. After all, if one caught the eye of some noble's daughter, at the very least they would never have to worry about food and clothing, and might even have a chance to enter officialdom. At the stall, there was at this moment a stunningly beautiful woman composing a poem. This stunningly beautiful woman looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a light blue dress, with a graceful figure like Shao Qing in the Legend of the White Snake. Between her brows was the scholarly air cultivated since childhood. She opened her mouth and recited, "Mid-autumn night, the city is joyful, my heart alone is worried. I do not see my beloved, only the long bright moon." Good poem, young lady, such fine talent. "May I ask your surname and given name? Are you married?" "I am Wang Jianghai, student of Kongingda. Seeing the young lady's outstanding literary skill, I wish to make your acquaintance. May I know your esteemed name? With such beauty that could topple a nation, and such stunning looks, whose daughter is this?" After she finished her poem, flattery came from all around. The woman, her face cool and aloof, looked at the stall owner and asked, "May I know if this poem of mine qualifies for a lantern?" "Yes, yes, yes." The stall owner quickly nodded, then took up his brush and, in fine clerical script, wrote her poem into a bound blank book. The stall owner smiled and asked, "Please also leave your name, I wish to include it in my poetry collection." The aloof woman lightly opened her mouth and said, "Kuyuanran." The stall owner happily wrote down the name, then said with a smile, "Young lady, please pick any lantern you like here, but only one." Not far away, Qingxiu's mouth twitched as he looked at his wives and concubines behind him. They also looked a bit incredulous. Su Xiaochun tilted her head and said doubtfully, "She actually has the same name as Uncle Chui's niece." Qingxiu's mouth twitched. "This is not the same name, she is using Chui Yuanran's name." "What? She's using Sister Chui's name? What's her purpose in doing that? So strange, why would she use Miss Chui's name?" The wives behind chattered on in discussion. Qingxiu stepped forward to the stall and asked, "Stall owner, what level must a poem be to get a lantern?" The stall owner smiled and said, "Of course, it must be of passable quality. Otherwise, if anyone could casually make a poem and get a lantern, I'd go bankrupt." Qingxiu smiled and nodded. "All right, then note this down, I want 8 lanterns." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. 8 lanterns? Is he joking? Good grief, does that mean he must make 8 poems? Even young Master Wang made 3 poems and didn't get a single lantern, and he wants 8? This man's words are bold. Qingxiu didn't care what others said. Making poems was nothing for him, he could do it with his mouth open. He began to recite, "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I do not know in the heavenly palace what year it is tonight. I wish to ride the wind and return, yet fear the jade towers. May we all live long, and share the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. The fake Chui Yuanran, who had just picked her lantern and was about to leave, couldn't help but glance at Qingxiu and softly murmur, "A fine work." Then her eyes showed a bit of heat. The stall owner, after recording it, read it carefully, and his face flushed with excitement. Good poem, such a fine CI. This is the best CI I have collected this year so far." Qingxiu asked, "May I get the lanterns now?" Yes. With just this poem, you may take 3 lanterns." "Only 3? Qingxiu murmured. "Seems I'll have to make 2 more poems then." He turned to Su Xiaochun and said, "Wife, ladies, come pick your lanterns." The women swarmed forward, chattering as they chose lanterns. Seeing so many beauties gathered, the onlookers' eyes lit up. Everyone looked at Qingxiu with envy and jealousy. Many single men's eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Why was it that they were single, and he had so many stunning wives? The stall's young scholar, seeing so many people picking lanterns, became a bit anxious. Qingxiu smiled. "Don't worry, I won't take them for free. Listen well, I'm going to make another poem. You all watch, I'm going to show off now." The stall scholar quickly took up his brush, ready. Qingxiu asked, "Are there any other requirements for the poems?" The stall scholar pointed to the moon above and said, "As long as it's related to the moon, any theme will do." Qingxiu said with interest, "So as long as the poem mentions the moon, even if I put it in the sea or the rivers, it's fine." "Of course, as long as your imagination is rich, you can merge the whole world into it. As long as it has the moon and mid-autumn, it's fine." "All right, listen then, the spring river's tide flows with the sea, and on the sea, the bright moon rises with the tide. Following the waves for thousands of li, where is there no moon on the spring river? Whose boat tonight drifts alone, where is the bright moon tower of longing? How many will return on the moon's light? The falling moon stirs feelings among the river's trees. Good grief, a whole spring river, flower moon, night by Zhang Ruoxu, copied out complete." Once this poem came out, who else dared claim they could make poetry? This work was called The Unmatched Crown of the Tang. Though it wasn't exactly in season, the stall scholar had already said that as long as there was a moon, anything was fine, a spring river and the sea would do just fine. The moment the poem was recited, the place fell silent. Even the bystanders were quiet. Those who didn't understand poetry thought, "What a long poem." Those who understood were utterly shaken. The stall scholar was completely dumbfounded. Crushing, it was total crushing. The dozen or so poems he'd collected before were nothing compared to this. Putting them in the same book would insult this poem. The fake Chui Yuanran was completely stunned. The wives all showed looks of worship and pride. After all, when their husband showed off, it made them shine as well. Qingxiu asked, "How many lanterns can this poem exchange for?" The stall scholar came back to himself and said excitedly, "Sir, you may take any lanterns you like. You could even take them all. But first, please leave your name, so the world may know this is your fine work." Qingxiu smiled faintly and said, "Qingxiu, Qing as in celebration, Xiu as in self-cultivation. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. The moment it was spoken, everyone present was in an uproar. Heavens, it's Lord Qing, it's actually Lord Qing. Heaven above, I have seen Lord Qing with my own eyes today. What Lord Qing? He is now Duke of Qinghua, conferred today by His Majesty for his merits in resisting the Turks, a Duke of the nation, equal in rank to a prince. The Duke of the nation who defeated 200,000 Turkic troops, and captured 2 Khans alive, truly a pillar of our great Tang. Not only did these exclamations ring out, but even nearby vendors, hearing his name, began bringing over goods. All sorts of food and toys were shoved into his arms, and in a moment he was loaded full. Qingxiu was a bit dumbfounded. He had not expected to be so popular. Although Qingxiu did not like flattery, when the subject concerned himself, that was another matter. The rainbow words of praise from the people around him made him feel a little lightheaded. The stall owner selling lanterns had a trembling hand while writing, his face flushed with excitement. Qingxiu curiously asked, "Little boss, your lanterns are very beautifully made. Giving away one for each poem, won't you lose money?" The scholarly stall owner looked around with some difficulty, hesitated for a moment, then said, "If anyone else asked me this, I wouldn't tell them the reason. But since the Duke of Jin the nation is asking, it's fine to explain. I collect these good poems to copy into a volume and sell. There are plenty of wealthy young masters who like poetry, and some are generous spenders. These lanterns together only cost 3 to 5 taels of silver. Once I compile the poetry collection and happen to meet a wealthy young master who appreciates it, I might sell one book for 3 to 5 taels of silver, enough to earn back the cost of the lanterns. It could be done this way?" Qingxiu had to admire the stall owner's business sense. When the surrounding people heard this, they were in an uproar. "Wow, so collecting poetry in this way is so profitable? Ah, I regret it. If I'd known, I would have rushed to make a batch of lanterns to collect poems. How come I never thought of such a good deal?" Many people looked at the stall owner with envy. The stall owner smiled happily. "This poetry collection, with the Duke of Jin the nation's poems in it, will definitely sell for a good price. Your Spring River, Flower Moon, Night is a masterpiece among poems, and that earlier, When will the bright moon appear, raising my cup to ask the blue sky, is also a masterpiece among ci. Your Grace may not know, in our Chang'an, the literati hold your poems and ci in the highest esteem, calling you the greatest poet in 500 years. A poetry collection with your works will have no trouble selling." After the stall owner said this, several literati immediately threw silver coins over. "Little sir, I'll pre-order a copy of this poetry collection, send it to the Qin family in Anshan Ward. I'll order one as well. I'll order one too." Many people began lining up to pay. After Qingxiu took the corresponding number of lanterns, he smiled and looked at the fake Cui Yuan Ran, walked over, and with a smile asked, "This Miss Cui's poem is also good. May I ask, what is Miss Cui's relation to Duke of Lu, Cheng Yao Jin?" The fake Cui Yuan Ran, with a cold and aloof face, did not show emotion, but the color of her skin quickly turned red, the redness spreading to the tips of her ears. From his god's eye view, noticing this change immediately, Qingxiu was already certain that this aloof woman had a considerable relationship with Cui Yuan Ran, perhaps her elder sister, or maybe her cousin. She looked to be about 25 years old. At such a young age, she was likely not an elder. The fake Cui Yuan Ran, however, shook her head coldly and said, "What Duke of Lu, Cheng Yao Jin? I don't know him." After saying this, she took the lantern and walked away without looking back, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Qingxiu smiled faintly and did not ask further questions. After leaving the lantern stall, Su Xiaochun walked up with a bright smile, holding Qingxiu's arm and giggling. "Husband, that lady just now must be connected to Miss Cui. At the very least, the two must be acquaintances. Otherwise, why would she use Miss Cui's name to write a poem?" Qingxiu chuckled. "That's for sure. I think when I take Sister Yuan Yan into the household, her identity will naturally be revealed." Su Xiaochun covered her mouth and laughed. "When that happens, it will definitely be an awkward scene. I'm really looking forward to it. Husband, after His Majesty's victory banquet in a few days, you should go to Uncle Cui's house. As for the marriage with Miss Cui, the sooner it's decided, the better." Among all the wives and concubines, the one Su Xiaochun was most satisfied with was Cui Yuan Yan. Not to mention her background from one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, just Cui Yuan Yan herself was well learned and talented. This made Su Xiaochun, who had never studied or learned to read, feel much envy. Recently, she had often been in contact with Cui Yuan Yan, learning some knowledge from books through her. Cui Yuan Yan, wanting to build a good relationship with Su Xiaochun, had been very patient in teaching her. After leaving the lantern stall, the fake Chui Yuanyan found a relatively quiet place and stood there in a daze, her face occasionally showing a blush of embarrassment. So humiliating. Using Yuanyan's name and then actually running into her future husband's family, this is simply too embarrassing. The fake Chui Yuanyan felt like crying without tears and instantly lost all interest in strolling around Chang'an that night. When she returned to the Chui residence, Madame Chui was surprised to see her come back so quickly. She walked up and asked, "Sister Qingyu, didn't you say you were going to stroll in Chang'an at night? Why have you come back so soon?" Song Qingyu replied vaguely, "I felt a bit tired, so I came back first. Sister, I'll go rest in my room." Finding an excuse, Song Qingyu went to her room and then rested her chin in her hand, staring blankly. Qingxiu spent half the night playing with his wives and concubines, doing things like guessing lantern riddles, pitchpot, and word riddles. Considering that Su Xiaochun was pregnant and could not stay up too late, he took his wives and concubines back to the Qing residence. Qingxiu did not go anywhere else but stayed in Su Xiaochun's room. When Su Xiaochun finished bathing and saw her husband still there, she walked over, drying her damp hair, and asked suspiciously, "Husband, why are you still here? It's late, and in a few days you have to attend His Majesty's victory banquet. You should rest early." Qingxiu lay down directly on the bed and said, "Since you became pregnant, I haven't properly spent a day with you. Today I'm not going anywhere, I'll just stay here and keep you company." Su Xiaochun felt warm inside, her eyes turning slightly red. She was naturally very moved. She came over, took Qingxiu's arm, and said, "Husband, it's enough that you have the thought. I have Yunyang to keep me company. But the others, none of them have any movement in their bellies. You should focus on them. Go back to your room. Whoever you want to have serve you tonight, go to her room. I think you should go to Aunt Qing. Her monthly cycle ended 5 days ago, so these next few days are the best time for her to conceive. Aunt Qing is a few years older. At her age, she should give you children as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the younger ones all have children and only Aunt Qing and Sister Lu have no movement in their bellies, imagine how anxious they must be." Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but think of what Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan had once said to him. In truth, the two senior sisters meant something simple. They both said they were already older and did not want to have children again. Also, because childbirth had made certain parts of their bodies loose, they feared men would lose interest. So the two had already decided not to have children. But Qingxiu had never told Su Xiaochun this. Since Su Xiaochun had now asked, Qingxiu decided to tell her about this matter, so she would not worry in the future about Li Yuqing's and Lu Yunyan's lack of pregnancy. Just as he was about to speak, Yunyang pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Qingxiu lying on the bed, Yunyang first froze, then lowered her head to think for a moment, then looked up with a serious expression and said, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room." She then gave Su Xiaochun an ambiguous look and said, "Xiaochun, mother-in-law once said that for a pregnant woman, intercourse should be avoided in the first 2 or 3 months, but after 3 months, it's still fine, as long as the movements aren't too intense, there's no problem at all." Su Xiaochun's face turned red, and she pointed at Yunyang, scolding shyly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry and come to bed. Husband only came here to chat, and he's just about to leave." After saying this, she pulled Qingxiu up and pushed him toward the door, urging, "Go, go. You're not welcome here. Tonight, you can go to anyone's room you want, just not here." With an innocent look, Qingxiu was pushed out, and then he heard Su Xiaochun slam the door shut, locking it from inside. He shrugged helplessly with a wry smile and could only return to his own room. Passing by Li Yuqing's room, Qingxiu heard the sound of splashing water. His heart stirred, and he pushed at the door. But the door was locked from inside and did not open. So he knocked. A lazy voice came from inside. "So late, who is it?" "It's me. Open the door." Qingxiu gave his name. First there was the sound of water again, and then Li Yuqing's gentle voice came. "Husband, wait a moment." After a short while, the door opened, and Li Yuqing stood there like a lotus emerging from the water, her body giving off a refreshing fragrance, with drops of water hanging from the ends of her hair. Qingxiu walked straight in and locked the door. Li Yuqing seemed to realize what might happen next. Her cheeks turned slightly red, but she pretended to be calm and asked, "Husband, what brings you here so late?" Qingxiu said seriously, "It's autumn now, and the nights are a bit chilly. Aunt Qing has just bathed, and your hair is still wet. That way it's easy to catch a cold, so I came to help you dry your hair." Li Yuqing looked at Qingxiu as if she'd seen a ghost, then suddenly laughed, covering her mouth, her body shaking as she bent over. "Husband, this is like, the drunken man's intention is not in the wine, isn't it? Without explanation, Qingxiu stepped forward and lifted Li Yuqing in a princess carry, saying with a straight face, "What drunken man's intention not in wine? I haven't read books, I don't know what that means." Li Yuqing was cold outside and warm inside, outwardly dignified and aloof, but inwardly fiery, though that depended on the person. If it was an outsider, she was cold outside and inside. But if it was Qingxiu, then she was cold outside but warm inside. Hearing what Qingxiu said, Li Yuqing's cheeks turned red, and she laughed softly, leaning close to his ear and whispering breathily, "Husband, do you want me?" Qingxiu's body trembled, that one me completely igniting him. "Yes. Of course I do. How much do you want me?" Li Yuqing hooked her arm around Qingxiu's neck and pulled him down hard. Qingxiu could not help but arrive at the strawberry field, and once there, how could he not plant a few strawberries? So while planting strawberries, Qingxiu said, "I even dream about it. What part of me do you want?" Li Yuqing raised her face, squinting at the ceiling beam, lightly biting her lip. "All of you." Li Yuqing laughed charmingly a few times, then Qingxiu tossed her onto the couch. She lifted her jade-like foot and pressed it against Qingxiu's chest, biting her lip seductively. "The night is long, husband, how can you be in such a hurry? Wait a moment and let me change clothes." Before long, Li Yuqing reappeared in front of Qingxiu wearing an outfit with red non-slip thigh bands and black silk straps. After about the time of one incense stick, when Qingxiu was about to lift the curtain to enter, there was a knock at the door. Li Yuqing quickly looked up and asked, "Who is it?" From outside came Lu Yunyan's voice. "Senior sister, it's me. I have something to discuss. Can I come in now?" Li Yuqing exchanged a glance with Qingxiu, then smiled and whispered in his ear, "Husband, how about?" She pointed toward the door. Qingxiu suppressed his rising battle spirit, stood up, and moved to the side of the wardrobe, then stepped inside it. Li Yuqing chuckled softly, then called toward the door, "So it's junior sister. Wait, I'll open the door." She walked over and opened it. Seeing Li Yuqing's clothing, Lu Yunyan was stunned. "Senior sister, even alone at night you dress so boldly?" Then, still suspicious, she glanced inside the room, but seeing no one, she grew even more puzzled. Dressing so provocatively alone, who could it be for? Li Yuqing pulled her inside, locked the door behind her, and rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at? There's no one here." Lu Yunyan gave an embarrassed smile. "Seeing you dressed like this, I thought husband was here. Why did junior sister come looking for me so late?" Lu Yunyan shook her head. "Actually, it's nothing important. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with senior sister." Li Yuqing smiled lightly. "Why don't we sleep together tonight then?" Lu Yunyan smiled and nodded. "That would be best. Come, junior sister, go inside." Lu Yunyan took off her shoes and went to lie down on the bed. Li Yuqing asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Lu Yunyan hesitated slightly, then sighed. "Senior sister, I want to talk about Xiaoro and Xiener." Li Yuqing was surprised. Weren't they doing well in Sanha village? They have food and shelter, and have regained their freedom since childhood. They can go wherever they want. What is there to talk about? Lu Yunyan smiled bitterly. "Senior sister, look at us two now. We're both married women. For the rest of our lives, we'll be with husband. Even if we go back to the Miao village, we won't stay long. We, as masters, have married. We can't still use the old Miao village rules to bind Xiaoro and Xiener, right? They are both grown, now both 18 years old. According to Tang law, by 20 they should already be married. Now you manage the entire Miao village. You won't still use the old rules to bind them, will you? They grew up with us. If they were to return to the village for the rest of their lives, I believe you wouldn't bear it either, right?" Li Yuqing nodded slightly. Lu Yunyan sighed. "So, since we as masters can't keep the rules, we can't demand our disciples follow them either. They're not young anymore, so I was thinking." As she spoke, Lu Yunyan looked at Li Yuqing, seeking her opinion. Li Yuqing said, "So you want Xiaoro and Xiener to find husbands here in Chang'an?" Lu Yunyan nodded. "Exactly. Husband knows many sons from wealthy and noble families, and there must be some suitable young men. That's why I came to you, to see if we should ask husband to help find good husbands for them." Li Yuqing had a strange expression, falling into thought. After a moment, she said seriously, "I think this is something we should discuss with husband together." Lu Yunyan thought for a moment and nodded. "That works. We can talk to him tomorrow." Li Yuqing couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth. "No need to wait until tomorrow, we can do it now. Husband, how long do you plan to keep hiding?" The wardrobe door creaked open, and Qingxiu stepped out. Lu Yunyan was dumbfounded. Good heavens, there was someone in the wardrobe? When she saw Qingxiu come out of the wardrobe, Lu Yunyan was stunned for a moment, then silently looked at Li Yuqing's long legs wrapped in black silk straps, and suddenly understood everything. No wonder senior sister would wear suspenders even when sleeping alone, so there was a purpose to wearing them. Lu Yunyan felt a bit ashamed and indignant. Senior sister, how could you trick me like this? Li Yuqing giggled. How did I trick you? You didn't ask whether there was someone else in the room. Besides, husband isn't an outsider, and it's not like the bed can't fit another person. We can just squeeze a bit. Senior sister, you're too bad. Lu Yunyan pounced on her, and the two began wrestling. Of course, it wasn't a real fight, just playing around. Ah. Senior sister, let go. Lu Yunyan grabbed Li Yuqing's hands from her chest and, angry and embarrassed, said, If you don't let go, I'll use my ultimate move. Go ahead, use it if you can. Lu Yunyan imitated Li Yuqing's move and attacked her chest. Li Yuqing did not resist, letting her junior sister's heart-grabbing hand hit her. She even narrowed her eyes, lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and said teasingly, Junior sister, be gentle. Qingxiu walked over, lay down, and with his arm as a pillow, smiled. Weren't you going to talk about Xiaoro and Xiener? How did you two end up fighting instead? Li Yuqing held Lu Yunyan's hands, making gentle circles, and said with narrowed eyes. Husband doesn't understand, fighting like this is affection, scolding is love. This is how we played when we were young. Oh. Qingxiu drew out the sound, then moved closer and said. Then I'll get closer to you too. With Qingxiu joining in, even though it was 1 against 2, neither Li Yuqing nor Lu Yunyan could win, and their clothes ended up gone. The saying, fighting is affection, scolding is love, was not false at all. As they played, they grew much closer, and since they were already so close, the three simply became sworn siblings, with Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan kneeling in front and Qingxiu sometimes behind Lu Yunyan, sometimes behind Li Yuqing. This went on for half the night. By the time it was late, Qingxiu had an arm around each of them, and Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were yawning repeatedly, with a look of exhaustion on their faces, but also deep satisfaction. Lu Yunyan asked softly, Husband, you've been hiding in the wardrobe, so you must have heard my talk with senior sister. About Xiaoro and Xiener's future, do you have anything to say? Li Yuqing rolled her eyes slightly, then raised her gaze to Qingxiu and blinked. Of course, Qingxiu understood what she meant. Before she returned to the Miao village, she had already given Xiao Shuixian a hint, but that foolish disciple hadn't seized the opportunity. Qingxiu said thoughtfully, I think their future path should be their own choice. If they don't want to marry, I can't force them into a marriage. We should hear their opinions too. Lu Yunyan nodded. Qingxiu continued. How about this, after these few busy days, bring them here, and we can all sit down and talk about it together. What do you think? Lu Yunyan smiled. That's fine too. Li Yuqing smiled charmingly. We'll do as husband says. Rip. Qingxiu drew in a sharp breath and looked down to see Li Yuqing starting her handiwork. Lu Yunyan, seeing this, quickly moved aside and shook her head. No, senior sister. If you want to fool around, do it yourself. I'm tired and need to rest. Saying this, she wrapped herself tightly in a quilt so not even a gap was left. Li Yuqing rolled her eyes, leaned down, and said indistinctly. If you don't want it, fine, more for me. After a long time, Lu Yunyan still couldn't sleep. She poked her head out, a bit flustered and annoyed, and said, Senior sister, if you keep this up, you'll burst. No, I can't just watch you burst. So Lu Yunyan began competing with Li Yuqing for food. The next morning, Qingxiu went out alone, while Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were still sound asleep. Today's celebration banquet could not be missed. By mid-morning, he arrived at the Taiji Palace. The palace had been prepared all night since the previous evening. Now, more than 2,000 small tables were set inside, though tables were actually just small table boards without legs. Even the food was pre-made, prepared in advance and delivered one portion to each person. The celebration banquet lasted until evening before dispersing. Smelling of alcohol, Qingxiu returned home and did not visit any concubines that night, sleeping straight through to mid-morning the next day. He had the servants prepare some finely packaged tea and wine, loaded them into the carriage, and went to the Chang residence. After the Chang family servants reported his arrival, Cheng Yaojin came out with his 3 sons to greet him. Haha, worthy nephew, I've been waiting for you to come. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily, patting Qingxiu on the shoulder and leading him into the residence. Behind him, Wei Laojiu and several Qing residence servants carried in 2 large chests. In the courtyard of the Chang residence stood a middle-aged couple and an elder in a gray scholar's robe. The couple appeared to be about 50 years old, and the elder looked to be in his 70s. Father-in-law. Cheng Yaojin smiled and bowed to the elder. Father-in-law, this is the Duke of Zhen the nation. The middle-aged couple looked at Qingxiu curiously, while the elder smiled and nodded. Not bad. Just as Jijia said, dignified and impressive, truly a rare young man. Since he was Chang Yaojin's father-in-law, his status was certainly not low, and given his age, it was worth Qingxiu showing proper respect as a junior. Qingxiu bowed and said, I, Qingxiu, greet you, elder. Haha, good, good. Elder Cui kindly stepped forward to help Qingxiu up, smiling. Before coming to Chang'an, I was still uneasy, afraid that Cheng Jijia had misjudged you, that you wouldn't be as in the letters. Now that I see you, it's true, you and my little Yuan Yan are a perfect match. Qingxiu smiled. With such praise, elder, I feel honored. For your words alone, I should toast you 3 cups of wine. Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, These are Yuan Yan's father and mother. Qingxiu bowed to them. Greetings, Uncle Cui and Aunt Cui. Oh, there's no need for such formality. The middle-aged woman warmly took Qingxiu's hand, smiling broadly. From now on, we're one family. Our Cui clan of Qinghe has no excessive rules. As long as you two respect and love each other, that's enough. Cui Pingting, however, was calmer. He nodded to Qingxiu and said, My daughter has had a hard fate. A few years ago, she married a scholar from a family of letters, but he died suddenly from illness and excessive drinking, leaving Yuan Yan a widow. Your name I have long heard. Today, seeing you, you are indeed a young talent. To be a duke so young and famed in court, for Yuan Yan to marry such a man is truly the end of her hardships. Look at that, as expected from a member of a great scholarly family, his words were so pleasant. Who would dislike having more wives? Qingxiu was no exception. After all, ever since he crossed over into the Tang dynasty, he had only a few goals: to secure a position that no one could offend, earn more silver, and marry more wives to have many children. The Cui clan of Qinghe held the reputation of being the first household among the 5 surnames, far above the Taiyuan Wang clan or the Xingyangzheng clan. Its position in the literary world was extremely high. Later, the famous Cui Hao and Cui Shizi both came from the Cui clan of Qinghe. Qingxiu cupped his hands to the Cui elders and said, I heard from Uncle Cheng that the Cui clan dislikes extravagance, so I have not brought precious gifts today. I hope the elders can forgive me. Elder Cui smiled. You have a kind heart. Gifts are not valued by their amount, but by the thought behind them. Cheng Yaojin instructed Cheng Chumo to send the gift chests to the rear courtyard, then invited everyone into the hall for tea. Under the flowering trees in the rear courtyard, a cool and aloof woman reading looked over with curiosity when she saw Cheng Chumo and others bringing the chests in, and walked over to ask, Cheng Chumo, do you have guests at home? Cheng Chumo respectfully said, Aunt Qingyu, yes, there are guests at the residence. Have you seen my cousin? Song Qingyu, addressed as aunt, pointed to a room and said, She's inside. May I ask, which duke is visiting? A friend of your father's or? Oh, no one else, Cheng Chumo said with a grin. It's just my cousin's future husband paying a visit. Aunt, you don't know, Brother Qing is an extraordinary man. Do you want me to take you to meet him? Song Qingyu froze for a moment, her expression turning slightly absent-minded, and her pretty face began to flush. Cheng Chumo asked in confusion. Aunt, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Song Qingyu shook her head. No need for introductions. I'm tired, so I'll go rest in my room first. Cheng Chumo didn't think much of it and knocked on Cui Yuanyan's door, telling her that Qingxiu had come to visit. Cui Yuanyan looked shy and a bit embarrassed. Cousin, I won't go for now. You go and listen to their conversation, see what my parents and grandfather think, and come back to tell me quickly. Haha, all right then. Cheng Chumo laughed and went back to the front courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he heard Elder Cui speaking in the hall. If Yuan Yan hadn't been widowed early, even if it were remarriage, our Cui family would never allow her to enter another household as a concubine. But since Cheng Jijia has already vouched for you, and you don't seem the type to be deceitful or slippery, it's not impossible for the Cui family to set the precedent of marrying a legitimate daughter as a concubine. The ancestral rules of the Cui family will be broken in my generation, but that's fine. Don't look at me as being old, I am not unreasonable. As long as you young people agree, I have no objections. But one thing, you must treat my granddaughter well. If I find out you've bullied her, I will use the full strength of the Cui family to settle accounts with you. Qingxiu smiled. Elder, though I have several wives and concubines at home, they do not fight for favor or scheme against each other. If Yuan Yan marries into the Qing household, I can at least guarantee she will not be bullied. Cheng Yaojin said unhappily from the side. I say, old father-in-law, this was a joyous matter, but you've made it sound like Qing here is some wife-beating villain. Shouldn't we quickly settle the marriage instead? Elder Cui glared, raising his hand and blowing his beard. You brat, do you want a beating? Cheng Yaojin shrank his neck and fell silent. Elder Chui snorted, sat back down, and tapped the table unhappily. Aren't we already talking about this matter? Chui Pingting suggested. Father, it's rare for Yuan Yen to meet someone she likes. Our family isn't overly bound by formalities. We don't need pomp and splendor, only that the couple live in harmony. Why not keep things simple? You pick a date, have Yuan Yen's aunt and younger aunt escort her, and the matter will be settled. Elder Chui nodded. Let's do as you say. I think the 18th day of the 8th month is a good day. Autumn comes, flowers bloom, an auspicious day for marriage. Young Qing, what do you think? Qingxiu cupped his hands. Since Elder Chui has decided, I will follow your arrangement. The Chui family's decision also gave them a way to save face. After all, as part of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Chui clan of Qinghe was a prestigious family. For a legitimate daughter of such a family to marry as a concubine was inherently a loss of honor, so it was best to keep things low-key. Qingxiu also thought it was a good thing, keeping it simple saved him the trouble of planning. When the time came, he would just send a carriage to bring her over, close the door at night, blow out the lamp, take up arms, and everything would proceed naturally. Another option for his nighttime visits. Thinking of Chui Yuanyan's graceful literary temperament and beautiful figure, his heart felt warm. Elder Chui stroked his beard and smiled. Since none of us have objections, we should also hear Yuanyan's opinion, shouldn't we? Chumo, go call your cousin here. Since they've already met a few times in private, there's no need to avoid these marriage formalities. All right. Chumo returned to the rear courtyard. But when he knocked on Chui Yuanyan's door, he put on a grave look, which startled her. Seeing his expression, Chui Yuanyan's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath before asking, Cousin, what did my parents and grandfather say? Chumo shook his head with a pained look. Ah, cousin, this marriage is. It's all right. Chui Yuanyan's eyes reddened, but she forced a smile and shook her head. If the marriage is cancelled, so be it. Although I like the Duke of Zhen, marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers. If my parents don't agree, I won't force it. That's right. A voice came from nearby. Song Qingyu came out of a room to comfort her. Yuan Yen, there are many young talents in the world. Since your sister and brother-in-law don't agree to this marriage, don't take it to heart. At worst, your little aunt will find you a man in Luoyang 100 times better than him. Chui Yuan Yen gave a bitter smile. Aunt, I think you should worry about yourself first. You're 7 years older than me and still unmarried. Compared to me marrying, I'd rather see you start a family sooner. Song Qingyu curled her lip disdainfully. There are very few men in the world worth my attention. Why must I marry like an ordinary woman? For me, if I don't meet a man who stirs my heart and soul, I would rather be alone for life. Cheng Chumo opened his mouth, then said awkwardly. Cousin, aunt, I haven't finished speaking yet. Who said the marriage was cancelled? Chui Yuanyan froze. Didn't you just sigh and say the marriage was cancelled? Chumo quickly shook his head. I never said cancelled. I said the marriage is settled, I just hadn't finished speaking, and you misunderstood me. Facing 2 pairs of eyes full of killing intent, Chumo felt a sudden tightness in his backside.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.